how energetic you all are. Good morning. Okay, now I see some energy. Again, that side. Good morning. Lovely. So, namaste, hello, and a very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Diksha Navani, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Poultry India to Knowledge Day 2023. I would like to extend a special welcome to all the dignitaries for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here with us today. This 15th edition of Poultry Knowledge Day, like all the editions before, aims to be the definitive platform to share ideas and insights relevant to the poultry industry of today and tomorrow. Throughout the day, you will hear some of the leading experts talk about various aspects of the poultry industry. So, without further ado, let us begin with the formal proceedings of the day. To commence Poultry Knowledge Day 2023, may I request Founder President of IPMA, Mr. Anil Dhumar, to kindly address the gathering. Can we put our hands together for Founder President of IPMA and Poultry India, Mr. Anil?
Good morning, everybody. Namaste. Warm welcome to Honorable Secretary Animal Husbandry, Government of India, Srimati Alka Upadhyay ji, Madam, Joint Secretary Dr. O.P. Chaudhary ji, Keynote Speaker Tarun Sridhar ji, all our EAC members, all the Knowledge Day speakers, and my dear friends of poultry sector. Our industry show Poultry India has grown very big now. We started in 2007 with just one hall, and now this year we have added one more hall. So we have total 6 halls now, more than 30,000 square meters of floor area. Total exhibitors for this year are 421, including international and domestic. Last year's visitor count was more than 34,000 visitors. Similarly, this Knowledge Day is one of the biggest in the industry, and we have over 1,400 delegates every time. This seminar will discuss technological advances, exchange knowledge. We are trying to get the best speakers, and it is our effort to bring best to this floor. Make in India and make India proud. This growth and grand success of Poultry India is not only the efforts of Team Poultry India, but our poultry sector and all the other associations who has stand firmly behind us. We fully understand that we cannot spell success without all of you. And a big heartfelt thanks to all of you. Here, this year, we must take a note that we are now number 2 in egg production in world. This success and achievement has been possible because of the diligent, hard-working poultry sector, egg-producing sectors and farms, and the supporting sectors. We need to acknowledge this, and we extend congratulations to all of you. This growth story should continue, and we look forward similar climb in chicken meat production, broiler farming. Farmer and growers are the center point of any growth. It is absolutely necessary that he or she makes a decent money. Now we are so far putting pressure on the growers and farmers to reduce cost of production. But we must here understand that this is not the solution. The average realization of the price of eggs and chicken must increase so the farmer can get more income and his income increases. Farmer needs to increase value of his products which is acceptable to consumer, and all the marketing methods like branding, value addition, availability, this has to be tried out. How to achieve this? These inputs and ideas will be discussed in today's technical seminar. We have to realize that just cutting down the production to get a better price in the market is finally not the ultimate solution. We all connected with this sector must together increase the demand of our products, educate the consumer about our product, increasing the availability, and also start exporting our products. The effect of this will be the net realization will increase, it will sustain the growth, and also it will help the farmers. This growth will also help rural areas, creating employment and also give consumer affordable high quality protein, and food security issues are also taken care of. Our nation has great potential. We have to realize this, we have to rise up, let us be self-reliant and progress. स्वदेशी उत्पादनी हमें आगे ले जाएंगे. ये सब बोलना सिंपल है पर करना बहुत कठिन है. पर सब लोग अगर मिलजुल के काम करेंगे तो जरूर हम लोग इसमें कामयाब हो सकते हैं. एक्सपोर्ट इंडियन एग्स और चिकन का करने के लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. जब भी मैं इंडस्ट्री के लोगों से बात करता हूँ तो बोलता है ये बहुत कठिन है. ठीक है, we understand that this is difficult, but at the same time we should unite and try at least. If we try and we could export 5 to 10% of our total production, immediately the market will stabilize. Everybody will get a good money for the realization price and everybody will be happy. We are fortunate that we have a very supporting animal husbandry department now under Rupalaji, and we are sure that they will extend full support to solve our industry issues and help it reach to its full potential. I once again welcome you all and request IPEMA President Mr. Uday Singh and Knowledge Day Chairman Dr. P.K. Shukla to bring honorable guest for lamp lighting. I also request Mr. Harish Garware from Knowledge Day team, Dr. Vijay Makhija, and our past President Chakradhar Rao to join on the stage, please.
As our dignitaries proceed for the lamp lighting, I'd like to invite our singer to recite Ganesh Vandana, an ode to Lord Ganesha, the god of intellect and wisdom.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि गणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि गणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि गणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमाः गणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमाः गणपतिं देवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं देवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मानकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं मानकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for doing the honors, and thank you Hari for such a beautiful rendition of Ganesh Vandana. Now I would request Dr. Pankaj Shukla, Chairman Knowledge Day, to please share his thoughts on the theme for this year's Knowledge Day. Can we put our hands together as I welcome Dr. Pankaj Shukla on stage? Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to 15th edition of Poultry Knowledge Day 2023. Respected Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Madam Alka Upadhyay ji, our former Secretary, DADF, Dr. Tarun Sridhar ji, our beloved Joint Secretary, NLM, Dr. O.P. Chaudhary ji, my fellow colleague in the ministry, Dr. Sujit Datta ji, chairman of various federations, Shri Maiti ji, Dr. Shirish, Nigam ji, Shri Ranpal Dhanda ji, my fellow colleagues from my Knowledge Day team, Mr. Harish Garware ji, Dr. Vijay Makhija ji, Shri Shubodh Mishra ji, Dr. Rahul Kulkarni ji. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure for the Knowledge Day team to present this Knowledge Day series of lectures for you. We all are aware that in 70s, we were thinking of this wonderful bird as a bird to produce few eggs in the backyard. Suddenly in the late 70s, we have saw a spurt in egg production. In 80s, that has become an era of broiler production, raising a meat, and 90 onwards, it's an era of value addition. If I recall, in the first 5-year plan, When we had the statistics of egg production in this country, it was around 2 billion. And it was a beautiful journey to raise this figure from 2 billion to now almost 130 billion number of eggs. I know the chairman International Egg Commission is here. He has given off and on the records which is available with him to the tune of what we say now we are number 2 in the world and superseding the United States of America. Similar is the picture with the production of chicken meat, which constitutes more than 50% of meat being produced in our country, and it is also surpassing 9 million metric tons as per FAO statistics. To some extent, I feel we need to keep a pace with these records and also need to have real-time data in our record to project ourselves world over. Yes, poultry industry is vibrant, self-sustainable, and only needs the policy which are congenial to grow. And it's my pleasure to place on record that our government is very supportive for poultry sector in this country. And now it is not only the egg and the bird, rather now we are marching ahead with our new products in terms of poultry equipment also, which we are exporting to almost 35 countries. It is also a matter of great pleasure to bring to our notice that recently a poultry project has been launched in Philippines worth 1,500 crores with the export of from this country. So it is quite a heartening experience and also a sign of marching ahead. So with the background of this, we have prepared a theme and a series of presentation today in the Knowledge Day, shaping our future. That too of Indian poultry sector. We all are aware, if we need to grow, we need to have a perfect backward and forward linkages in terms of all inputs for which we need to be Atmanirbhar. At the same time, when we are looking for forward linkages, our industry is far ahead. Now, today, when we are thinking of the input and the output, it is almost moderate to a little high. It's a high time to convert our commodity, that is the bird and the egg, into a brand. And today we have 3 lead speakers with us who are going to talk about these commodities and how this can be converted into a brand. Time and again, our industry is badly hit with the fake news. And today we are having a speaker with us who is going to talk about how to counter these fake news to bring ourselves in the mainstream. Now we do have a member speakers with us who is going to talk about sustainability of poultry production in our country in the next decade. Since now it's a demand of time that we need to increase the export component also, we have a lead speaker with us who is going to talk about how to increase the export of meat and meat products. In our Knowledge Day team, we really acknowledge the efforts of our team members, Dr. Ravindra Kumar Jaiswal, Mr. Harish Garware, Mr. Vijay Makhija, Mr. Subodh Mishra, and Mr. Rahul Kulkarni. We had a series of meetings in-house and with the speakers also to give our critical inputs what is to be presented today. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are presenting to you the Poultry Knowledge Day 2023. And at the same time, I am really thankful to our Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and Joint Secretary Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, who readily accepted our invitation to be amongst the poultry fraternity. And Honorable Secretary, she has consented to convene a meeting in the afternoon to look after and to know about the difficulties of the poultry sector. Thank you so much, madam, for taking on board the poultry sector. I am really thankful to Dr. Tarun Sridharji, who is always supportive to us and who readily accepted to be a keynote speaker today. Hence, I am not speaking much on the subject as everybody is eager to listen to Dr. Tarun Sridharji, who is former Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. And I know, sir, you are the ready-made encyclopedia for the livestock and fisheries sector. So everybody is eager to listen to you. So again, I welcome each and every person in this hall to witness a wonderful Knowledge Day 2023. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. The theme for Knowledge Day 2023 is Shaping the Future of Indian Poultry. The poultry industry is a key to the nation's agricultural economy with a size of more than $30 billion and annual growth rate of 8 to 10%. Poultry accounts half of the total meat production in India, which is exported to 70 countries around the world. The poultry industry has the potential to drive our country's growth. To understand what more can be done to shape a prosperous future for our industry, please welcome our keynote speaker for the day, Shri Tarun Sridhar.
Mr. Tarun Sridhar is a distinguished member of the Central Administrative Tribunal and has had an illustrious career with the Government of India. A former IS officer, Mr. Sridhar has held several high-level positions including Secretary of the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. His visionary leadership has also extended to roles such as Chairman of the Himachal Pradesh State Electricity Board Limited and Director, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. For his outstanding contributions, particularly in the animal husbandry sector, Mr. Sridhar has been honored with several prestigious awards. He was conferred with Animal Health Policy Leadership Award in 2022, Policy Leadership Award for the Dairy Sector in 2020, and Lifetime Achievement Award by CLFMA, Association of Indian Livestock Industries. He was bestowed with an honorary Doctor of Philosophy degree in Veterinary and Animal Science by the Guru Angad Dev Veterinary and Animal Science University, Ludhiana, Punjab, recognizing his enduring impact on the sector. Mr. Sridhar has contributed extensively to major publications like the Indian Express, Dainik Jagran, and the Tribune. Moreover, he also provides consultancy and advice to numerous organizations, further solidifying his dedication to growth in the animal husbandry sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Tarun Sridhar.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for this introduction, and thank you, Dr. Shukla. There were already butterflies fluttering in my stomach out of nervousness that how would I address such an august gathering, and you have put greater pressure on me. Mrs. Alka Upadhyay, Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, Joint Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Shri Dhumal, Dr. Shukla, Dr. Vijay Makhija. I'm sorry, I will not be able to take everybody's name. All the highly distinguished poultry professionals, people from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset tell you whatever was presented on the screen about me was quite a bit of exaggeration. I have no claim for being much knowledgeable about the sector. Whatever little I have gained is on account of a quirk of fate that I got posted on 2 occasions in the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and managed to hold charge of these sectors for a good period of 8 to 10 years. So partly I owe it to that experience, but much more I owe to my very healthy and engaged interaction I have had with several of you individually as also collectively. Whatever I'm going to speak today is only on account of whatever I have gained from you. If I don't speak well and if you feel that I have not really added on to any knowledge, rather exposed my ignorance, the fault lies with me. Probably I was not a good student. Why is poultry so critical and important? In the entire livestock sector, which includes dairy, fisheries, sheep husbandry, goatery, etc., it is poultry which literally rules the roost. None of the subsectors of the livestock sector have had such a smooth run as poultry has had. And this is a situation which has emerged globally. There have been minor hiccups in terms of some disease outbreaks, in terms of market upheavals, but poultry is one sector which has always bounced back. And rarely have there been incidents or events wherein poultry would have registered a negative growth. That is why when we compare poultry with the dairy and other subsectors of the livestock and animal husbandry sector, we find that over a period of time, poultry actually has emerged as an industry and not just a subsidiary agricultural activity. Poultry has got integrated, poultry has got organized. Poultry is being managed on business principles and industrial principles rather than just subsistence agriculture. It has grown and evolved from a supplementary backyard activity, which it was a few decades back, to a highly organized activity and being managed on very sound modern business principles. That is why poultry is unique as far as the entire animal husbandry sector is concerned. Maybe it is on account of very advanced scientific research in genetics, in production methodology. Maybe it's on account of the resilience of the product, the raw material itself. After all, fowl was one of the first animals to be domesticated. The first one, I'm told, was the wild dog, which was domesticated. Thereafter, fowl was the first animal which was domesticated. Today, I think amongst all the land animals, 80% is what is chicken, is the fowl. And interestingly, the domestication of jungle fowl is said to have taken place in the Indian subcontinent. This is what the famous biologist Charles Darwin's theory is, that it was the Indus Valley where the fowl was initially domesticated, and from here the fowl thereafter migrated to other places. And it's also very interesting. Now today we associate, sorry, I'm just digressing a bit. We associate chicken with meekness, with somebody who's very weak. He's chickening out. He's behaving like a chicken. But actually, initial domestication of fowl was for fighting. And fowl was the symbol of strength and bravery. And now we find that this animal has become very, very docile. Now, growth of poultry has always been very consistent, and it has not been matched by any of the other sectors of the entire food production economy. Now, normally in terms of benchmark of economic development, it is considered to be what the OECD countries have achieved. What is their standards? Now, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has done a study, and it says that for the last 3 decades, the study is from 1990 onwards, that in the last 3 decades, the consumption of beef and pork has remained stagnant. There has been no growth as far as over the 3-decade period. There has been no growth as far as the consumption of beef and pork is concerned. However, during this period of 3 decades, the consumption of poultry meat has increased by 70%. So this is the huge gap. This is the kind of lead which poultry has taken over this thing. Now, it's a very interesting, let me just read the data from the same FAO study, the Food and Agriculture Organization study. It is projected that between 2000 and 2030, the per capita demand of poultry would register a growth of 271% in South Asia. And what is South Asia? South Asia is primarily India. In 3 decades, the growth will be 271% in South Asia, as against less than 100% in other regions of the world. So this is the place where poultry is to grow, and this is the opportunity which we should all be capitalizing upon rather than just sitting on the laurels which we have already achieved. Now, Mr. Dhumal also mentioned, Dr. Shukla also mentioned that as far as the importance of poultry in terms of food and nutritional security is concerned. Now, while poultry has been having a very great and a dream run so far, it is not without challenges, and there are some very serious challenges. The theme of the knowledge day is shaping the future. While we consider how to shape the future, let us dwell a little bit in the past also. Dr. Makhija, you asked me a question yesterday when we met Dr. Makhija in the evening. The first question he asked me, why did India lose the World Cup final? This was the first question. And I'm sure this question would have emerged in several minds also, and everybody would have had his own theory. Now, when I compare it with poultry, I say that the dream run was being shared with poultry by the Team India by a streak of endless victories. Now, sometimes you have to wake up from the dream. And that is where the poultry has to address the challenges. Honorable Secretary, Animal Husbandry Dairying is here. I have held that position. I have not been able to be successful in several of the challenges which the poultry industry faces. One of the challenges which is always there is the maize and soya prices. Now, unfortunately, poultry industry does not have much control on it. The nodal department in the government of India which deals with it has very little control on it. While various industry organizations and the factions have been time to time successful in putting enough pressure on the government to do some kind of a regulation or some kind of monitoring of various commodity prices, somehow we have not been able to, as a sector, as an industry, being able to convince the government. There are some degree of regulation and oversight on maize and soya prices needs to be looked into. Second is the issue of GM crops. We have to now impress upon the government that it is no more an ideological issue or an issue of belief, but it is an issue in terms of what is best for our economy. These are the two major threats which have been before the poultry sector for quite a bit of time. I would say that I, as the Secretary of the Department, probably failed in addressing these issues. But I would pose a question to you whether industry as a whole, there's a knowledge there are more than 1,000 people sitting here, probably thousands are going to participate in Poultry India. But have you as a body projected these issues before the policymakers in the right earnest and in the right perspective so that you could influence decision making? That is a question which you have to introspect and answer yourself. And if not, maybe take some corrective steps now. If yes, find out where we went wrong and why could we not exert that pressure? Why could we not carry that influence over the policymakers on these issues? You see, I'll just go back a little bit in time in terms of the poultry sector. While the achievements of poultry sector are quite laudable, and it has held its fort even during the worst of times in the COVID pandemic, wherein there was a despondency all over, and poultry sector was one of the worst sectors to suffer. It has really bounced back, and credit goes to each and every one of you and every stakeholder of the poultry sector. However, let me do some plain speak also. You see, first wave of avian influenza, it was 2006-7, around 2005-6-7. I remember I was heading the Himachal tourism that time in my state. So we had a board of directors meeting, and after board of directors meeting, there was lunch, and one of the items in the lunch was chicken curry. The chief minister got suddenly very upset and angry. He said, "Don't you know that there is bird flu all around and you are serving chicken?" Now, I tried to convince him, but he was not convinced. Now, I can understand that was the first time the country was facing the challenge of a pandemic of this kind of a nature, and we didn't know how to handle it. But have we ever gone public and enlightened the public that there has not been a single case of human being infected by avian influenza in India? We have, this is not in public domain. So surprisingly, even when the second wave of this avian influenza pandemic came 2 years back, How did we respond? We responded by banning the movement of poultry, even banning the movement of eggs. We stopped serving poultry and eggs in our dishes. And the general, despite an advisory issued, a strong advisory issued by the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, some of the states and industry and even the hotel and hospitality industry was not convinced because they felt that if we serve chicken or eggs, etc., we might be losing customers. There was not even a whisper from the poultry industry in terms of educating people as to what is avian influenza and how is it that this disease is a disease of primarily wild birds. If some domesticated birds are infected by this disease, it does not carry, once the food is cooked, it does not carry to human beings. And even worldwide, over the last 20-25 years, there have only been 400 to 500 cases of humans getting infected with avian influenza. And these humans were also those humans who were actually handling the birds in large numbers on a regular basis. Now, why I'm giving this example is that why was industry silent? Whereas the 80s campaign of Sunday ho ya Monday, Rose Khao Ande, that jingle vanished. Why did it vanish? We became complacent. We are growing. Whatever we are producing, we are selling. So, and unlike the other sectors of food production, we are consistently growing. We have to shed this complacency. Second example I'll give you was in the year 2017, I think precisely I'll tell you it was Mr. Chaudhary will, Dr. Chaudhary will correct me if I'm wrong. I remember it was precisely March 2017 when the Law Commission of India submitted a report. Annexed with that report was a set of rules which said uh, housing and transportation of poultry birds. Rules. Now, Law Commission of India is an advisory body under the Ministry of Law and Justice to advise the government in terms to how to draft various legislations and acts. How did they come into poultry? It is a mystery. One NGO wrote a letter to them that they very cleverly wrote to the Law Commission, not to the ministry, that the housing of poultry birds and their transportation is being done contrary to the principles of animal welfare and the rules need to be framed. Law Commission framed those rules, and after framing the rules, it submitted those rules to the Ministry of Law and Justice, not to the department. Now the NGO took a copy of those rules and challenged the entire poultry business in the High Court of Uttarakhand, subsequently in Delhi and several high courts. And one fine morning, a order of the High Court lands on our table saying that henceforth there shall be no battery cages. Now, if there are battery cages, we have to face contempt of court. I remember Mr. Khatri from Haryana, he came running with a few people, and Mr. Chaudhary, we started doing a bit of a firefighting, and suddenly the NGOs became very aggressive. Now, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, even then, the industry was silent. Industry was by and large silent. We didn't hear one unified voice from the industry. It was only the Department of Animal Husbandry which was fighting a little bit along with the help of a few individuals here and there, commissioning our own studies. And do you know what the recommendation of the Law Commission with respect to housing per bird was concerned? 1400 square centimeter. They said minimum space should be 1400 square centimeter. Without realizing, nobody realized that if that is to be implemented as per the order of the High Court, which is binding unless reversed, the entire poultry industry would shut down, and your egg, which costs rupees 5 today, would cost rupees 20. A chicken which costs 100 would rupees 500. I fail to understand why was the industry so silent? Why is it that we are not creating awareness of these issues? And it's not that you are creating awareness for any other purpose. You are basically trying to remove ignorance. So I would say two of the biggest challenges, sorry if I use strong word, the biggest challenges and threats which the poultry could face in future, despite the fact that we are doing very well. One is ignorance, other is arrogance. We have to shed both the ignorance as also the arrogance, address the ignorance with respect to bird flu, with respect to other things. Now there's the latest veganism is a lifestyle which is slowly emerging. Now, do you know what is the growth rate of plant-based meat analogs which are coming into the market? The growth rate, though not alarming, but we have to be awake now, it is the same as poultry. Poultry is growing at 8%. The market of plant-based is growing at 8%. Globally, it is going at around 14%, but in India, it is growing at around 8%. And what are we having? Unmutton keema. There's a dish I found called unmutton keema. Veggie curry. Now, these items, now knowing the vegetarian population of this country, because vegetarianism in this country is not only a lifestyle, it is a personal belief. It is a personal sentiment and a personal belief. These products are not going to enter into the vegetarian food market. These products will encroach upon the market of meat products because they are substitutes for meat. But at the end of the day, somebody has to educate the people. For them also, benchmark is meat. If you are creating a food item, why do you have to benchmark it against meat? So they are being offered as substitutes of meat without realizing the grossly harmful effect they are going to have on human health. We need to be awake today to tell people about the challenges of this. I was very happy to note, because sometime back, Dr. Shukla, if you recollect, I had written an article which said that the ambition of the government of India, as enshrined in the National Plan for Eggs, of 136 billion eggs production by the year 2025 was a bit too ambitious. And how are we going to reach there? I was very happy when Mr. Dhumal said that we are now number 2. And Dr. Chaudhary confirmed that we are already across 130 billion and we'll be 136 billion. So I think that deserves a big hand of applause by everyone. Now, you see, in terms of the growth of the poultry meat industry, we would always have the handicap in terms of a large population swearing by vegetarianism. And even the meat eating habits in our country are also a bit unique. A meat eater does not mean he eats meat every day. Probably in several of the families, you eat meat, you don't cook at home, but you eat meat outside. You don't consume meat on a particular days of a week because of some religious sentiments. You don't eat meat for long periods during certain festivals, etc., Navratra, Diwali, etc. So even if the meat eating population has certain restrictions in terms of consumption of meat. However, egg is our great strength. And there is a word in English called eggitarian. Now, eggitarian word has been coined by Indians. Eggitarian is not a word which has been coined by an Englishman. Now, why can't we not promote egg as a milk supplement? That egg as a vegetarian dish and not as a non-vegetarian dish. Now, many of you know that, and I have been quoting it time and again. I'll just read the exact quote. The biggest brand ambassador of egg is no one else than the gentleman we call the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. In the year 1942, Mahatma Gandhi wrote a monograph called Key to Health. The title of the monograph was Key to Health. What does the Mahatma say in Key to Health? It says, eggs are regarded by the layman as flesh food. Eggs are regarded by the layman as a flesh food. In reality, they are not. A sterile egg never evolves into a chick. Therefore, he who can take milk should have no objection to take sterile eggs. Now, in this country, do you need a greater brand ambassador than a Mahatma who was known by the austerity of his life, etc., promoting egg? Now, it is very interesting. I am not sure how many of you would have known that this is what Mahatma Gandhi wrote in the year 1942. What I mean to say is that somehow the industry is, because it is growing in an auto mode. We are not really keeping ourselves alive to the various challenges and the issues which we might face in the future. We were mentioning in terms of exports. Now we are number two in eggs. But do we know that 50% of eggs are produced by 3 states only? 50% of our egg production is from Andhra, Telangana, and Tamil Nadu. All 3 southern states. Does it have anything to do with geography? Does it have to do with geography, or probably the entire policy and the governance of the sector which needs to be looked into? So this growth, while very impressive, while very consistent, while to be lauded, is also a skewed growth. It is not a growth which the benefits of which are being spread all over. Secondly, we may be number two as far as egg production is concerned. Again, somewhere at the top as far as meat production is concerned. But when it comes to exports, global trade, we are probably somewhere below 30. I'm told countries like Lithuania and Turkey, etc., are above us. Now, this is again an issue which we need to look into. Lastly, and this is what is my firm belief, let us stop talking only in terms of quantity and numbers. We are producing 130 billion eggs. Great. What is the value of those eggs we are producing? If USA is number one, if USA produces 130 billion eggs and we produce 130 billion eggs, is the value and the quality of our 130 billion eggs superior to that, or at least the same as that, or not? We somehow, when we talk in terms of poultry, milk, meat production, we talk in terms of volumes and quantity. We don't talk in terms of value. We don't talk in terms of quality. And that is something in which in the entire animal gamut of animal husbandry, it is the poultry sector which can take lead because you are organized on sound management and business principles. In future, when you talk in terms of numbers or quantity, please talk in terms of the value that quantity is going to generate, so that the entire focus in terms of the integrated value chain becomes on rate of return and the kind of revenue generation this sector can create for everyone.
Performance. And from there on till I reached Baramati, I was totally confused. Why is my boss asking me to look at my parents' performance? I reached Baramati. Very next day, I met the head of my poultry division, the doctor, I will not name him. And then he told me about a lot of things that is happening in our business. And at the end, again, he said, you know, the parent performance is something that we are focusing into it. I got further confused. Why is he worried about his parents' performance again? With this, I think he laughed to a stomach full of laughter. And then he said, next day he made sure that he took me to the breeder layer farm to show me actually what he means. As I entered to the farm, I saw thousands of birds shouting at the top of their voice, who is this newcomer? Okay, they're trying to throw me out. But then I realized they are the parents and I am the child here. So that is how I started my journey. And from there on, now I'm going to talk about from commodity, and the journey is still continuing. I'm still learning, okay? So just, everyone here knows about what is commodity, what is a brand. I don't have to reiterate those things, but I just want to, refresh your mind that when it comes to commodity, we talk about grains, chicken, fish, all these things that comes into our mind. Typically, they're characterized, the commodity is characterized by, undifferentiated product, easily substitutable. I can buy this rice, this fish, that fish. So it is, and it is always decided by the buyer what they are going to buy. You cannot command on this product saying that I'm going to sell at this price, you have to take this as a brand. And it is also governed by high volatility. And when it comes to brand, some of the things like comes to our mind immediately, something like, Nike, just do it. Or I would say rather say surf, which actually changed the industry, saying that surf becomes synonymous with detergent. Colgate becomes synonymous with toothpaste. Xerox becomes synonymous. In fact, Xerox has become a verb now. Nobody says photocopy. Hey, ek Xerox karke lana, right? So those created wow moment for those brands. Now, can we create that wow moment for the chicken? That's what I'm thinking for last 2 years. Okay, probably I do not know, but I think we are making that journey slowly, and someday we may have that wow moment. What is that brand that when we talk about? Typically, it can be differentiated. People try to see that there is a value in buying this particular product. There is a traceability. I can trace it. Those are few things that we try to see in a brand. Now, when it comes to chicken, many a time we talk about whether a chicken is a commodity or a brand. Even today, consumers see the chicken as a commodity. Nobody thinks it is still a brand. Because, what happens is when you go to buy chicken, the fresh chicken means somebody cuts in front of you. That's the fresh. So if you are going to sell a chilled chicken, probably nobody cares. Nobody cares. They think, okay, you have cut it 5 hours back, 10 hours back, it's no more fresh. Price is the sole deciding factor even today for chicken when it comes to buying. Yes, today morning yesterday also I was talking to few people. Today morning also I was talking to few people, and some of you mentioned about the words uncertainty, volatility, ambiguity. I think it pretty well goes with this poultry industry. That is what I have learned. There is no need to discuss because this is a subject which can be discussed for the whole day, debated to see whether we fit into this or not. But to my understanding, we perfectly fit into this. There is no doubt in that. When it comes to brand, I think it's very essential that we create a value proposition and people see that when they are going to pay a little extra, there is a value for that. So this graph indicates is the value, perceived value of the product changes, increases, the price also increases for the product. Now, Baramati Agro started in 1988. There's a company started in 1988. The first branding we did in 2015 is Baramati Agro Fresh Chicken, which was for the live birds. So we do not have our own stores, but it is a retail outlet where we wanted to brand it with a fresh chicken. And in 2017, we started our own franchisee and own shops in the name of Chicken Weekend, which became a franchisee outlets. So I'm going to talk more about Chicken Weekend, the journey, and a little bit about the fresh chicken, how we have created or what is the journey now, and what we are doing into bringing that as a brand. The first thing in the brand building, we wanted to break the myth that fresh means it has to be live. That was the first challenge that we faced. So hence we started working, how do we convince people that this is actually a chilled chicken means it is even better than the fresh that you are getting and cut in front of you. It is even better than that. Second, we wanted to see how we can bring in the value proposition. One of the learnings that came from the COVID-19, we spoke about COVID, we spoke about bird flu and other things. I think the COVID has taught us a lot of things. When people realize it's not only the government regulation saying that all the live or the wet markets are closed, but people started suddenly realizing that we have to have more protein and we have to have also very hygienically prepared, fresh, tender chicken coming to our doorstep. So that probably gave us an opportunity to get into this particular branding and proposition, and that was one of the greatest learning for us. But there are certain flip sides to this, which I will talk later on this. And then when we decided about building this brand, we said, in order to be successful, we have to focus on to these 3 C's: consistency of quality, service, and customer experience. I think Mr. Tarun spoke about complacency. See, if you can talk about this at the beginning when you start a product saying that we should do this, but sustainability of this is the biggest question. So unless you are able to sustain it over a long period of time, then that brand does not, stay for a long time. Building a brand is just like a love story, I can tell you. Okay, it takes years to build that brand, but it can vanish overnight. Okay, if you do not focus on to take care of that love. That's the story I'm just going to tell you here. So we just, I'll just tell you that we did not do um, any different thing that all of you guys might be thinking that something we did very different. We followed the basic principles. Most of you might be knowing the 4P strategy. Okay, so we added 3 more into that, and those are again based on our learnings. So beyond the 4P, the 4P, the product, place, price, and promotion. But then we realized soon that process, people, and partner are key to success of a franchise. Otherwise, it's not going to work. On the product, first we decided what product we are going to put in the franchisee. That is pretty clear in our mind that we'll only be focusing on to chilled chicken. So the products we first froze into this, saying that these are the products we are going to sell, nothing else. But how do you sell in a franchisee? What is the USP that you are going to do? So when we are brainstorming, one of the things that came to our mind, and everybody was saying, who knows better than our chicken? Because we grow our chicken. So that became our punchline to promote that chicken weekend as a franchisee. So this tag still continues, and in all our branding, we have used this. We know our chicken because we grow our chicken. Several other things that we talked about and spoke about, that if you have to create this franchisee model where you are going to sell the chilled chicken, it has to be whatever you are committing. And as I said, the 3C has to get into this. It has to be fresh, hygienic, tender, fiberless, clean store experience. When customer is visiting, they should experience the store. And it has to be premium, okay? And it should give the perfect yield to the customer, not only the consumer, but also your franchisee partners. Later on, we added few of our value-added products, the Elysius brand of products, into identified franchisee stores. It's not like all stores we put it. We identified where we are going to put. Most important thing is the place where you are going to set up this franchisee. So initially, are we going to go all over India, or we will be doing only in Maharashtra? So we focused only into Western Maharashtra zone, that this is where we want to do it first. And then we'll see whether, depending on the success model, we might expand into other areas. One of the greatest learning, as I said, while COVID taught us that fresh chilled chicken is very essential and people want this, but I will tell you, during this COVID time, many partners, they came to us saying that we want to open the chicken weekend franchisee. That's because they thought if you open the chicken weekend franchisee, people will come and buy the chicken and they will start earning money. They don't have to do anything. So that was the greatest learning for us. The moment the COVID was over, people who were buying, many of those, they forget quickly. People forget very quickly about the COVID. I think many of us even try to forget what happened during COVID. So they started going into the live store, comparing the price. So then we realized that it's not like any city that you can do. Precisely, you have to identify where you are going to put. Who are your clienteles? Who are your customers? That was the biggest learning for us. And we had to completely, redo the things. We have to identify and even close stores, because those are not the right place for us. So then you have to identify which consumer, which sector you are targeting. The working class, middle class. Today, the millennium, or even the millennium kids or Gen Z kids, if you ask them to go to a chicken shop, they will never go. Forget chicken shop, they will not go to the medicine shop to buy medicine. They will rather sit at home and say, okay, deliver online at my house. So those are the learnings. So we said we have to identify the clients and the customers and accordingly decide which place we are going to put. Visibility. Your store, does it have a visibility? So it works on the imagery psychology. Many times when you go on the street, you see certain images, it stays for a long time in your mind. Then I've seen it somewhere, I've seen it somewhere. So we wanted to create that type of, visibility in the mind of the consumers. When you are driving, when you see the franchisee, it should be there in your mind. Tomorrow you come back saying that, okay, this is the chicken shop where I should go and buy. So this picture actually is of Magarpata city, where actually, like say, we decided to put one there. So because the clientele and the visibility and other things are proper. The pricing. Obviously, as I said, it's not a live store that people will go there and buy the chicken and they decide the same price, that, okay, today it is 100 rupees kg, so you give it 100 rupees. It does not work that way. So we decided to go on a model which is a cost plus basis, but it has to be premium compared to the life, and people should feel there is a value in it. So the value was primarily because, as I said in the product, that we said we will give you tender, we will give you fiberless, it is hygienic experience, and it is the clean environment in which you can go to the store and buy. Now, how do you ensure the tenderness? So there are many things that we did. We control the size of the birds. that the birds above this size will not never go into our stores. This is one of the most important thing. Uh, how do we promote Chicken Weekend as a brand? So we decided not to hire Anil Kapoor to advertise our Chicken Weekend. That was the first decision taken. And neither any Bollywood celebrities to promote like a Chicken Weekend as a franchise brand. So we decided that it should be built from the bottom up process. So like somebody who does not know, they come to know, they become a customer, and then they become a promoter of the product. So that was our strategy to promote Chicken Weekend as a brand. So we had a very basic, back to basic approach. So we focused on to the BTL below the line and through the line type of marketing initiatives rather than above the line initiatives. Not big advertisements or TV commercials and all these things. Though we did it, but to a very small extent. We did not spend a lot of money into your digital marketing or search engine optimization, SEO models and other things. We did not do that. But however, we focused into sub-branding. That was the first thing we did. Second was small, local level brandings, then social activities during functions and festivals, and social networking, digital marketing, which to the extent like say Insta, Facebook, whatever is possible we did, but not like and huge spending onto it. And some of the radio advertisement we did, especially in the FM. I'll give you an example of this. This is the typical, store branding that we did. And the inside store, the way it looks like. So we added up later on few other things like egg, our own brand of egg and spices.
भाभी आपके हाथ के चिकन का तो जवाब नहीं हर बार वही टेस्ट और टेंडरनेस क्या मैजिक है
मैजिक मेरा नहीं चिकन विकन का है चिकन विकन के स्टोर का चिकन होता है फ्रेश एंड हाइजीनिक जो देता है हाई क्वालिटी टेंडर चिकन हर बार
Visit Chicken Wicken Store and experience today a specialty store from Baramati Agro.
So that was and FM radio advertisement that we.
सध्याच्या काळात आपली आणि आपल्या परिवाराची इम्युनिटी चांगली ठेवायची ना तर आजपासून घरी आणा चिकन विकनचे फ्रेश चिकन जे आहे प्रोटीन युक्त फ्रेश ज्युसी आणि फायबरलेस चिकन सोबतच हे कुटुंबातील सर्वांची इम्युनिटी आणि आरोग्यासाठीही उत्तम आहे चिकन म्हणजे फक्त चिकन विकनचे स्वच्छ आणि फ्रेश चिकन
So this is Marathi version of it, and we put into FM channels for to promote the chicken weekend as a product. On the process side, as I said, beyond 4P, we also concentrated to see on the back end, are the systems, processes, everything is all right. Otherwise, in the supply chain process, if something goes wrong anywhere, then this brand may not be successful. So few of the things that we focused and continuously we monitor this through our very stringent quality control systems is maintaining the cold chain, the POS end-to-end supply chain, which is we try to bring in the digital supply chain management, integrating it with the SAP so that everything is controlled and it's known. Any moment you can find out what is happening. So end-to-end. And even the pricing information and QR code, you can go to the store, just scan the code, today's price. You don't have to ask, because what was happening, initially when we started, we put the rates there on the board, and some of the franchises, they're very clever. They might put something else. Okay, so that was a learning for us. So we put the QR code, and now as a customer, you just scan it, today's rate. So, and then you select the product, what you want to buy. And then our customer relationship management, we have got various processes in app to even WhatsApp also is there. So people can communicate with us. As I said, one of the biggest, I think, learning for us is to have the control of the size of the birds. If you actually change it, the customer will immediately know that something is going wrong. On the people side, it's just not having the franchisee that is going to work. We wanted to have the right people on the sales side and on the business development side. So finding the right people and putting them in the right place is a big challenge in the industry today, especially in our industry. I think every day there is a struggle to find the right person. So one of the things that we did is that hire for the attitude and you develop the skill. Let the people learn and then develop themselves and continue. Now in this 9 block matrix where I put like performance versus potential, I would rather like to have all my people in the green zone, maybe some in yellow, but none in the red. So that's the strategy that we adopted to be successful from the people side. On the partner on the franchisee side, as I said few minutes back, that during COVID, the franchisee typically they come, they say we want to open the shop because they think that once we have got a Baramati Agro franchisee, everything will work automatically on their own. They will put a butcher and they forget. If it does not perform, then blame comes to us. And if it performs, then the credit goes to them. That's the way it was working. But then we realized that there is a lack of ownership or commitment from the franchisee owners. So identifying the right franchisee is very, very essential in the process. So it's not necessary that just talking to them, you'll be able to find out who is the right franchisee. You have to do a lot of background check to see whether those guys can in fact continue for a long time with you or not. And then whether they are able to adhere to the SOPs that we have decided in the shop. So many a time you'll find if you visit the store, you'll find they're not following the SOPs. So those are the things that we wanted to control. Now that gives me a little bit of chicken weekend story till the time we have developed. I'll give you two things that today is coming to my mind is one, some of my esteemed customers are in the audience. I can tell you this. They're in the audience. Second is that when I joined this company, I used to buy chicken from outside. I had the mobile number of one live chicken store. They will deliver at home. And then after I joined, so obviously it is my duty to take my own chicken, and also that gives me opportunity to understand whether the chicken is going right or not. So I continued for many days, months. Both my kids, they are in favor of, they don't eat anything else other than probably chicken. Monday, Thursday, they don't care. So on a Monday, they said, we want chicken. And Monday, our stores are closed, chicken weekend store. So my wife called up that live store and said, send the chicken. Let me tell you, at night when I came home, both the kids said, this chicken is not good. I said, why? The chicken is not good or the preparation is not good? No, chicken is not good. So that gave me the confidence that day that chicken weekend chicken is different. And definitely it has certain value that people are going to buy for that. The second is that, as I said, many of my customers are here. I get called from some of those customers sometimes. If they say, you should keep enough stock, okay? And we cannot go to any other store because we only want, and my family, they don't take any other chicken other than chicken weekend chicken. So that has actually reinstated the fact that slowly chicken weekend is becoming a brand. And those people, those consumers are becoming my promoter of this brand. Rather than having a celebrity to say, you eat from chicken weekend, they're the people who are actually promoting this. Now coming back to the back end, as I said, people knew that Baramati Agro Chicken Weekend is a Baramati Agro brand. As I said, Baramati Agro Fresh Chicken, which is actually the branding that we are doing for our live stores, are slowly actually gaining the popularity on the back end. Here again, we did a lot of branding of the live chicken, some hotels and restaurants. And I'll tell you, this has become so popular now. People probably today want only Baramati Agro Fresh Chicken. I'll tell you why. You just give me a second. Before that, I think Mr. Basant Kumar was talking to me last year, sometimes in the beginning of the year. He said, Mr. Das, we should do something to promote chicken in the industry because consumers should know that eating chicken is beneficial. And then we had hired this, FM channel to develop a program for us, TV and radio both. Somehow it did not materialize. At that point in time, actually, I had gone ahead with this.
अरे चहा
आई आज चिकन बिर्याणी बनवूया
चिकन फ्राय बनवलं.
अरे हो, पण चिकन कुठलं आणायचंय?
अर्थात बारामती ॲग्रोचं फ्रेश चिकन. स्वच्छ, सुरक्षित आणि ताजं चिकन. बारामती ॲग्रो फ्रेश चिकन. स्वादिष्ट चव आणि उत्तम आरोग्य.
So this is the TV commercial that we put into Maharashtra, some news channels and other commercials, TV soap. And at the same time, when this was happening, I just came to know that from some other people that some consumers, they go to the chicken live store and then they ask, Baramati agro ka chicken dena hai. Are you getting what I'm saying? Baramati agro ka chicken dena hai. So whether the board says Baramati agro fresh chicken or not, they say Baramati agro ka chicken dena hai. So at the far off place in Murshidabad, we are not present. These are the hoardings. This is not my branding. So at Murshidabad, in Maharashtra, in Pune especially, most of the butchers are from Murshidabad side. So they went back during COVID and they put these boards there. That is Baramati agro fresh chicken. Okay, we are not present there even. So that gave me another feeling that when your brand identity is created, there is a risk of copying. There is a risk of copying. So it gave me this feeling that Baramati agro is slowly becoming, the fresh chicken is slowly becoming a brand. Now, the story, as I said, surf becomes synonymous with detergent. And when Nirma came, I think we all know that people go to the soap store and ask, Nirma wali surf dena. समझ में आ रहा है? So this feeling I had got, कि Baramati wali chicken dena, it's something like creating like a brand which is there, whatever you sell, but that identity is now getting created as a brand that Baramati agro fresh chicken is something different. But the story behind it is that even today, the organization is committed to only supply to the live store at certain size of the birds. Come whatever it is, wherever the price goes up or down, we never go beyond certain size of the birds. That's the commitment given. Hence, the consumers, whenever they buy the chicken, they have the same experience every time. So once the promise is made, it is kept. That's the bottom line of it. Now, this is something little bit theoretical I'm talking about. Beyond what we have done so far, is that a brand success of a chicken typically depends on the consumerism. A consumer behavior does not change overnight. And changing the behavior, especially in chicken eating, it takes time. And these responses, effective cognitive and cognitive response of the consumers, will actually decide when they want a brand. Because it is based on their emotional feelings, it is based on their mental thought processes. So should I buy this chicken or not? And also the behavioral and observable responses that they get when they talk to others, when they see like in my family, I saw the response of my kids, which gave me this feeling that there is a change in the behavior of the, there's a behavioral response that is happening. And the situational factors like a COVID type of situation, when it comes, they become antecedent that people will go definitely and only look for chicken from a store rather than from a life. Now, brand success, it again depends, recognizing the value in the brand, it will depend on the, as I said, promise once you made, you have to keep the promise. If you become complacent with it, then it is gone. And focus on the 3 C's that I said, every time, every moment, you cannot compromise on this. And at the end, the brand success is a function of several of these variables, independent variables and their interactions. So it is a very complex model. It does not work on only one thing that it's going to work. And my take on this is, I have used the social contagion theory, basically because I believe that my consumers become the promoters of this brand. So based on this contagion theory, I can hypothesize that customers with higher perceived personal experience will have a higher value perception of the chicken from an outlet like Chicken Weekend, and they will become my promoters. Now, as I moved from here, I think we have now added several brands into our portfolio. And just to give you that, in 2022, we got Brand of the Year award and recently recognized as the best chicken processing plant. Thank you very much.
Check.
Thank you, Mr. Das, for your insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, a quick announcement. Our volunteers are distributing feedback forms and questionnaires. I hope a lot of you already have received it. So, our volunteers are distributing feedback forms and questionnaires. The questionnaire is, of course, if in case you have any questions, any queries, you can write it down and you can submit it to us. And coming to the feedback forms, now the feedback form has an attached lucky draw coupon. So later this evening, when we conclude the session, we will take a lucky draw. So as you see these gifts are for our lucky draw winners. So make sure you fill the feedback form, and then our volunteers will come again to collect them. Thank you. So moving forward, we have Mr. Mishra. May I now invite Okay, no, sorry. May I now call on stage Mr. Samrendra Mishra?
Samrendra Mishra, an eminent figure in the Indian agricultural industry, currently serves as the CEO and co-founder of Ovo Farm Private Limited in Odisha. Ovo Farms is a pioneering enterprise that operates on the principle that all businesses have a responsibility to enrich lives and communities. As the head of Ovo Farm, he is actively engaged in driving transformation within the Indian egg farming sector by implementing cutting-edge technology and global best practices to ensure the production of high-quality eggs that meet international standards. He also serves as the director of Khandagiri Pulp, a company that specializes in manufacturing and export of molded pulp packaging products. Mr. Mishra holds a master's degree in business administration from University of Bradford, and he started his career with Maxcom Services. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Samrendra Mishra.
Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here at the industry's premier event, especially to be for once on the other side of the hall. We being farmers look forward to this event every year. This is one of those places where I personally got a lot of inspiration, a lot of learnings, attending these knowledge day sessions, learning from industry experts, coming across new technology, new developments in the industry. So, with all these years of attending as a delegate and coming here to be talking about our own journey, it's a great moment for us. And I'm truly thankful to the organizers to have invited me over here. So I promise it will not be a marketing lesson. I'm sure there are more people around, even in this hall, who are more competent than me to talk about branding, marketing, and all that. I'll just briefly run you through our journey. What were the thoughts behind us getting into what we are doing currently? So let me begin with a little story. I'm sure everybody in this hall is aware of this, what we see on the screen. It's like the Yeti. Everybody has heard about it, but nobody has seen it. So we keep hearing about fake eggs, plastic eggs, and whatever. And from time to time, it has created problems for us in the industry, for the farmers, for whosoever is selling eggs. So it so happened that one day there was this consumer who thought he had found some fake egg, and went all the way and reported it to the authorities, the local authorities. And then, our authorities are so swift. Immediately, they raided the egg seller. You know, the egg sellers in a small town, they are like sitting on the roadside and all. And the egg seller, whosoever had sold the egg, pointed them to us and said, "This is where I got the eggs from." And so we had those people at our place asking asking about the whatever fake egg or plastic egg it was that they had discovered. In any case, we all have problems selling whatever is produced by our chickens. And for us to create further problem, bringing plastic egg and selling is something else, which defies any imagination. But our response was like, that's okay, but how do you know where the eggs come from? There's no name on the egg. Nor can you actually trace the source of the egg. Like in most part of this country, unless you are buying the egg from, let's say, some supermarket, you are not even getting a receipt for the egg. It's a commodity. So, with this background, we start thinking about putting our name to the egg. It's like the eggs in our market have no father. Not that they need one, but there's no ownership. There's no name on the egg. So that was one of the triggers, and that was when we were subject to some kind of pressure from whatever it came from. We started thinking about putting a name to the egg. So, how is it going for us, for the industry, for all the farmers? There's a saying that if we keep doing what we are doing, we keep getting what we are getting. As of now, we keep producing the same products. The focus is more on farming, production, achieving high productivity. But it's not a problem with us or our country. World over, farmers have the same problems. To be honest, governments don't really want you to be very rich. World over. Because food inflation is a big concern. People don't want to pay a lot of money for food. It is a problem for governments. So as traditional farmers, we can only earn as much. Our earnings, our incomes would be limited. So if we want to maximize, we want to increase our profitability, we need to do more. And what we could do? So we need to go beyond the traditional farming. We need to start thinking about post-production facilities. What happens? Because our role doesn't end with producing the egg. How it reaches the end user should also be our concern. Because you don't know how old the eggs were when it was sold to the consumer. But the blame goes to the farmer, to the producer, or to the egg. That the egg was no good or whatever. We have no control over that. But ultimately what happens? It affects the consumption of eggs. We had a hard realization when the first time we exported. We took every care to make sure that we are, sending the best eggs. But ultimately when it reached, there were problems. So there is a whole ecosystem that goes into it, the packaging, the transportation, everything. So we need to add more value to the product. Now, what more we can do? Because we have a great product, that is the egg, which itself is a nutrition powerhouse. We can't really do much to add to the quality of the let's say, the nutrition profile or whatever of the product itself. The most what we can do about it is to make sure that it reaches the consumer the way it should. And we can do that by offering it free. Not free as in no money, but what we can do is we can produce eggs that are free from, let's say, any antibiotic residues, any sort of contamination, free from salmonella, maybe free from any cracks. That we can achieve with good farming practices, making sure that we have a good supply chain in place by improving our post-production and logistics infrastructure. So, how do we go about it? We can do that by understanding our consumers who are at the end of the day are having the egg, eating the egg, or using it in any form that they might use. And that we can achieve by creating a support system of the entire chain of packaging, logistic, everything. We can also get maybe some help from the policymakers, could also be helpful. And if we can reach our customers without middlemen, maybe we can increase on our margins. Now, going forward, ultimately, all this can be put together into a brand. And so it's not just a name, a brand name, but it's a brand. It has to stand for something. The brand, when we, let's say, look at him, we know that it says reliability. So we know that he is expected to deliver. So a brand must stand for itself, must stand for something. So, being farmers, our first thought was going back to our farming, to our farms. And we thought a starting point, good starting point could be investing in infrastructure, which is at par with the best in the world, which in turn can inspire confidence in the consumers. Because worldwide, if you look at eggs, chicken, people kind of associate them with farms. If you look at the global egg scenario, there would be like family farms, and people want to know who is producing it and where it is coming from. We don't have much time, or else I could have played a short video. I'll just skim through it. So, our thought was creating a brand out of a commodity. The most important factor was building trust. In any case, for any brand, it is the trust factor that works. And we find that egg consumption in India is impaired by economic is one part, and also a lot of social factors come into play. And a lot of malicious campaigns, wrong narratives like the plastic eggs or egg having this or that hasn't helped our industry much. So the first thing that we decided was to print a best before date on the egg. Operationally, it is very challenging. Honestly speaking, it can result in a lot of losses also. Because as long as there is no date, it is acceptable. Even if but once you put the date on the egg, you have to make sure that it is taken off the shelf within the time frame. So, other than that, we do promote our brand on various platforms, but we are eccentric, and we think the best we can do is talk more about eggs. Because in any case, like Mr. Sridhar was talking earlier, there is a lot of myth to be busted. Anyone who is entering this space has a responsibility, and we need to take head on. We need to own the narrative rather than counter narrative. Because the egg has so much value to it. And in a place like India, a country where we have nutritional deficiencies, malnourishment in children, and at the prices that we are producing, this has a huge role in nation building. So, we need to talk more about eggs, what it can contribute to. And then, why should we be lagging behind? The whole world is now talking about technology. Every industry has adopted all sorts of technology. And as of now, the kind of concern people have about food safety, especially the new generation, there was talk about Gen Z and all. They are concerned about factors like traceability, about food safety. And we thought by adopting technology like blockchain technology, we can create something which inspires confidence in the consumers. So you can trace the egg by scanning the code on the pack. You can know where the egg is coming from. Even for a producer, we also know where our eggs are going. So adopting new technology which is easily available, it can be adopted by everyone. We have initiated. It is a small start, but we think this is the way forward. Now, the second thing we found when we entered the market as a brand, the egg deserves more. The product or the commodity or whatever it is, it should get more respect. But it is not getting the kind of respect it should get. Even in a supermarket, you will always find it thrown into some corner when nobody bothers, nobody cares. So, why should we wait for others to give us that space? We decided to come up with something of our own. So we have started an exclusive egg store. Now many would say, many have told us that this won't work. People wouldn't come to an exclusive egg store just to buy eggs. But if you ask me, it doesn't matter. We want to create a space for our own product. And I'm sure we can absorb some costs even if it is not profitable. But time will tell whether it worked or not. We are working on a model. Our first store is already launched. We have started in Motivational. And we are planning to expand it further in a very lean model where, of course, with egg, we are putting milk, bread, and it's built around a healthy breakfast concept. But I must tell you that we have had very encouraging response from this outlet. Lot of people are curious. They want to come here just to see how the scanning works and how they can trace the egg. So with some marketing push, I think this is something that can work everywhere. And not only our own initiatives, we are getting involved with the community. Like we celebrate, the only thing we celebrate is International Egg Day. And we have a special budget for that because that's the time when the whole world is celebrating egg, and we think, and besides there is no competition around then. If you get into Dasera, Diwali markets as a marketer, you'll be paying a lot of money for the space that you'll get. So we are organizing egg painting competitions. At times we offer free sampling for the morning walkers, joggers, which is creating some awareness. Essentially, our idea is to create awareness about egg consumption, busting the myth. So I think with individual effort, if we can create some hype like this, with a collective effort, of course, it will be much louder. So, and I think collectively we should come together and make a lot of noise around the egg. Like we are running campaigns like Cracking the Fact, where we promote the goodness of the egg. And I think with a collective effort, the noise that we can make together would be good enough, not only to promote, not only to counter the false narratives around it, but also promote the consumption of eggs. So lastly, before I finish off, I just want to talk a bit about our business philosophy, which I think is should be the philosophy of the industry, that we all have an obligation towards the society to enrich the lives and livelihood of people, and we should ensure, irrespective of location, nationality, people should have access to the best quality food. So it's not like if you live in a small town in Odisha, you get inferior eggs, and if you are living in Switzerland, you have the best eggs. So what we can do is, in order to attain equality in food, we need to step forward, challenge the status quo with disruptive technologies, and attaining scale at mass to offer the best quality of food anywhere in the world. And I will sum it up with an appeal to the industry that we could come together and adopt something. It may not necessarily be blockchain technology, but the technologies are available. We can come together and create a platform where we can monitor the movement of eggs, and also it can be used to manage the pricing. So some agency, like some organization like NECP in future can adopt a technological platform, build a platform where the entire nation's supply chain and pricing can be monitored from one place. I think Australian egg has done something similar. They are offering blockchain traceability in all eggs that are going in Australia. So with that, I end my talk, and I once again thank everyone in this hall, especially the organizers and our esteemed guests. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Check. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. May I now call on stage Mr. Gaurav Bhosle? Yes, a huge round of applause for Mr. Gaurav, everyone. Can we play the video, please?
Gaurav Bhosle is currently the Chief Executive Officer at Yojana Poultry, an individual committed to the poultry industry. Gaurav is a third-generation layer farmer who is dedicated to driving the growth and success of the poultry sector. He holds a Bachelor of Business Administration from MIT, Pune, and brings a wealth of hands-on experience and expertise in the industry. His journey with Yojana Poultry started in 2016, and his contributions have been key in establishing the company as a prominent egg brand in Pune. Under his leadership, Yojana Poultry has demonstrated a commitment to excellence, consistently delivering high-quality poultry products that have made a significant mark in the local market. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Gaurav Bhosle.
Over to you, Mr. Gaurav.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the poultry industry, and distinguished guests. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today at Poultry India 2023, an event that brings together the best minds and innovations in the poultry sector. Today, I would like to take you on a journey, an extraordinary journey to be precise, of Yojana Poultry, an exceptional brand Power Eggs. Can we have the ad, please?
आई नो लास्ट के 3 क्वार्टर्स हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट रहे हैं पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम अपना स्टाफ आधा कर देंगे नो नॉट ऑन माय वॉच आई विल मेक श्योर कि पोल्ट्री बिजनेस के बारे में बात हो
मैडम वो आपकी दवाई खाने का टाइम हो गया है तो उससे पहले खाना थैंक यू आपका मैडम आपके आने के बाद से पेमेंट टाइम पे आने लगी
आपने खाना खाया
मैं बाद में खा लूंगा मैडम
11 बजे के बाद और क्या लेट होता है आप जाइए अपना डब्बा लेकर आइए
क्या हुआ मैडम
ये किसने बनाया
मेरी मिसेस ने
पता नहीं क्यों ये खा के ना मुझे अपने नाना जी की याद आ गई 2-2 किलोमीटर तक दूर जाया करते थे अंडे लाने के लिए इस टेस्ट में ना कुछ अलग ही बात है
बात नहीं जज्बात है बेटा मेरा मतलब है मालकिन
आप बेटी बुला सकते हैं
योजना पोल्ट्री जज्बातों में डाले थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा स्वाद
Our story begins with a visionary pioneer, my late grandfather, Mr. Shankarrao Bhosle, who laid the foundation of a company in 1978. In those early days, our family worked tirelessly, collecting eggs from local markets and delivering them on bicycles to our community. It was a challenging and labor intensive endeavor. Over the time, my grandfather acquired his own farm, starting with just a few hundred birds and eggs. This marked the beginning of second generation's involvement in the business, my father and uncle. They gradually expanded our operations, turning those 100 initial eggs into thousands and then into lakhs. However, it wasn't just about growing the business, it was also about understanding the needs of a community. So we introduced the concept of packaging 6 eggs in pulp tray with a secure rubber band for the community. This innovation was born out of understanding the retailers' needs in those days. Some retailers with unique considerations hesitated to handle eggs directly. Our unique packaging approach provided a solution to this challenge, making it easier for retailers to serve the consumers, and it was widely accepted by them. This understanding led to the birth of a vision to provide premium quality eggs at an affordable price with special editions like selenium, and so the idea of Power Egg was born. Our journey began with the sale of a few hundred Power Eggs per day, but we didn't stop there. We gradually built our retail and general trade presence, one store at a time, replacing damaged eggs, ensuring stores receive fresh daily supplies, and conducting ground level promotions to showcase the quality difference. This response was phenomenal, with our sales skyrocketing from a few hundred to a few thousand to a few lakh eggs per day. Our distribution network expanded from a single distributor to a strong alliance of 30 distributors. in local trades, spanning of a total 1,800 stores across Pune, Mumbai, Lonavala, Karjat, and Goa. This growth underscores the dedication of a team, the support of our distribution partners, and the trust of our cherished customers who have propelled us to this remarkable journey. Fast forward to today, the third generation of a family is deeply entrenched in the business. We are not only continuing our legacy, but also taking it to new heights. Our expansion plans include diversifying into egg processing and reaching even more regions across the country. But what sets Power Eggs apart is not just our journey, it's a commitment to quality and innovation. We have introduced selenium enriched eggs, white and brown omega enriched eggs, and vitamin E enriched eggs, ensuring that our customers receive just not eggs but a healthy and enriched experience at an affordable price. We know what got us here won't get us to the next level. As we reflect to our journey, we recognize the crucial strategies that brought us here. We won't necessarily propel us to the next level. Our evolution from delivering eggs on bicycles to our current prominence underscores our ability. However, to scale new heights, we must embrace innovation and remain attuned to evolving dynamics. This is not just a commitment to our present success, but a dedication to the promising future we envision. Our distribution network spans across Pune, Mumbai, and Goa, ensuring that fresh stocks of Power Eggs reach retail and modern trade stores daily. We've also embraced modern trade platforms, making Power Eggs accessible to everyone, including platforms like Swiggy, Zomato, Dunzo, Blinkit, etc. But it's just not about reaching customers, it's also about creating awareness. We've harnessed the power of media, collaborating with celebrities, producing 3D animated videos, partnering with social media influencers to spread awareness about the benefit of eggs consumption, especially among the specific age group. In our pursuit of making Power Eggs a household name, we've harnessed the full spectrum of marketing strategies, both online and offline. Our online presence has been bolstered by engaging in high impact activities such as collaborating with celebrities for compelling TV commercials that resonate with our audience. We've also partnered with influential personalities on social media platforms, spreading awareness and encouraging a diverse audience to embrace the benefit of eggs. But our marketing efforts don't stop there. We've also recognized the importance of offline marketing. We've adorned localities with eye catching posters, distributed informative pamphlets that convey the unique qualities of Power Eggs, and even offered a free sampling to introduce our products directly to potential customers. This holistic approach, blended the virtual and physical realms, has been instrumental in cementing Power Eggs as a trusted and preferred brand among our customers, both online and in the neighborhoods they call home. Bridging the generation gap in a family business was a crucial challenge. The second generation had their successful methods, but the third generation had to introduce modern techniques and innovation. Demonstrating the values of these new approaches required small scale pilot projects, which showcased increased efficiency and cost savings. Convincing the second generation to embrace these changes wasn't easy for us, but as they saw the result, trust was built. This journey taught us that the tradition and innovation can coexist, paving the way for an extraordinary future. One of the most rewarding aspects of our journey has been valuable feedback and success stories from our customers. Over the years, we've received countless messages of appreciation and endorsement from those who have embraced our Power Eggs. They've not only enjoyed the enhanced taste and quality of our eggs, but have also experienced the health benefits of selenium enriched, omega enriched, and vitamin E enriched eggs. These stories remind us that the dedication to providing top quality products with innovative enrichment making a real difference in people's life. It's these testimonials that inspire us to continue pushing the boundaries of excellence in poultry industry. Behind the success of Power Eggs stands a dedicated and passionate team of individuals who have invested their time and efforts to turn our vision into reality. Our employees are more than just a workforce. They are part of our extended family. Their unwavering commitment, resilience, and shared belief in our missions have been instrumental in achieving the milestones we celebrate today. We believe the power of collective efforts in fostering a work environment that encourage innovation and personal growth that and in recognition the invaluable contribution of each team members. It's that dedication and fuels the engine of a progress, and of that we are immensely grateful. In closing, the journey of PowerX has been nothing but short of an extraordinary. From a humble beginning to becoming a renowned brand, we owe it all to the vision and hard work of our fathers and dedication of the current generation. As we look forward to the future, we envision PowerX becoming a household name across India, offering not just eggs but a symbol of quality and health. Let us unite in pursuit of promoting supreme quality branded eggs by encouraging farmers to brand and market their products together. We can raise awareness and build a future where consumers appreciate the excellence that comes from our poultry industry. We've just taken you through an extraordinary journey. I would like to play another ad, please.
दया का ऐड है तो ये अंडा भी दरवाजा तोड़ेगा क्या? इतने सालों से हर रोज विदाउट फेल।
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav Bhosle. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a very important segment. It is time for the inauguration of Poultry India exhibition virtually. I request President IPMA, Mr. Uday Singh, to kindly come on stage. Can we put our hands together as I welcome Mr. Uday Singh on stage? So kindly take the proceedings forward.
Respected guests, welcome, madam. Our chief guest for the inauguration today, I kindly call upon you, Ms. Alka Upadhyay, our chief guest for Poultry India, Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Fisheries, Government of India, to please come on stage.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I want a louder round of applause as we invite Srimati Alka on stage.
We thank you, ma'am, for all your time. In spite of being your busy schedule, you have given us a great boosting. I call upon Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, guest of honor, Joint Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry, to please come on stage. Thank you, sir. I call upon Tarun Sridharji, a keynote speaker, to please join us on the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. P.K. Shukla Sahab to join us on the stage. I need the crowd here to give us the boosters, please. We need this because ma'am has come all the way I have been to ma'am's place. She is very busy and she has promised us she'll come down and she has come to us and we really thank this. I call upon Dr. KG Anandji to please come on stage. KG Anandji. KG Anandji is representing National Egg Coordination Committee here. I kindly request sir to come here. Then I call upon Sri Ranpal Dandaji, President of Poultry Federation of India. Sri Sirish Nigamji, President of Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies, INFA, to please come upon the stage and join us. Sri Suresh Diorasab, Chairman, CLIFMA of India. Sri Suresh Diorasab, please come on stage. I call upon our ESE member, Sri Ram Reddy Garu, to please come on stage. Sri Suresh Raidu Garu to join along with Ram Reddy sir. Sri Ajay Deshpande from Vets in Poultry, our VIP guest, please join us. Now we call upon the Federation's presidents here who are supporting our association IPEMA and to reach the stage here today. We respect them and we call upon Sri Naveen, President from Karnataka Poultry Farmer and President Association, the President from Karnataka Poultry Farmers, Mr. Naveen. He is newly appointed President. We congratulate you for that also, sir. Sri Madan Mohan Maiti Sahab, General Secretary, West Bengal Poultry Federation, to please come upon stage. Our senior member who has been from the day one supporting our Poultry India, we thank you for coming, sir. Sri Deba Biswal, President of All Orissa Poultry Federation. I'm sure if he's here, please join. I don't have intimation, but yeah. Then I call upon Sri Balwant Rana, President IPJA, to join us. Now I call upon the ex-president of IPEMA, Mr. Harish Garware, to join us. Sri Chakradharao Garu to join us, please, on the stage. Sri Balram Yadav ji, to please join us on stage. I call upon Anil Dumal Sahab to join us on stage. We have all our important dignitaries here, ma'am, who have been very supportive to us all these years. And now I give upon Mr. Anil Dumal to handle this.
Thank you, madam. I now request madam to inaugurate this function, this Poultry India exhibition virtually.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, can we all put our hands together as we inaugurate Poultry India exhibition virtually?
From Government of India side, as far as policy is concerned, we have two interventions. Number one, we have the National Livestock Mission, where we run small entrepreneurship programs also. And I would encourage the young, small farmers to take opportunity of this and put up their proposals for being expedited through the National Livestock Mission. That is one. Secondly, we have the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, where we give 3% interest subvention. That is for the more stable book value, जिनकी book value high है, those entrepreneurs and companies to participate and take opportunity of this. I was seeing the spectrum of utilization of the AHIDF. In fact, compared to Agriculture Infrastructure Development Fund or the Fisheries Infrastructure Development Fund, this ministry or this department has shown a remarkable progress and a very huge appetite. While 80% of our scheme beneficiaries are on the smaller, the medium scale farmers, but 20% beneficiaries are there who have taken who have got good financing, and they are the types of Chitles, they are Nestle, Pale, so on and so forth, and many, many such names who have taken advantage of this scheme. For people who are here, who sit in this room, I think this 3% interest subvention that exists in the form of AHIDF, there is a huge opportunity for all of you to post those projects and take it up as a challenge before. In fact, it is a challenge for us, and I continuously keep challenging our ministry officials that we must utilize each and every money. We must utilize whatever has been allocated to us, and I'm very happy. I would be very happy if any one of you approaches us for any clarification or even suggest some policy changes. I would be very happy for that. In fact, as I stand here today and as I said in the beginning, I'm not really an authority. I just wanted to understand a few things. And I'm also aware of some of the challenges. These challenges were also mentioned by Mr. Sridhar. How do we address these challenges is the main thing. I would just like to mention some of the challenges, and one challenge which is really looming large before us is on the feed component, the poultry feed component. We will have to look at alternates. We will have to look at solutions because ethanol is becoming a reality. Ethanol as a fuel is becoming reality for which our maize cultivation is going to be largely utilized. So what is it that can replace maize, or how is it that we can increase the area of maize? This is a very real-time challenge. We have also been talking about soya byproducts, which are an essential component over here. What do we do to make the soya prices lower? In fact, I think about a couple of years back or maybe last year, we did import some soya to stabilize the poultry feed prices. But as I stand over here, I would also like to mention your industry has to be more organized, has to be more demanding of policy changes, more suggestions that can come across to us so that we are able to take it up for necessary changes and amendments. I'd be very happy to do that. When I joined in April, I didn't know anything about milk. I did not know about the price monitoring mechanism, etc. But then the prices were going high. I quickly tried to analyze why are the milk prices going high. So 70% of the input cost in the dairying sector is because of feed and fodder. That is the main component. And then I got those prices and I saw that the prices were increasing. The industry did not demand so, but it was just a correlation thing that we did at the ministry. and we took certain measures which have today brought down the fodder prices. We made policy changes. We stopped export of wheat bran, the DORB, the de-oiled rice bran, which is an essential component of the cattle feed. That came in as a policy intervention, and let me tell you, the government as a whole, Mr. Modi talks about, our Prime Minister talks about the government as a whole approach. We were able to take this up in the interministerial committees. So I get back to the point over here that your major input cost is also feed. That is why I requested Mr. Shukla. I would just like to hear from so many of you who have gathered over here, how can we really meet out this challenge? Because this is something that we will have to do collectively. There has to be some innovation, there has to be some technology input that comes in from your side, and there has to be some policy brief that we need to understand and we need to implement. So that is my second point over here. On the export side, when I attended the first OHA conference in May of this year, and again I was very new, it was one of the, and I kept hearing from Saudi and a couple of other countries in the Middle East how they wanted eggs. And they wanted to import eggs from India. So I thought, well, we have a large egg production. What is the problem over there? Then I found out that we do not have disease-free compartments. There were only 2 disease-free compartments. As I understood, I also realized that, well, if we just have 2 disease-free compartments, we are not showcasing the country properly. And the first step has to be to have more and more of such compartments. WOHA was extremely helpful to us, and today as I stand over here, we have 28 disease-free compartments which have been declared by WOHA. They are on the website, which has given this country some strength, and 10 more are in progress. We recently had the Asia Pacific Region Conference of OHA, and I spoke with the DG, and I spoke with her, and I told her how we want these 10 also to move further. I would encourage all of you, with the good environmental practices that you have, with the good disease management systems that you all follow, to create more and more of these disease-free compartments so that we as a country are able to showcase our strength, and this particular impediment is out of the way, and we are able to export more eggs and more poultry. So this is something which is very doable, and I would request each of you to contribute to this. The third thing that I wanted to also speak about over here is which I have briefly spoken about, but the efforts in aggregation have to be kind of accelerated. And why I say accelerated and why there is a scope, I have worked with the National Rural Livelihood Mission. I know the strength of the self-help groups. I know the appetite of these women as entrepreneurs. They are all looking at just aggregation. In fact, 12 farmer producer companies have been set up on the dairy side. But on the poultry side, these farmer producer companies have not come through. It seems there is somewhat of a disconnect over there. A lot of you are also from the industry side as suppliers of equipments. And in the morning, Mr. Garware showed how they are probably building the world's biggest poultry project in Indonesia. There is a lot of capability and capacity amongst all of you. These new technologies should be demonstrated and showcased. I have my officers here from the ministry. I would also like that you run these central poultry units. They should be really state of the art. They should be very good, and we must try to demonstrate and showcase all of the components, all of the new equipments that have been already developed. There are certain patented items also, as I was told in the morning. We must move ahead in this direction. There may be many other challenges which I do not know of, but you and I as an industry have to work together. I would just like to mention when I was working in the infrastructure sector, all of a sudden there would be a large number of projects awarded and we would have very few contractors. We would do the contractors' engagements. We heard them. When the GST regime came, there was a lot of confusion, but there was a constant dialogue. So I mean, maybe the stakes are also high over there. There's this National Highway Contractors Association, I'm forgetting the exact name, but they are there. And they would constantly engage with us and ask us for policy changes. There were many issues which as government we should have thought of कि हाँ ये तो होना ही था, but we did not do those things. So again, while I thank you all profusely, I compliment each one of you profusely. I look forward to more deeper engagement, and moving to the first position in the world should not be a challenge for this country as far as production is concerned. But I pray and I urge all of you to also move the US way of capturing the market share. We need to have a solid strategy as a country to increase the market share. So thank you all once again.
Check. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we again put our hands together for ma'am? Our next speaker will shed light on the critical distinction between accurate and misleading information within the poultry industry. Fake news disguised as authentic reporting can significantly mislead audiences, and the poultry sector has been a victim of it. One notable instance was in the pandemic when false claims linking COVID to chickens were rampant. To guide us on safeguarding the industry and ourselves from the impact of misinformation, we have Mr. Govindraj Etiraj.
Govindraj Etiraj is a prominent Indian business journalist with an extensive career spanning over 25 years. A key figure in the world of business reporting, Mr. Etiraj has contributed significantly to leading media entities such as Bloomberg TV India, Business Standard, CNBC TV 18, and the Economic Times. A distinguished media executive and entrepreneur, Govindraj gained international recognition for his commitment towards public interest journalism. He has established India Spend and Fact Checker, ventures that leverage the power of data to tell compelling stories in domains like health and climate. He is also the founder of Boom, an independent journalism initiative that fights misinformation, explains critical issues, and helps to make the internet a safer space. Govindraj was named a 2018 McNulty Prize laureate, acknowledging his exceptional leadership with Boom, India Spend, and Fact Checker. He is a fellow of the inaugural class of Ananta Aspen India Leadership Initiative and the Aspen Global Leadership Network, and was awarded the prestigious 2014 BMW Responsible Leaders Awards. Continuing to leave an indelible mark in the media landscape, Govindraj remains an anchor for various shows in the business, economy, and financial markets across Indian broadcast television and digital platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Govindraj Etiraj.
Over to you, Mr. Etiraj.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Poultry Federation of India for inviting me on the 15th Poultry Knowledge Day. And I am told I have about 25 minutes. I do want to keep it on time and race through as fast because, to use the old cliche, I do stand in between you and lunch. So before I start, just a quick 30-second backgrounder on me. I'm basically been a financial journalist. I continue to be one. But fighting misinformation is a mission of sorts for me. I started focusing on this in about 2014-15, and then sort of stepped up with 16-17. The interesting thing that's happened in that period, which you may or may not have noticed, is that the fight against fake news sort of accompanies the growth of mobile phone penetration across the world, but also in countries like India. We've gone from, let's say, 100 million smartphones to about 750, 800 million smartphones today. Smartphones equals internet equals WhatsApp, and that, as you know, is the biggest distributor, end-to-end encrypted, of misinformation today, including, of course, in countries like India. So there are 4 or 5 things I want to focus on, and which sort of lays the ground. And I think it's useful that I've come in later and not earlier, because I think many of the speakers earlier have either showcased the issue or showed how they're responding to it in their own ways. I mean, there are people, there are companies who are obviously bringing this information, bringing the issue into their marketing campaigns, into their brand building campaigns, and therefore obviously addressing the issue at hand, which is the misinformation or the lack of information or lack of information integrity that exists in the marketplace. So I'm not going to focus so much on that. What I'll try and do is point out 3 or 4 things. One is that this is a larger problem. The problem is not just to do with misinformation around the poultry industry. It's to do with misinformation as a problem that's societal, that connects everything. So at Boom Live, and I'm going to go quickly into that, we talk about misinformation across areas. We are talking about communal, social, political, health, medicine, which may include something like poultry and food, and then finally maybe areas like finance and so on. So I'm going to show you a lot of slides, and I'm going to race through that because I just want to give you a sense of what's happening, and only to illustrate the point that you and me are victims on a continuous basis. When we open our WhatsApp messages or any other social platform that we consume or interact with, it's almost like a drip that's attached to your body. It's dripping all the time into your system, and then your mind is obviously getting influenced. So let me go. So we do a lot of things. We are amongst the first fact-checking, actually we are the first Indian fact-checking network. So this is how we verify something, okay? So we select something, we trace the source of claim that could be using technology, or it could be physically calling up someone. So if it was to do with poultry, let's say, we would track down someone, most likely who's sitting in this room, and ask you whether is it true that, eggs have this carcinogenic element, or is there some COVID element that's gone into eggs, which of course was a big thing those days. And we write a fact check, which we distribute. So, and I'm going to show you a lot of types of misinformation. But before I do that, on Sunday, as India was playing Australia, which we finally lost, unfortunately, but there was another interesting piece of information, and I won't use the word news, though many news organizations carried it, that started spreading. It said that India has become a $4 trillion economy. Did people here see it? Can you raise your hands? Yes. So that piece of information is complete fiction. Okay, it's fantasy, right? But the interesting thing was a lot of politicians spread it, which I'm obviously not surprised with. But a couple of people in business spread it, which actually shocked me. Because I say, to me, it's very clear as a financial journalist that, GDP is not something that is tracked on a real-time basis. GDP figures the last GDP figures are for 22-23 or the last quarter at best. And maybe you could sort of do some progressive, projection and say, oh, GDP is $4 trillion. But none of the people who at least some of the people who retweeted that clearly should have known that this was complete fiction, but they yet did it. So why do people do this? They do it because they believe in something that they like to believe. And that's really the essence of misinformation. Okay? That people spread things because they feel that it is true, not because their rational mind is even questioning it or telling them it's true. The newest phenomenon, of course, and I wanted to start with this slide, of course, is deep fakes, right? Where you will, and there's a lot of that happening, by the way. There are 5 elections going on or starting, including here. And it's fascinating and scary how deep fakes, the use of artificial intelligence is being used in misinformation. Okay, so I'm just going to race through stuff now, okay? So this is an instance of finance, okay, not, let's say, something else. This is where the whole problem started in a way, I mean, where it became clear that misinformation can kill people. We saw a lot of misinformation during COVID. There were two kinds of misinformation. It's interesting. The first was to do with the disease itself and people saying that, you could use cures which were anything from steam inhalation to Ayurvedic cures, none of which were true, none of which were medically certified or acknowledged. And to scams, which also is a reflection of the same problem, which is that people are believing things that they get online. We reach out a lot to police and law enforcement now because they are perhaps the best position to respond to these things. There's a lot of it, so please pay attention because misinformation is not just about a celebrity or something like that. Okay, so there are two, and I've put together slides or images from two kinds. Okay, stories that we've done plus stories that we've seen around the world. Now, and this obviously, and I'm trying to stitch it together by showing how this is a global problem. Misinformation flows freely across the world, particularly in areas where also the consumer or consumption is similar. So if people are consuming eggs, let's say in Western Europe, in the United States, in Australia, or somewhere else in South Asia, then the misinformation that could go with it could also flow into India and could flow out of India as it happens. And I was actually quite surprised that we have actually done more stories on this subject than I would have thought we did. So this is what happened. This obviously you know very well. Poultry farmers were actually killing chickens because of the news that they caused coronavirus, for which there was no medical or technical substantiation. So it's happening all over the world, as you can see. Not poultry, but connected. So the interesting thing that happened around COVID was, I talked about the disease, vaccine misinformation, that, if you take this vaccine, something's going to happen to you, also spread a lot. But the interesting thing is, and I have some reasons for it, but I'm not really getting into it, is that vaccine misinformation was not so much of a problem in India as it was in the Western world. So, either because our India's own vaccine program started rolling out so quickly, and then it was obviously a global standard of sorts because we vaccinated so many people, we used technology because of all of that, or maybe inherently we were sort of resistant to the fact that vaccines can kill, because maybe it goes back to history, the fact that we have adopted vaccines as young people, as children, and used it. So whatever the reason, vaccine misinformation was not a problem in India, but it was a much bigger problem in the West, and there was organized spreading of that. Again, this is a global story. So there is a reason why I'm trying to club this under health, or rather club it with health. And the reason is that because as you look around you, and this is one of the solutions, I know I've been positioned as someone who can help find solutions. I told the organizers the other day, there are no silver bullets because the problem is too deep, too wide, and too entrenched. And we have to address it at both the supply and the demand side, and I'm going to come to that. But like I said, as long as you understand that you're part of a larger problem, the solution also hopefully will follow. So there's nobody who curates anything, right? So someone can go put up a YouTube video saying something, and people will start believing because they feel like it's true. So here are some of the things that we've collected when it comes to health information, right? So one is monitoring. Let a professional tell you the facts, not the internet. Be transparent, cite your sources, the part of us. What is it? I mean, the previous speaker, your keynote speaker, Tarun Sridhar, spoke about why or how the industry body has not been doing enough to counter it. And it struck me too that, you know, I remember seeing the National Egg Coordination campaigns about eggs. And I know I'll be revealing my age, but I've also, I met with Dr. B.V. Rao in 2004. And perhaps most of you have not met him. And it's quite likely that most of you here have not met him. But I did, and I was actually interviewing him. I was obviously starting out in the profession. And I was asking questions to which I had obviously no clue, but he gave me the structure of the industry. And it was quite interesting even at that time that how the industry was structured and what the growth sort of prospects were and so on. But to come back to today, we have to tell people what this is about. And you have to do it in an organized way. So obviously some of the companies including who presented here earlier are incorporating knowledge building into their marketing, and or they're doing it obviously because there is a problem of growth or there is a problem of acceptance. But till the industry body does it in a more concerted way, and I'll dwell on that a little more, the problem is not going to get solved. This is how health misinformation is tackled. There are many such initiatives. So there are specific bodies created, so on. So this is what we do, as in you can send us, we have a WhatsApp helpline, and if you send us your forward, there's an automated response, but we are usually checking stuff that, I mean, with a couple of hours delay, and then post. And if we have an answer, or if we do a story or a report, then we post that. Okay. So here are the 3 or 4 things that I want to quickly dwell upon. One is, I think, the importance of understanding that there is a larger problem. There are 2 parts to any problem. There is demand and there's supply. I think the demand side is something that gets a little ignored, and I'll come to that in a moment. The supply side, all of this is happening because we are all spreading it to each other. So, you know, when people ask me, what do we do about misinformation? I said the first place you have to start is on your family groups. And attack your uncles and your aunties or your relatives or your friends who are spreading misinformation first. And when I say attack, I don't mean do it aggressively, but gently point out. And we've been saying it for the last couple of years, because if you're not able to convince people in your own groups without getting into a fight, I know fights can start and then it becomes unpleasant, but if you can't if you can't convince people in your own group, it's very unlikely that you'll convince people outside. The institutional response I've already talked about, but I'm going to spend a moment on that as well. On the demand side, I think it is important to work with younger and younger people. I think it's important to work on children because this is about critical thinking. This is about making people understand that you have to ask questions, that you cannot believe everything and anything that you see on the internet, and including, though I am a journalist, including in mainstream media. It's shameful that the 4 trillion story was and continues to be on several mainstream media sites even right now, with some vague sort of questioning and all that, when clearly those mainstream media organizations should have been saying that this is wrong or not carried it at all to start with. So I think it's important to think critically or teach critical thinking or impart critical thinking to younger people or younger children. And that's the only place you can start. If you start today, and people have started already, in 5 or 6 years, we can see the difference. On the supply side, the biggest problem are the platforms. There is no other this thing. There's Google, there's YouTube, there's Facebook, there are a bunch of Indian platforms, there is WhatsApp, of course, there's Instagram, and misinformation, despite everyone's efforts, spreads very fast. The thing that has changed is velocity. And velocity adds veracity, because at the speed at which it goes, you start to believe it. Oh, 100 people have seen it. Oh, thousands of people are circulating it. It must be true. So you have to the extent that you can, you have to attack that. So my recommendation is that try and work with the platforms. Go to Google. I mean, I can at least do some introductions if people are interested here, and talk to them, like the health industry has been doing. Google, in turn, is working with, let's say, hospitals, doctors in the US, in India as well, to create knowledge banks. What they're trying to do is say, okay, we cannot address misinformation in entirety, but let's build knowledge bank and train our algorithms to take you to those knowledge banks when you start searching for something. if you start searching for, let's say, cancer or even a COVID in Hyderabad, chances are that on Google you'll see results relating to either a cancer hospital in Hyderabad or a doctor who treats cancer, or let's say a video which talks about a particular type of cancer, but possibly from Hyderabad or somewhere in India. Okay, so this is what the Google or the platforms are doing, at least the good part of it, to try and address this problem. And I think I would strongly recommend that you work with them. The next part is to really find your partners. Like I said, and this is why I highlighted it in the beginning, this is not your problem alone. This is a poultry industry problem, this is a food industry problem, health industry problem, political problem, and a medical industry problem as well. So if you can somehow figure out how you can join forces, then you will be working on solutions which I'm sure you can come up with on the supply side. And the extension of that is really who could you work with? And these are just sort of almost random suggestions. I saw that one of the presentations talked about working with influencers. Influencers is tricky territory. Some of it can work, some of it can work against you. You have to be very careful, particularly at this point. But it is a fact that influencers today have combined reach or a likely reach and the ability to influence, which is why they call that, to many more people than traditional advertising would. So could you work with chefs, for example, as a category who talk about eggs in a knowledge building sense? Could you work with others, let's say health people who talk about it in an indirect way, because maybe they have the supplemental, let's say, or the nutritional aspects of eggs. And of course, all of this in the digital context, which again has been touched upon by previous speakers, so I'm not going to get into it. So the strategy has to look at two things. One is responding to the problem of misinformation, and the second is to focus on the growth aspect, because finally you want to build your industry and you want to make it bigger. I track inflation numbers a lot, and one of the things that I was asking someone very recently is that, while we saw huge inflation spikes in food, tomatoes went up to 300 rupees a kilo in September and then crashed to 10 rupees. Farmers were dumping it on streets. Very little or almost nothing happened to the broilers and eggs, if I remember correctly. Broilers for sure, because you can see it in the inflation breakup. And the question is why? I mean, why are food prices rising so dramatically, which of course now they've come down, whereas broilers are not? So obviously the answer is demand. I mean, demand is not rising so much. So why is it not rising? And is all of this partly the reason? Maybe it is. So demand and supply are two critical parts, and both. Let me show you a last video if this works. So this is something my colleagues put together. Is it working? Okay, I think it's jammed. Okay, I'm reaching the end of my presentation in any case. Okay, it's jammed. So the point was essentially identifying misinformation. These are a couple of young colleagues of mine who put together this video. And the whole idea was to highlight this, that, involve young people, get them interested, go younger, to focus on the demand side. On the supply side, I've already laid out everything. Okay, here it is. Just 43 seconds, and then I end.
Myth. Fact checking is for journalists. No, fact checking is for everyone who consumes information, because then you are at the risk of consuming misinformation too. Myth. Only professional fact checkers can debunk fake news. No, you can do it too. First, check for the source of information. Second, has the message been forwarded too many times? That raises a red flag. Third, is the message too good to be true or too bad to be true? Fourth, follow Boom's WhatsApp channel for verified information in real time. Search for Boom Fact Check.
Okay, so just to close, I think it's a battle that we all have to fight. Like I said, you have to start in your family WhatsApp groups. I think Mr. Sridhar mentioned it in the morning as well, that you have to attack it. There is no choice. But yes, don't get unpleasant, because I know all of us get emotional on WhatsApp groups on a bunch of issues, including, of course, politics. But understand always that the problem of misinformation is a larger one, and you have to find allies, and you have to work with people, and that way, hopefully, you will achieve the success that you truly deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such a thought-provoking talk, Mr. Itiraj. You have certainly made us think about how we get our information. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have another felicitation ceremony for which I'd like to invite President IPEMA, Mr. Uday Singh, to kindly come on stage. I'd like to take this moment and invite all our speakers, Mr. Debaraj Das. A round of applause. Mr. Samrendra Mishra, Mr. Gaurav Bhosle, and Mr. Govindraj Atiraj.
I would request Mr. Srikanth, our IPEMA treasurer, to please come on stage and facilitate our speaker here. First follow. I would now request our secretary, Mr. Natarajan of IPEMA, to please come on stage and facilitate our speaker, please. I would request Mr. Vinit from our executive committee to come on stage. I would also request Mr. Sirish Dupeshwar, our ex-secretary of IPEMA, to please come on stage. I would
Requesting all of you to kindly come together for a group picture. Yes, can we again put our hands together for all our speakers? Thank you, gentlemen. Kindly take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a 60-minute break for lunch. We have more interesting discussions lined up on the other side of lunch. So see you all in an hour. Thank you. Everyone, I would really appreciate a response. Good afternoon, everyone. If you reply to me, if you respond, that's when I'll know that you guys are not asleep. Shall we try this again? Good afternoon. Okay, थोड़ी energy आई वहां से पीछे से, but आगे यहाँ पे everyone here. Good afternoon. I think all these lights should be on and focus should be on everybody here. Good afternoon. Or early 1994 at Leela Hotel in Mumbai for an article for Business World magazine. He regrets the slip of tongue but feels important to point out as this is exactly how misinformation spreads. So that was a message for all of us from our previous speaker, Mr. Govind Raj. Moving forward, poultry stands as a thriving cornerstone of India's rapidly advancing agricultural sector. With an impressive growth trajectory, the poultry in India is expanding at an unprecedented pace. To tell us more about the future of Indian poultry sector, we have Mr. Balram Singh Yadav, Managing Director, Godrej Agrovet, Mr. K.G. Anand, and Mr. Harish Garware. Can we please have the three of you on stage? And this talk will be moderated by the Chairman of Knowledge Day, Dr. P.K. Shukla. A round of applause for our moderator.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure that in the morning we had few of the speakers as well our Honorable Secretary presenting a view of Government of India in support of poultry industry. Now it's a turn to know about the industry and its challenges from a stalwart of our poultry industry. We are going to discuss few of the challenges and possibly their remedial measures from our experts. So I am having three experts with me, as already announced, Mr. Balaram Yadav, Shri K.G. Anandji, and Mr. Harish Garware. So let me come to Mr. Balaram Yadav first. What are your thoughts on role of Indian poultry sector in wealth creation, which of course has been pointed out by Secretary?
So I think the Indian poultry industry has had a stellar performance, and I have presented a chart in several of my presentations that while other agri outputs have grown 1.3 times, 1.5 times in last 20 years, milk has doubled, eggs have tripled, and poultry has become 5 times. It has come with its own challenges, but I must compliment the industry that it has grown at breakneck speed with all the challenges and with improved efficiency, improved outputs, improved everything else except return on your investments. So I think one of the big opportunity this industry has, I must tell you that there was a RBI report from 2006 to 2010, I think, which said that maximum job creation in rural India was done by poultry. So poultry is definitely one of the big drivers of rural income, rural livelihood, as Honorable Secretary said. But I must tell you a good news that my sense is the kind of growth you have in 7 to 8 years, poultry industry at constant prices will double from where we are now. And I was telling a friend here that I may be wrong by a year or two. How many of you will be sitting and enjoying Poultry India debates is something which you will have to decide, because extreme efficiency will be required in such a volatile atmosphere. I must tell you that agri GDP today is about um, animal agriculture GDP is about 1/3 of agri GDP. It will be at least 50% of agri GDP in 7 to 8 years' time. And again, I'll be wrong by 1 or 2 years. I see a bright future. I see great opportunity. I see all of us can really tap this opportunity. I don't see any great multinationals coming and taking over this industry. It will be domestic players who will become big. The only thing which I wanted to warn is that it should not become a oligopoly. The wealth should not be concentrated in few hands. It should be evenly distributed between farmers, small players, big players, and practitioners of poultry.
Thank you so much for your outlook. Indeed, it's a wealth creation not only in terms of finances, but also in terms of health. So that way, the entire country is going to benefit it. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Coming to Mr. KG Anand, what is your outlook for poultry sector in short term, in medium term, and in long term?
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. When we talk about the prospects short term, it's very difficult to predict. As Balram just said, in 7 years' time, it will double. That will definitely happen. But in the short term, whether the prices will go down, whether there will be price challenges, such things are difficult to predict because it is situational. But those who are in poultry industry now, they're all, I think, evolving, consolidated, and looking in terms of long term. I don't think we should look in terms of what happens for the next week of next 6 months or anything. People are putting investments. People are wanting to grow. They're looking in terms of 5 years and 10 years time frame. So such fluctuations in prices, either in terms of output or in terms of input, is likely to happen. But that should not deter people, especially people who are putting huge investment in this sector and looking in terms of future, having brought in the younger generation. They should not worry in terms of short term. They should only look in terms of long term. Yes, in short term, there will be some measure taken by industry because we have experience of the past whenever there was an issue which needed some correction, we all came together, did the correction. But we are in a commodity, 95% of it, which is in met market. As a result, even you have 5% surplus, you have huge fluctuations in terms of prices. Similarly, if you look at in terms of creating that shortages, then you get that opportunity maybe which happened in this year for the last 4-5 months, good prices for the industry. So industry is matured, and I'm sure all the people will come together if need be. Then on a long-term basis, definitely the prospects are good for the entrepreneurs. In short term, yes, we should not worry too much on the short term, 3 months, 6 months. This is all part of our business. But be rest assured, people who have got involvement, interest to do long term, they will definitely get their due return and the growth will happen.
Thank you so much. Coming to Mr. Harish, and again continuing with the wealth, and this time waste to wealth. Mr. Harish, can you elaborate how poultry waste can be converted into wealth? What is your concept of it?
First of all, I would like to tell every farmer that if you really want to grow, and as both the speakers said, that we have tremendous scope in this industry, and if we have to grow, we have to first process our manure. Only then your business is going to become sustainable. And if your business is sustainable, you can talk about growth. Now, what can be done is always a very simple question. What can be done? It can be processed. Which methods are there? I'll tell you which are the methods you can use it. But one thing you have to always think that you have manure is nothing but gold. You have a source of biomass. Can you imagine you have a source of biomass which you are producing every day, and if you say that you are not able to consume it and use it and sell it, then something is wrong. Something is wrong somewhere. And I tell you, before telling you how to do it, I tell you why and where things are going wrong. The things are going wrong when a farmer comes to me and he says, "Sir, ये साल और एक शेड लगा रहे हैं. We would like to expand." But मैं उनको पूछता हूँ कि भाई पहले प्रोसेसिंग पे पैसे लगाओ. तो मेरे पास आने के पहले जो 3 शेड किए उसका प्रोसेसिंग का क्या किया? I mean, I always try to tell farmer that first you do that, then you can talk about expanding as much as you want. You should know that business. That is how you have to go about this business. Now, coming to the process, it is absolutely proven worldwide. I mean, it is nothing a science. There are only 3 processes which you can do to treat the manure. The first process is the drying. I mean, if you dry the manure, I mean, you stop the putrefaction or, decomposing. So once you dry it and pelletize it, that manure can be used as a fuel, or it can be added in furnace. Whoever is having furnace, it can be used as fuel. Or that particular dry manure, if it is put inside the soil, not above the soil, again keep in mind, inside the soil, about a feet below, it becomes a very good fertilizer. It will start releasing nitrogen slowly and steadily. Not unlike the fertilizer we use, you give it and it it gets the dose in that particular day. But that's not what the plant needs. Plant needs a real slow release of nitrogen, which is possible, and poultry manure is very rich in nitrogen, and you can do that. But this drying process is the most expensive process. So this, we can always talk about it at a later date, but the easiest and the best process I suggest is composting. And composting can be done even without a single rupee investment in any machines. You can just store the manure in a building, protect it from the rains, and maybe after 1 month, or you can do, you have to just turn it around, you have to allow the air. It's very simple, it is aerobic process. I mean, there are bacteria are going to eat it. Once they eat everything, it is decomposed. What is decomposed? Decomposed is nothing but that biomass, somebody has to eat it. Who's going to eat it? The aerobic bacteria are going to eat it. So what you need to do it, you have to just properly turn it periodically. And to expedite this process, what you need to add is carbon, biodegradable carbon. Any leaf, anything, garden waste, tree waste, anything, or any other waste which is, vegetable waste, you add it, and that is also hardly 20% is required. Now, if you have volumes, you can always add machines. And there are various kinds of machines. You can go vertical nowadays, and in a vertical, just like at this size, you can process 10,000 kilos per day or 10 tons per day. Just a vertical composting. So there are many methods, if you put money in that, are available. So composting is one thing which all the farmers should start. And the third thing, if your manure is really wet, like you have a breeding farm, then I would suggest to go for biogas. Otherwise, there is no point in going for biogas because we always have a dry manure and there is no point in making it wet and then again producing biogas because then you have to again process the slurry. And one more thing, I mean, the experts are here, they will tell you, or you all are the expert. I always tell people, if your manure is dry, if you see as a small lump and there is white on it, you have already made money. And that is where it should start. If you get your manure, which is, you are losing money. So first process is management. You have a dry manure, and after that, you can do composting, which is the easiest way, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a elaborative information. Now, in the world, everybody is talking about the sustainability and sustainability goal, and same is applicable to our poultry sector also. Mr. Balram, what do you think? What are the challenges for in the future for the poultry for a sustainable development in our country? What are the key challenges?
So I think sustainability is a word which has been used for almost all sectors now. For us, I think sustainability is also apart from wealth from waste, is also less use of or no use of antibiotics, improve technologies to get rid of other issues, but not particularly in poultry, but in other animals also, because 300 million of cows and buffaloes are there, and about 5 to 10% would be dying every year. So I'm saying that there is a big sustainability issue as far as disposal is concerned. So I think that we have been addressing it in our own rural ways. But as Mr. Garware said, that now science and technology has to take over. Not only the future has to be sustainable, because we owe it to the planet that we leave it better than what we inherited it, but also it will help us making the business scalable. If you can get rid of 10 tons of manure, you can also get rid of 100 tons of manure. So point is, getting rid of 10 tons manure is the first step towards getting rid of 100 tons. And I must say that there is so much of discussion on future. My sense is that the future of this industry depends on productivity. I think everything and anything which we are doing will have to be relooked at and looked at from technology point of view, either indigenous or imported. And we make sure that we don't lose any money to inefficiencies, any money which can be earned through initiatives like manure sales, etc. So my sense is that influx of technology in this industry is most important, and that will help in sustainability, scalability, and consistent profitability. So we should not ignore this. Now, I would say that we have the opportunity of using some of our CSR funds in these initiatives, and which probably can be put best use to in a way that it benefits the society as well as us. So I think that there are technologies available. West is way ahead of us in all these things, and we should keep on looking at these technologies, these initiatives, and learn from them and implement it locally. One thing I must tell you is that as the consumer, the governments are becoming more and more aware of the issues, they will tighten controls on us more and more in time to come, because we are also part of the food chain and we are a risk to the population. So always remember that more and more legislations, more and more controls, more and more regulatory oversight will come on our industry and our businesses also. So better be prepared for that.
Thank you so much for that elaboration. Indeed, it is very important nowadays. If we want to keep the pace of growth with the present context, we need to go with that. Yes, coming to Mr. Anand, earlier we discussed about the short term, medium term, and long term interventions in the poultry sector, wherein beautifully you have described the supply demand matrix also, and then volatility of the prices of poultry or poultry products. In the morning itself, Madam Secretary told about this, but what we foresee, where we need government interventions for making all these stable for a sustainable growth.
Good question. If you look at in terms of the big cost for the industry is basically the feed prices. And our production in terms of corn has been stagnant somewhere at about 31, 32 million tons, while the poultry is consuming almost about 16 to 17 million tons of corn. And the growth that is happening today, about 5 to 7%, means another 1 million tons extra is required every year.
Little close the mic. Yeah.
So from the current consumption levels, we need every year additional 1 million tons. Add to this, the starch industry is doing well, the export is doing well, and the ethanol, in terms of corn diversion to ethanol. These three are going to be the challenging, and in future, all these competing segments is going to take the prices up and up. If in case Indian poultry has to grow in leaps and bounds, and you want to tap the world export market, then you also have to have a level playing field. If you have to have a level playing field, with the corn prices currently at about 24 and likely to go up every year by about 10%. Similarly, soya prices currently somewhere at about 50, which is likely to go up every year. The cost of production is obviously going to be much higher compared to the other countries which are exporting like Brazil and others, Brazil, Argentina. There, corn is available somewhere at about $200 nearby. So with that price, if you have to compete, you probably will produce only to domestic market, you will not be able to export it out. If government would like industry to take up, especially Madam Secretary was talking about the dollar revenue, then we have to ensure there is a level playing field, and at least for the end user, we should permit for importing corn and soya whenever there is an opportunity. And similarly, government should put all efforts to ensure that the availability of corn is higher. At least minimum of every year, bring in more corn under irrigated, probably allow GM. All these factors should be considered, and we should ensure that the domestic poultry industry, domestic animal feed industry is provided with sufficient ingredients. If this happens, then our cost of production may not go up at a very high level, and probably we'll be able to compete. This is one big challenge we have to do it. Adding to what Balram just now said, efficiency in terms of productivity also is, every year the genetic progress is so much. When I joined the industry, we were talking something like 280x, and today we're talking something about 335x in 52 weeks of lay. But there are a lot of farmers still getting something less than 300, happy with 285, 290. It's very difficult for them to face the competition at a later date. Similarly, if you look at broilers, we were looking at 1.6 body weight and about 2.4, 2.5 FCR. Now we are talking in terms of getting 2 kilo body weight at 32, 33 days and getting an FCR of 1.35, 1.4. We cannot feel that this is not achievable, and certain section, if in case remain backward, then the efficiency will not be there, the cost of production will not come down, they will not be able to compete. So production efficiency is very critical. Add to that in terms of requirement of working capital, because there is no farmer who would be stocking his requirement in the proper price, because you're purchasing it, let's say in October, November at 24 May. In February, I can tell you right now it's going to touch something like 27. If in case you are hand to mouth at this stage, then obviously your cost of production is going to shoot up. So having enough working capital is very important, especially for the big farmers and for the corporate. The commodity finance is available. So you should plan to have enough working capital so that you have your raw material purchase in time. Then the final thing would be in terms of value addition. Because if in case in our own limited way we can do some value addition, then probably we can mitigate the crisis if in case it comes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just one more question to this. In fact, we have very categorically said that feed prices are going high because of either high rise in prices of corn or soya. And always corn remains a mystery in this country, because off and on, either in the estimate or at a consumption level. But see, we cannot think of, whether we cannot think of a corresponding increase in our prices of product. So far, maize and soya prices are increased. Why are corresponding prices of poultry and poultry product are not increasing? Because you are handling one of the largest operations in this country. I would like to know about this.
If you look at over the years, poultry production has come in few concentrated pockets, while consumption is all over the country. Even today, there are some pockets which are producing as Madam Secretary in the morning said, almost about 50, I mean, Mr. Sridhar said, almost 50% of the production comes only from 3 states. But consumption is there all over the country. It means they have to transport these eggs to far off distances. Over the last few years, the different state governments have been encouraging poultry to come up, and poultry has come up in UP, Bihar, and other states. Obviously, the eggs which are produced in South, earlier which was catering to these markets, now competing with the local production over there. As a result, this competition, maybe the traders have an upper hand, or maybe the coordination still is not to the extent of getting the prices up, but we do have this price friction. And also, and done, we are in a wet market. When you have 95% of wet market and the farmers have a problem in terms of selling the produce on a daily basis, it's very difficult to ensure a price discipline. I mean, it's very easy to say, have NECP price, declare, stick to that price, farmers should not sell. But in reality, for him to meet day-to-day needs, making payments to the suppliers, he has to sell the produce, and that's where the problem will start. The only solution, the wet market has to convert over a period of time, but that's a long process.
Yeah, I think it is happening now. It has started happening with the induction of FSSAI. So coming to Mr. Harish, indeed, nowadays everybody is concerned about environment, and everybody considers that poultry is contributing a lot of environment pollution. What is your view on this? When we are looking in the era of urbanization, how this environmental pollution can be reduced? So far, poultry production in our country is concerned.
Urbanization is certainly a problem. And poultry, as far as I am concerned, even if you have certain processing, is or will generate some smell. So the best thing is to have poultry away from the urban areas. But now, one thing as a farmer, you have look at it, or how as an engineer we look at it. If you ask an engineer, I mean, is anything possible? He says, yes, it can be engineered. It can be done. So if you tell him that I want to move the earth, he said, give me space, give me place to stand in the space, and I will move the earth. So what you really need, you can do everything, you need space. So when it is urbanization is happening, it is, I mean, this is not happening in a day or two. It is happening over a period. You are watching, you can see, you know what's happening in your area. So you have to prepare for the new space much earlier, maybe 5 years before, 6 years before. And that is what you have to do it. And you have to shift. You have to take this as an opportunity that whatever you have done a farm which was 20 years old, 30 years old, now you have to anyway change it. And you have to adopt the right technology. So you have to timely take steps.
Yes.
And the first step I would say is buying the land, because buying a land and taking all the permission itself is 2-3 years job, which you have to do it, you have to pre-plan. For every poultry farmer, it is not like earlier days, because as Balramji said, the government is going to tighten each and every norms. So you have to have all kind of permissions. So you have to buy land, you have to get all the permissions, you have to be ready, and then you have to transfer. So this is how you have to prepare, and you have to do it. And as I earlier said, you have to process your manure. You should not be at any given time nuisance to your neighbor. No business can survive or is not sustainable if you are doing something wrong and your neighbors are complaining.
Yeah. Thank you. Indeed, now it's a time when we should optimize our resources. In fact, there is a lot of pressure on our resources. I think we are having 5 minutes. So we'll have a quick round and just a comment from our expert panel. What is the emerging trend of consumer so far poultry and poultry product are concerned? Mr. Balram.
So I will digress. That will be the second question I will answer. The first question is, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't address all the business leaders sitting here. Madam Secretary talked about market share. I work in Godrej, which is a consumer product giant, we always talk in market share. Let me throw some math at you. According to us, at nominal prices or today's prices, animal agriculture is about 12 lakh crores. Almost 8.5, 9 lakh crore is dairy. It is growing at 4.5% per annum. At today's prices, it is going to add 50,000 crores every year for 10, 15, 20 years. Now, we can get 10,000 crores out of that or 25,000 crores out of those 50,000 crores. The consumer is not saying no. It is our ability which is the problem. So first question, other question you asked is about what government can do and what we can do. We can do a lot and we are doing a lot, but not the focus is different, which I'll come to later. I think the regulatory environment should be proactive rather than reactive. We will have patches of undersupply and oversupply of raw material. I am saying that we had a shortage of pulses, 2 years of high prices. Our farmers made sure that we are self-sufficient. Next year, production of corn will be 38, 39 million tons, I am telling you, because farmer is making money. So you will never be importing forever. The only thing is when the price goes up, you regulate it for some time, but the farmers will make sure at that higher price they produce more. So that is one thing. Second thing is technologies are a must. Whether it is vaccine feed, additive, equipment, etc., we will have to depend on West, their research, their development, their resources. The only thing is I am a great votary of Make in India. You allow these things, do the risk analysis fast, do all your procedures fast so that industry does not suffer because of disease incidences, etc. Get that product with a sunset clause that 5 years later you have to make it here, otherwise you are out. Immediately local partnership will emerge, local companies will also form partnership with global giants, etc. and do it here. So I think this is the regulatory, support we need is very quick introduction of new technologies and everything, and with a sunset clause that 5 years, 3 years, 7 years later, whatever the gestation period is, you know better than I do, is that you cannot import it anymore, you'll have to make it here. The third thing you asked me about consumer. Now, consumer is waiting. Consumer is waiting for what is your offering to them. Are they eating more processed chicken than they were eating last year? The answer is yes. They will continue. The poultry may grow 7-8%. The processing is growing 12-13%. In each time, we see list of plants is going longer and longer. Even if the consumer is not consuming your chicken directly, it is consuming through quick service restaurants like McDonald's, KFC, etc. This trend will continue. The problem is to grow, you have to be profitable. You need capital to invest in technology. You cannot access public markets क्योंकि तुम्हें अपना ही पता नहीं है profit होगा कि नहीं होगा. Problem is that we are accessing the worst capital in the market for our growth, which is supplier's credit, which is the highest rate of interest we pay, 18 to 24%, when banks can give you at 8-9%, 10%, and if you access capital markets, you can get free equity. So point is, for God's sake, do whatever you want. All of you are under this roof. Make sure that you have 7-8 profit months and 2-3 loss months, rather than vice versa, which is the fact here. Consumer is engaging with everything. They are engaging with direct to home. They are engaging with value added. They are engaging with processed chicken. They are engaging with out of home consumption. They are engaging with plant-based meats. They will take up whatever offering you have. The only thing is to reach them, to make it available, to make it top quality, to be globally competitive. You got to be rich first.
Thank you so much. Yes, we do agree that technology infusion is very much required. At the same time, we need to gear up our system for exploitation of the genetic potential to the maximum. Yeah, a quick question to Mr. Anand also. How to control the fluctuating prices?
So fluctuating prices can be controlled only if in case the producers get involved more and more into marketing. Yes, there is a wet market, but I feel that the farmers feel their job is only to produce and hope that they get the right prices. That doesn't happen. You look at any other industry, the producer get involved into marketing. That's where you have to get that 1 rupee or 1% more. So I think especially if I look at the layer segment where the egg prices fluctuate a lot, because in broilers, at least there's some amount of consolidation, some big players are there and the big players are coming together and at times they're meeting and then getting the prices up. In layers, probably that is not happening. And if in case farmers get involved more and more and they have the coordination among the producing zones, I'm sure it should be possible. I expect the coming 3-4 months should do well. And if in case we get the baseline up, the main problem is that the consumer has no problem in consuming eggs at any rate. You say 7 rupees, 8 rupees, 10 rupees, is happy to eat it. But the in between the channel is the one which is blocking basically on the sentiment part of it. That we have to take it out. If we can get the prices up, and let's say in the winter months or something like 7 rupees or 8 rupees, automatically the summer prices will maintain somewhere at 454. So that's where we have to try and to see that an average for the year, he gets something like 550 for him to be viable.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A quick comment from Mr. Harish. Indeed, we believe in mechanization to improve the efficiency of production, but it is capital intensive, and people often on faces a problem as it is capital intensive. How to solve with this problem?
See, I look at it in a very different angle. At the moment, if I look at the broiler farming, I can tell you neither the broiler farmer is happy or neither the integrator is happy. Now, there is no business where both are not happy. It cannot happen, because there is always a business where one is not happy, the other is happy, because somebody has to lose, somebody has to make money. If there is a business where both are losing, which means somebody else is making money. And people have been talking about somebody else is a trader. No. Market, no. That is what he has been talking, or both have been talking about, is efficiency. Today, in India, we are considering 8 to 9%, 10% as a normal mortality. We show that our FCRs are 1.3, 1.4, 1.6. But if you take overall mortality is very high. That mortality means what? You are talking about 8, 10% of your turnover. Now that is where the money is going. Where is not the money? So if you talk about that money, capital is nothing. That all you can repay, I can give you a farm which can repay in 3 years or 4 years. Now if anything can be paid back in 3-4 years, why not? And I think people have started realizing that. And in a broiler business, which is the 90% of our business, broiler is almost 90% of our business, and where we are every day losing money. And people has to only understand one thing, what a broiler farmer is doing, a contract farmer. He is, I mean, custodian of your bird, that is right, and he is looking after your bird is right. But what he has to do is, there is a broiler growing is nothing, but it is an exothermic and an endothermic process. You need to give heat and you have to take out heat. These are the only two things. The rest, these people are there. They know genetically what to do, what kind of vaccine, what kind of medicine, what kind of feed. That is their job. The farmer has to only provide the required environment. That's all his job is, and to feed them timely. And if he is able to do it, for everybody it is a win-win situation. Today, I can tell you, I have seen worldwide, 40 rupees, 50 rupees is per kg the farmer is making. And the contract farmer, they are able to pay also. In India today, we have come up to, I don't know how much, but maybe at least we are paying 15 rupees, or it is going, or 20 rupees per bird or more, the farmer is getting. And I tell you one thing, one more very important thing. I am doing one experimental farm. Now in broiler farming, the only input cost, what is the input cost in broiler farming? One is power, and second is rice husk. These two and his labor. If you remove these two costs, power and rice husk, the only cost remains is labor. And I am doing a farm which will have no power, zero power requirement, and no rice husk or no bedding requirement. And one person can look after 25,000-30,000 birds. So you talk about a good farm, you talk about sustainability, and this is where the money lies, and this is where the future lies.
Thank you so much. Definitely, it is a good concept to have a net zero building. If we'll have that, I think it's a commendable job. Commendable job in terms of poultry production and its efficiency. Thank you very much. It was very wonderful talking to you. What we can conclude, we do have a lot more challenges nowadays. So far, poultry production is concerned, its management is concerned, its efficiency is concerned, and taking into consideration the marketing challenges and also realizing the prices in terms of profitability. All these challenges we need to see. But since last 4 decades, I have observed this wonderful bird, which often on has a setback, but bounce back with double strength. So hats off to the poultry industry and the caretakers, those who are taking care of this industry. Thank you, Mr. Balram, Mr. KG Anand, Mr. Harish Garware to be with us in discussing this important panel discussion. Thank you so much. Looking forward for a great collaboration of industry with the government and having a very congenial, as already Mr. Harish said, for growth and for optimum performance, a congenial environment is very important. And this is what we are looking for while having a collaboration of industry with the government. Always congenial environment in terms of making and framing the policies, always customizing it according to the requirement of our industry. I think we have a long way to go. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. Yeah, you want to have a quick comment?
Last joke.
Yeah.
I think we talk about industry-government collaboration. I think time has come for industry-industry collaboration also. Let us talk to each other more.
Yeah, thank you so much.
A round of applause, everyone. What an interesting discussion that was. Thank you so much for engaging the audience in such an insightful conversation. A round of applause for our experts and our moderator. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, our volunteers are coming around to collect your feedback forms and questionnaires. So make sure that you submit your feedback forms and questionnaires because like I mentioned earlier, these are the gifts for you guys. We are going to keep a lucky draw contest where with your feedback forms, there's an attached lucky draw coupon. And with that, we are going to pick a lucky draw winner by the end of this. Moving forward, as we all know, modern feed farming is critical in poultry production as it directly impacts the health and productivity of birds. Ensuring a balanced and nutritional rich feed for poultry is essential for optimal growth, egg production, and overall bird health. To tell us more about the do's and don'ts of modern feed farming, we have Mr. Jonathan Ratcliffe. Can we all put our hands together and welcome Mr. Jonathan, everyone?
John Ratcliffe graduated from Reading University in 1981 and started his professional journey by joining JBB Agriculture, which later became Associated British Nutrition, as a nutritionist. At JBB, Ratcliffe rose to the positions of General Manager and Commercial Manager. There, he was entrusted with the responsibility of 4 feed mills, collectively producing 450,000 tons annually. In 1996, Ratcliffe ventured out to establish his own consultancy firm, Food and Agriculture Consultancy Services, specializing in nutritional services and HACCP-based food safety programs. His firm played a pivotal role in aiding numerous integrated companies in Thailand to establish themselves and secure approvals for exporting to Europe. Ratcliffe's expertise in food safety and feed mill processing made him a recognized authority, drawing clients from Europe, Southeast Asia, and South America. For more than 2 decades, Ratcliffe has also been a consultant for Tesco, a leading UK supermarket, providing insights into animal feed and conducting audits on animal feed mills and supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Poultry India Committee, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be invited to be a guest speaker this afternoon and to address you on the 15th Poultry Knowledge Day. Now, in my 65 years thus far, I've been blessed by being amongst some of the best imparters of knowledge, both in terms of poultry nutrition, poultry farming, and feed milling. So hopefully what I've learned, I'm going to impart some of that to you today. The difference now, however, technology and advances in AI are accelerating the rate of learning rapidly. And that presents wonderful opportunities, but also challenges. Challenges particularly for those that get left behind. And one of the themes of what I want to present today is how everybody can embrace what technology offers to improve your efficiency and production process. The title is Do's and Don'ts of Feed Milling, and I've decided I would try to walk through the process and give you some do's and don'ts from each of the relevant sections of the feed mill process. However, you will realize trying to do that in 30 minutes is probably as challenging as trying to explain the rules of cricket in 30 minutes. So I will try not to go too fast, but highlight what I think are the key points at each of the process steps. Starting with designs and upgrades, because a lot of the issues that we see result from poor design and poor planning, whether that's for new builds or extensions of existing lines. So make sure that when you're designing, you are calculating the correct capacity, not just for today, but for the next 5, 10, 15 years. Otherwise, at a short period of time, you identify bottlenecks which could easily have been sorted in the design phase. So factoring in future expansion, what is your sales forecast? If you don't have an accurate sales forecast, how can you plan what your requirement is going to be for the future? And make sure you select the most appropriate equipment and suppliers for the job. Consider energy efficiency, sustainability, and of course the after sales and support and service levels that you're going to receive. Do not accept turnkey designs that have not been independently checked. This is very important. Turnkeys are very good, but if they don't address exactly what you need, you're going to pay for that problem later down the line. Don't invest just based on cost. You may save in the short term, surely, but not in the long term. And do not commit to any major investment without the necessary level of expertise calculating ROI based on CapEx and OpEx. So do the maths, in other words, to make sure that the project actually makes sense. You have to decide, is it going to be pre-grind or post-grind? There are clearly benefits of each process. But again, I've seen situations where a company has gone down one particular route of design, maybe pre-grind, only to find that they would have been more suited to a post-grind situation, and vice versa. Oh, sorry. Formulations are key. I'm sure we got some nutritionists in the audience today. You don't know how much problems you create, and I know because I'm a nutritionist as well. So one of the things that we always say to the production is review the formulation before implementation. In this example here, you can see before the production manager receives his new formulation or her new formulation, it highlights any changes and any change in ingredient, because these are going to affect the production process, particularly in conditioning and pelleting. And if you don't know that and you just put in a new formulation, a problem then arises that you could easily have avoided. Formulate on production efficiency factors. So throughput, PDI, hardness, not just nutrition. If the nutritionist is in a separate room, a separate building, a separate city, it's hopeless. They have to work together with production because least cost is not the best option for production. Okay? And you monitor each SKU, each formulation, each product, tons per hour, pellet hardness, kilowatt hours per ton, so you can actually cost the effectiveness of that formulation. And check that the process parameters are set correctly before you start the production process. What we don't want to do is put back formulations where we know we had a problem. Sometimes I know it's almost unavoidable. We run out of a raw material, so we go back to a previous version of a formulation, and production say, yes, but we had problem with that. We got lots of complaints, dust, fines, short pellets, long pellets. Try to avoid that, and try to avoid that through better planning of raw material supply and stock availability. I said it already, and it's in the don'ts list as well. Don't formulate on least cost alone. It's going to cost you in production. And from a production perspective, don't make any changes yourselves without approval. I've seen some situations, maybe on the night shift, where, again, maybe they're having a problem with production, maybe they've run out of one raw material, so they try to make a decision without referring back to the relevant expert what should be done, and that can lead to major problems in terms of farm performance later. So always have a double-check process. Planning is critical as well. You know, the feed mill is not a just-in-time process. It shouldn't operate in a just-in-time process. So we need to know the throughput rates for each formula, each SKU, because when you're then planning, you know that it's not 10 tons per hour, it's 6 tons per hour. So don't put it in the schedule on the basis that you're going to produce 10 tons per hour, because you know it's not going to happen. So we can compile that information very accurately and have that in the planning process. Another important point, cut-off times for orders. And again, I know that when I was working in the feed industry in UK so many years ago, this was a big problem, really big problem, because we would have farmers ordering the same day. They call in the morning, they expect the delivery in the afternoon. But eventually, through price initiatives, making it more expensive for late orders, but better liaison with the farmers, we built up longer and longer notice periods. So 48 hours would be the standard, even 72 hours in a lot of the companies in Europe now, the feed companies now. Understand here in Asia, that's not typical. And particularly when you've got bag feed as well, because they expect it to be in stock and readily available. But the more that you can do to prevent short notice ordering, the better planning and the more efficient your production is going to be. Because that allows us to produce and plan the longest runs, and that's the most efficient. Every time you stop production, change a die, clean the line, new formulation, it costs you money. So, what not to do? Don't accept additional formulations without agreement from all departments. So debate it. Don't just accept, oh yeah, we got a new brand, a new formulation to make now. Discuss it. Do not produce small batch sizes with much slower throughput rates without some sort of discussion on the pricing. Because I've seen some cases where companies are making like micro diets, very small pellet sizes, half the production rate, the selling price is the same, and yet the production cost is 2 or 3 times higher. And that's something you can review with the sales team, say, look, we're only selling 2 tons or 1 ton a month of this product. Is it really necessary, or can we take that out of our range? And final thing is, do not let sales control the production process. If you do, you will never run efficiently. It must be a team operation. Okay, now we get to the feed mill process itself and receiving. So we talked about, and I've heard a lot about branding and blockchain traceability and assurance. Well, this is very necessary in the feed industry as well. Your consumers here in India will want to know more and more about the feed that's going into the chickens that are being fed, the eggs that they're eating. And they'll want to know the source of the soil. They'll want to know information about carbon footprint and sustainability and the type of feed additives you're using. Are you using antibiotics? This trend is going to increase for sure. So having an approved supplier list, which is based on not only the trading history and the quality and the price, but also what assurance certifications do they have? Is somebody checking their process to say they're doing what they say they're doing and they are supplying quality products? And there's many companies for both macro raw materials as well as micro raw materials and feed additives now that use these certificates as part of their certification program. So you need to set up a realistic sampling plan based on risk. You know, don't sample everything and test everything for salmonella. Not everything's going to be high risk for salmonella. But the other converse of that is don't not test, because there are going to be risks and you need to have some sort of plan that will help sift out the higher risk possibilities of hazardous materials. And then, of course, you need to have an approval process and rejection limits. And again, when I came to Asia, this is very difficult in some countries because quite often supply is the issue, or logistics of transport. They can't actually get the raw material to the feed mill. So you've got no choice but to accept what's coming in at the gate, even though it's tested high in moisture or high in fiber, low in ash, something like that. But the more time you have and the more planning you have, the easier it is to run that control process and reject if you need to. So don't assume raw materials are not contaminated. Every ingredient, feed additive, micro ingredient, has a potential to be contaminated. You just need to know what are those likely contaminants and how best to control them. And using your supplier to provide you the information of the assurance and the tests that they're doing is one way of assessing the supplier and how well they're checking their product before they send it to you. So try not to accept those trucks that come in that you know are going to be a problem. And if you have the ability and you have a supplier that is consistently supplying you poor quality product, try to take that supplier out of your chain until they improve and can show you that they've actually changed their process and are now able to supply you the quality that you require. In terms of storage, I've talked about technology. Automated route control throughout the process of feed milling is a must-have if you want traceability. So if you only start your process, your process control at the batching dosing section of the feed mill, everything that's going from intake to the dosing bins is only manually traced. And same after pelleting. If you haven't got a route control system, how can you trace that to the bulk loading or the bag section? So really, in terms of warehouse management, it starts here. Full traceability of what is coming in. And the technology now is there that we can do that in real time. Operating accurate stock inventory is obviously a challenge, particularly for ingredients that are in bulk on the floor. But there is very good technology coming now through radar that can map and give you an estimate of quantities that are arranged in bulk on the floor. And for bags, we can have QR coding or RFID and other technologies that will track and trace those raw materials on the pallets as they come into the feed process. And of course, standard throughout the mill, operate good standards of good manufacturing practice. So whether it's pest control, cleaning, biosecurity, personal hygiene, these should be a must-have. What we don't want to see is walk into the mill and see lots of birds flying around, evidence of rats and mice and insects and other things, because that's contamination, and also it's stock loss because they're going to be feeding on the raw materials that you've got in storage. Avoid cross-contamination between the various raw materials that you have and feeds that you have in your plant and storage. And of course, for any products that are heat sensitive, so some of those enzymes, for example, and other feed additives that have to be stored at a set temperature, make sure you have adequate air-conditioned storage to house those additives. All right, now we get into the milling process itself. And one of the biggest power consuming sectors is the grinding process. So we need to make sure, back to design, that we have the correct rating and capacity of grinding to avoid bottlenecks. Quite often we see that the grinding, particularly in post-grind feed mills, is not adequate to keep up with the batching and the mixing process. So there's a delay, and that costs you money. You need to create and achieve the right balance between particle size and pellet quality. So the nutritionist will have a good idea about the particle size that they want for the species they're producing, but that will have some impact on pellet quality. So it's a balance. You know, how large a particle size can we get away with before we generate more fines and the pellets break and we get cracks in the pellets? So working together and looking at types of ingredients that help you overcome that is very useful. And in grinding as well, if you have a fixed speed motor, you've got very little option other than changing screen sizes to adjust your particle size. So you can consider fitting a variable speed drive, and then you have multi options without changing with the same screen. Don't have to change it. You can change the particle size just through the velocity of the grinding hammer. So what not to do? Don't run these machines without adequate maintenance programs and regular inspections. So frequently when we go into feed plants and we're problem solving, or we're doing like what we call a health check, we'll find issues with the hammers, that they haven't been replaced, that the wearing and tearing on the hammer is not uniform. And one common mistake, they'll replace one hammer but not the rest of the hammer set. So then you get an uneven grinding pattern, which affects your particle size. So these are all basic maintenance requirements, as are the screens, the air filters. How many times do you check the air filters and clean them? Because that will drive up your energy consumption if the filters are blocked, which in many cases you see they are. Don't run those hammers above rated motor capacity. Checking the filter bags, as I said. So having a power meter, a digital power meter at the grinding to show you what is the power consumption. So if there is a surge or it is exceeding, you can investigate what is the cause. And in post-grind mills, then we don't want to be grinding all of the material once it's been mixed. Once it's been dosed, we don't want to put all of those raw materials through the hammer mill. So we can set up a bypass system to take the fine material straight through to the mixer and only grind those materials that need to be broken down in particle size, thus saving you energy and time. Now, this is a pet subject, pre-mixing and hand additions, because we talk about technology, but in the top picture here, that is what I see in the majority of feed mills throughout Asia. And to be frank, with the technology available now, which is not expensive, you can remove that and the human errors associated with it very quickly through barcode and QR code type technology. Sorry, okay. So you do want to make sure you got accurate stock inventory. Have they overdosed or underdosed? Have you lost stock? How often do you check? With an automated system, you have that data in real time, and you can also physically go and check the stock in the room. And if you're thinking of the labor requirement for preparing and mixing these pre-mix items, then you may be considering micro bin systems as well, which can be very good, but they also need to be managed correctly. So what I say is, don't underestimate the importance of the accuracy of this process, because inevitably the caliber of the person doing this job is not a PhD. You know, they're often manual labor doing a pretty mundane, dull, dirty, unrewarded job. So do they care if they forget to put one product into the batch? Do they forget if they forget to put it into the mixer? No, not all of them. So invest in technology which can help you track that and avoid that happening. And always check the stock, as I said. You don't want to run to the end of the month and then find that you've underdosed your coccidiostat by a ton, or you've overdosed your salt or your methionine by X number of kilograms. Final one. Micro bins. If you are installing micro bins, make sure they're fit for purpose, with the right design of bins, the screws, discharge screws, and particularly the scales. Okay. So now to the heart of the process, which is batching. That's really where we're bringing and dosing all of these individual raw materials as accurately as possible, as the introduction said, to the formulation. So making sure the scales are appropriate for the amount and quantity of the material is very important. Okay, we don't want to be putting small quantities into a large scale, but again, through poor design, often you see that happening. People putting limestone, maybe 150 kilos of limestone, into a 3-ton scale. Can't even measure 150 kgs in a 3-ton scale. So designing the scale, you can't have too many scales in a feed mill is my philosophy. Implementing automation PLC systems is a must-have. Okay, again, it's too complex a process, and it's not simply about which material and which quantity. It's calculating the in-flight loss and the jogging that is required, and the sequence of dosing as well. Plus, of course, most importantly, the record keeping that you get from that automation system that shows you the tolerances to the formulation. And the greater number of scales, as I said, the range of sizes you can install, the better, because you're going to get more accuracy. So try not to operate tolerances in excess of 2% for major ingredients like soya and maize, and maybe 0.5% for micro ingredients. But when you install barcoding and QR code systems, you can get that micro tolerance down to less than 0.1% with good operators. And as a rule of thumb, don't add less than 1.5% of the total scale size of a raw material. That's what I was saying about limestone into a large scale. And of course, cleaning and calibrating the scales on a regular basis. Now we're on to mixing. So coefficient of variation, mixer uniformity, that's very important. Cross-contamination control, if you're producing broiler feeds and breeder feeds, or poultry feed and ruminant feed, you do not want to be getting coccidiostats, ionophores into the wrong diets. So you may need to have a flush program, cleaning out program. And of course, making sure that the dosing of the dry and the wet ingredients into the mixer is timed correctly. And of course, as a maintenance, check inside the mixer for any signs of wear and tear or damage. Don't be tempted to put liquids into a mixer without the right type of nozzle or spray. Otherwise, it's just going to drip into the mixer like a tap, and it won't mix correctly. Do not put your micro ingredient additions in until the major ingredients are there. Otherwise, they sink to the bottom of the mixer and again won't get mixed uniformly. And don't over or underfill the mixer. Okay, there's a quantity between 30 and 60, 70%, which is normally specified by the manufacturer. So we mixed it. Now in the process, the next step is the conditioning. And this is probably, I would say, one of the most challenging areas, particularly in Asia, because the climate and the temperatures and humidities that you're operating. What we're trying to achieve is a steam temperature entering the conditioner around 103 to 105 degrees centigrade. That's optimum. So another thing you need to check is that your conditioner retention time is adequate for full gelatinization. Anything less than 30 seconds is not really going to be adequate to do that. And of course, maintaining that correct temperature that you need, particularly if you're producing to biosecurity standards like breeder feed, then you should be looking at retention times of up to 2 minutes, if you can do that at 80 degrees, to be able to kill off effectively all the bacteria and salmonella that could potentially be in the feed. What we don't want to see is dry superheated steam or wet steam, because that's not going to give us the moisture that we require in the mash before pelleting. Don't insulate the steam pipe after the pressure release valve. because what you're trying to do is lose temperature. So it drops in temperature before it enters the conditioner. If it's too high, we get dry superheated steam, and that won't condense, and our moisture, therefore, will be low when it comes out from the conditioner. And similar to the mixers, do not over or underfill. And that's just a graphic with some of the basic principles of conditioning in order to optimize. And you'll see that the target moisture is around 16%, but very rarely do we see that being achieved in India, as I said, because of the conditions, the ambient conditions, which don't allow us to get that much steam into the process. And that's why the pelleting section is so important, because we need to understand the factors that affect pellet quality, particularly moisture, and what effect they have on the process. If we don't have good conditioning and pelleting, we're going to struggle with our pellet quality and our performance. So selection of the right rolls, the die size, compression ratio, and inevitably, you should be looking at automation of that process, because there is not a human operator now that can't outperform the technology that now exists to fully automate a pellet mill. And that takes out the human variability and the guesswork that goes into pelleting at some times. So removing the manual process is an option. Do not run the motors at excessive load or wide variation. And you obviously need to have an effective maintenance program. Otherwise, those pellet mills are not going to perform effectively. In the cooling, okay, here the basics are the bed depth. Again, if you don't have it, fitting a variable speed drive to the exhaust motor, so then you have an option to control the airflow speed and understand the relationship between the bed depth, the retention time, and the final product moisture. And that, again, is critical under the conditions here in Asia. So avoid operating those coolers with pellets coming out maybe higher than 8 to 10 degrees centigrade. Otherwise, you're going to get condense and potential mold growth issues. Avoid over-drying. This is obviously a common problem. We do get over-drying in many of the coolers here in Asia, and that's potentially linked to incorrect airflow speed and air volume, and also having the coolers blocked, so they have a fire slide and a shut-off if production is stopped upstream or downstream. Okay, I know I'm going a little bit quicker because I'm conscious of the time, but I just want to try to bring out the salient points from each of the sections. In crumbling and sieving, I would say the biggest issue is the setup of the crumblers. In many cases, people complain about the level of fines and dust that they produce from their crumbling operation, which of course has to go back in the process, so it's very inefficient. But when we inspect, it's usually due to issues relating to the crumble rolls, either the wrong type of rolls or the fact that they are touching. So they're actually grinding, not breaking the pellets. And don't expect to get good quality crumbs if the pellet's not good that's going into the crumbler. And one thing you should do is then monitor the percent of undersize and oversize. So you've got an idea what's going on in terms of your quality before it goes through to the finished product. And as I said, don't allow those rolls to touch. Otherwise, they're just going to break the pellets and leave you with the dust. PPLA, okay, some companies have that as an option. It's a good option because it means you can put less oil in the mixer and spray that after the pellet. And if you do that, you'll actually enhance your pellet quality, particularly if you're putting levels of more than 2% palm oil or soy oil or something like that into the mixer. Again, maintenance and the nozzles, cleaning and calibration, if they're mass flow systems, flow meter systems, then that's important to make sure you are getting those liquids dosed accurately, particularly very small dose levels of microingredients like the enzymes. Okay, packing and bulk loading really here is, again, it's where automation kicks in and where it's moving as a trend. So we can automate the packing process. We can automate the stacking process through the use of robots. And also we can have automated vehicles that move manless, humanless driven trucks that move around the product. And that is all interconnected through the use of barcode or QRID systems. So you significantly cut down the amount of labor that is required in that particular process. Again, standards of hygiene important, whether it's bulk loading or bag systems. If you are manual, make sure you're checking the weight of the bag. If the bag is 150 gram or 100 grams overweight, that's a lot of money that's going out of the mill that you're giving to the farmer for free. And don't forget, trucks also can be a source of contamination. So whether it's bag trucks or bulk trucks, they need to be cleaned and inspected before you're putting your finished product into them. So here we've just got a summary of biosecurity steps. No need to go through them all, but they're based on good manufacturing practice and HACCP, Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. And when you do that, you can start to understand the concept of what's shown in that diagram there, the pink zone, which is the dirty zone, and the green zone after the heat treatment process, which will be the clean zone. So again, when you're designing a feed mill today, and our friend from Aviagen will know this from the feed plants they use back in UK, they have very, very strict biosecurity control that does not allow the movement of operators from the clean zone into the dirty zone. Now, that's difficult to retrofit, but you can still operate the same principle or try to do that with your staff so they don't compromise the biosecurity within the plant. And of course, having the standard operating procedures, work instructions, cleaning systems, vacuum is much better than sweeping, and a central vacuum system even better. And you can build those in again, or you can retrofit them. But of course, the more that you're taking out, the more waste is being generated. So you need to check your maintenance system to make sure that the leaks are not spilling out excessively, and all you're doing is vacuuming them and send them out as waste. Okay. Moisture, I've got a little bit of time. This is critical because it is fundamental to the mill process. First of all, you need moisture to optimize the conditioning and the pelleting process. But more importantly, it results in loss, stock loss, shrink, and in raw material and finished feed. So if we don't optimize the level of moisture throughout the process, our finished feed is not going to perform as well, and it's not going to be at the correct moisture level as per the formulation. And then other losses may occur, for example, after cooling, because the coolers aren't set up correctly. So now there is technology available, microwave sensors, for example, which are in the line, in process, real-time measuring, and the signals that those sensors generate can then be used to develop a control system which will automatically adjust the amount of water or raw material that is being processed in real time to maintain a stable moisture level in the finished feed. And automation, I say digitalization is essential for survival. It's not a nice to have anymore. If you don't embrace it, you are going to get left behind in this race towards more optimal efficiency and process control. So there are many automation systems available. No time to go through all those today, but make sure you select them based on what is most appropriate for the part of the process that you are looking to automate. And some of those are standalone systems, like the premix operation, like the pelleting operation, for example. And then we have what is the more exciting part of the business now is the connectivity. So we can connect many sensors together. We can have dashboard displays. So we can see in real time the amount of steam we're using, the amount of energy we're using, moisture of the feed, the vibration, maintenance sensors, for example, temperature sensors, all of this, and energy, all of this information is now at our fingertips if we just simply install and connect those sensors together, which is not difficult to do. Finally, process efficiency and key performance indicators. If we don't measure it, it can't be managed. So you have to have the data to know how efficiently you're performing. And we're looking at the ratio of what goes in and what comes out, basically. So your raw materials, your man hours, your variable costs, labor and energy, for example. And then, of course, what comes out is finished product and also maybe customer retention. So the more efficient you are, the better you are, the more customers you retain and grow. So we need that data, and we can capture that data from a good mill SCADA system through the connectivity of those sensors that I already described to you. And they are powerful because that then gives you the information to know how efficiently you're operating. And the key dynamic now is OEE, overall equipment effectiveness. So this measures availability of machines, and it measures the productivity and the quality. And that number is very powerful because it allows you to understand where the problem is lying. Is it downtime? Is it actually the operational output of the machine? Or is it because we're rejecting too much feed due to poor quality, or a combination of the three? And then from that data, you set your KPIs. So you can have KPIs for tons per net available hour, man hours per ton, kilowatt hours per ton, maintenance, downtime, many different factors which are easy to measure once you have that data at your fingertips. So in my summary would be, do train your staff. They are an important asset. Don't just assume that they don't need training because they're doing a menial job. They need to engage, and they need to be part of the process and trained up to understand what your plans are for the future. Embrace digitalization. Don't be frightened of it. And if you need help, help is available. But understand the benefits it's going to bring to your industry and your production. And then invest in automation technology, whether it's hardware or software or both, because there are now many solutions which will help you improve what you're doing and improve your efficiency. Because there is no such thing as a generic mill. Even if you build two mills, same turnkey design, they will operate slightly differently. And you need to understand why that is. And therefore, the knowledge of individual mills and each mill and each person operating it is really important. But most importantly, doing nothing should not be an option. If you go away from here and you just think, well, for the next year, we're just going to continue as we are, then you're, as I said, you're moving backwards, because the competitors, they're moving forward and they're investing in improving their efficiency and production process. I put this in as a quick advert because we do, as a business, run training currently in Thailand for feed mills, 4-day course. We have been asked on a number of occasions whether we would bring this to India. And I think if there was sufficient interest, then we would definitely consider that, because we bring together experts, independent, not related to machinery or equipment suppliers. They're just there to provide the knowledge and their wisdom to help you improve your understanding of feed milling. So last but not least, I've raised lots of points. I know I've rushed through it, but if you've got any questions, you want to discuss anything further, I'm happy to see you. I'm going to be here for the next 3 days with the Sapiens team, my company, Agentis Innovation, in Hall 6. So I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much for your attention and staying awake. Thank you. John.
Check. Thank you, Mr. John, for sharing your insights on that truly interesting subject. Before we proceed further, I'd again like to announce anybody who did not receive the questionnaires, please raise your hand and our volunteers will come and give that to you. So a few questionnaires are to be given there. And is there anybody who hasn't submitted the questionnaires? Yes, so a few people there, team. Few people there, they haven't submitted and they would like to answer here. We have few people there. So I think our volunteers will again come on rounds, and for the ones who haven't received, you will be given the questionnaires, and for the ones who haven't submitted, we will collect it from you. Moving forward, sustainability in the poultry sector is vital for the industry's long-term health and success, especially in today's day and age when climate change is on everyone's mind. Focusing on how sustainability helps reduce the industry's carbon footprints, limits waste, and enhances resource efficiency. To tell us more about sustainability in the poultry sector, we have Mr. Tim Burnside.
Tim Burnside, currently serving as the Global Vice President of Sustainability and Welfare at Aviagen Group, exhibits a vast and illustrious career in the poultry sector. His multifaceted experience spans various critical areas within the business, including quality assurance, health and safety, sales and marketing, and research and development. Prior to his current role, he worked at Aviagen Turkeys for over 25 years. He has a Master of Science degree in poultry from the University of Glasgow, UK. Burnside is distinguished as a professional animal auditor certification organization welfare auditor. He is also actively involved in numerous regional and global welfare and sustainability working groups, including AVEC, the British Poultry Council, European Forum for Farm Animal Breeders, and the International Poultry Council. Beyond his corporate responsibilities, Mr. Burnside is a sought-after speaker, having spoken at various prestigious events on topics like genetic improvement, sustainability, and animal welfare. He has recently interacted at platforms such as European Live Poultry and Poultry Hatching Egg Association, Poultry World Sustainability webinars, and several other high-profile events. These engagements have showcased his dedication to elevating standards in poultry welfare while contributing to the broader discourse within the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Tim Burnside.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we now have Mr. Tim with us. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. So, as we're saying, I'm going to talk about sustainability in modern poultry production. Going to cover several areas within that. We're going to talk initially about some of the global trends, some of the big picture items which we're seeing across the world. Then moving into what actually is sustainability. Then where can the poultry sector make a difference? And finally, I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about life cycle assessment, which is a way of calculating the carbon footprint that we have within the sector. So first of all, global trends. There's two trends in particular I'm going to try and cover. The first one is the fact that humankind needs more from the planet. We have the fact that we have this competition for land because we need more land for food, as we've been talking about. Equally, we need more land for building. This is because we've got this increase in population. So the population is expected to increase globally going forward through to at least 2050. And we need to be able to feed them, and we need to be able to house them. What we've also got is the fact that developing economies, as they develop, then they want to bring meat into the diet. So we need to accommodate for that. And then we've finally got in terms of climate change. It's because it is happening. And that will bring with it harvest insecurity and food availability. So we have an impact on there. And basically what we've got to try and do is balance those with what we can do stuff about. So what we've got is the fact that there's a changing choice in meat. So we're moving away that poultry is now the most preferred meat globally. And that is, it's currently at about 35%, and that is increasing. Secondly, we have waste reduction. We are getting more efficient, and we have a reduction in waste. And then this concept, which is sustainable intensification, which is about trying to get more out from what we've currently got. The bit in terms of balanced breeding. So from the breeding companies, the fact that we are breeding in balance. We are trying to improve multiple traits at the same time rather than going just in one direction. The provision of tailor-made management, so the management fits what you're growing. Increased production, but increasing production without necessarily the addition of extra resources. The fact that we're trying to get less water use per kilogram of product, less energy use per kilogram of product, and less materials and building space per kilogram of product. So we're trying to get more from what we've got. It's all about efficiencies. The other big thing that's happened is that we're moving from a producer to a consumer market. The consumer is making the choice, not the producer who is producing the item. And in terms of consumers, there's this increasing distance from farming. So fewer and fewer people have involvement or know people who are involved in farming. There was a recent survey published in the European Union, which was looking at welfare. And what was interesting was that less than 9% of the people who were involved or were responding had any interaction with farm animals. So that distance is increasing. That understanding of what happens in agriculture is going away. So when people see what is normal, they don't understand it. So we need to bear that in mind. And the other thing that the consumer wants is they want choice. They want to be able to pick what they want. They don't necessarily want to be given what's only there. And the final aspect of that is they are concerned about the way their food is produced. So it's that element of wanting to know more. And all this builds into how they make choices. And the whole point is that the buying power and voting power is from these non-food producers. And that is influenced both by food retail service and certainly within Western Europe and in North America by the welfare organizations, that you have the push, the pressure in certain areas of you should eat this and not eat that. And the whole thing, that welfare perception, is part of what I describe as being the food and goodness box. So it's the box, the ideas, the concepts that you have when the person is making their choice in the supermarket or in the market or whatever else, why they make that choice. Whether it's the fact it was outdoor reared, or it's free range, or the use of antibiotics, or it's locally produced. And coming into that now is that one of climate change. That is definitely coming in part of the thing. So, what is sustainability? The easiest way of putting it over and considering it is the definition the United Nations gave it from their Brundtland Commission, which was back in the late 80s, which is it's to meet the need of today without compromising the future. So it's a fairly simple context. We've got to leave something for the people coming after us. And sustainability is envisioned and put around 3 pillars, 3 areas which it sits under, which is environmental, economic, and social. The idea being is that those 3 pillars should be in balance, because if they're not, then as we have in this illustration, the roof falls down. So environmental is the one that when people say the word sustainability, that's the one that everybody thinks of. It's about the future, it's about the planet, it's about waste, it's about can we have something to pass on. The second one is economic, because let's be honest, that fundamentally in one way or another is about making money, because if you don't make money, it doesn't matter what you do to try and save the planet, because you've not got the resources available to spend it to fulfill those requirements. And the final one is social, which is that's about people, both who you work for and the people around you. And this is where, from my perspective, when I talk about welfare a lot, this is where welfare fits into sustainability. It's the social element, because society makes the choices in terms of what is important in terms of welfare, because welfare is not consistent on a global perspective. To try and have some realization, to try and drive a way of visualizing it in a slightly different way, the United Nations put together the Sustainable Development Goals. So this was a way to think about how can we build sustainability into how we develop as a society going forward. And they put together 17 different goals, 17 different ways that sustainability plays a part, which range from no poverty, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, life below water, peace, justice and strong institutions, amongst others. So again, there's a number of different things there that are there, and the idea being that this is a way we can go forward and develop in a sustainable way. So the next point really is moving on to where can the poultry sector make a difference? So we've got these 3 pillars and we've got these sustainability goals. How does poultry production fit in here? Well, as a sector, poultry has got two international bodies. We've got the International Egg Commission, which covers the egg layer side, and they put together. They said, well, of those 17, there's 7 that we think are the most important, and these were 2, which is zero hunger, which is because eggs are sustainable, affordable source of the highest quality protein for everyone. 3, good health and well-being, because eggs fulfill numerous nutritional requirements. 4, quality education, because egg consumption supports brain development and concentration. 8, decent work and economic growth. The egg industry is a significant source of income for rural populations around the world. 12, responsible consumption and production, which is about building trust and transparency in our food supply chains, is essential. 13, climate action, which is about reducing the resources used whilst ensuring the same output, which I was just talking about in terms of that sustainable intensification. And then finally 17, which is partnership in the goals, which was trying to have agreement and go cohesively to try and go forward in terms of all of these goals. So that was the egg industry. Then equally, the poultry meat industry under the International Poultry Council also went through the process and looking at it. Now the IPC represents more than 87% of global poultry production, so it is a significant organisation, association, which needs to be there. And what we've had is that the FAO and the IPC produced the Declaration of Sao Paulo in 2019, where in it the IPC identified 5 priority SDGs, which is where they felt that the poultry meat industry could make the most difference. So we've got 2, as we had with the eggs, which is zero hunger, because we're trying to feed the world. 3, contributing to good health. 4, quality education with from better quality education. 9, via industry innovation and infrastructure, ensuring good animal welfare and health. And then finally, the climate action with low impact on the planet. So looking at these ones in turn, first of all, we've got 2, which is zero hunger, feeding the world. The point is that poultry meat is affordable. It's religiously considered as neutral. So it's unlike other meats which are out there. Nobody says they can't eat poultry. So it's a positive in there. It is sustainable from an environmental perspective as well. And again, I'll be touching upon that a little bit further in, why that's the case. And then finally, it's healthy and nutritious because it's high quality protein. It's a healthy quality protein. So there's various contributing factors in there. The International Poultry Council released a YouTube video trying to explain this, trying to put forward this particular area in terms of feeding the, for a world without hunger, which is one of their goals, and what they're trying to show how poultry promotes food security and provides healthy nutrition. And it's worth a look at when you can. In terms of good health, we've got the fact that research in Kenya has shown that comparing diets with and without animal proteins, providing meat as part of a mid-morning snack at school gave enormous and steady boost to school results. So this was a randomized trial which was carried out in Kenya in the 2010s, where we had 4 separate treatments. We had a control group where they got the normal mid-morning snack. They then got another group which then had, so you had no snack, then you had a vegetable-based snack, and then one which had the vegetable-based snack and a glass of milk, and finally one which had meat included in that plant-based snack. And what they saw was that in most of these areas, in most of the groups, there was an improvement in the children's scores overall. And overall, there was 17% in terms of the meat group and 13% for the milk group. So there are clear positive advantages in terms of having animal-based proteins in the diet. Equally, another example in terms of in Colombia, the Poultry Association for Navi, they organized a Facebook campaign around World Poultry Day. And what they had done was that They said for every Facebook like they got on the day, the sector would donate a kilo of poultry meat to a food bank in Colombia. And out of that event, they got 2,000 children getting meals from food banks for a whole year. So a substantial number of likes. And basically, the way the association did it was that they organised that the producers each got a time slot to a practical solution, and which was trying to help and promote and say where the benefits are. And it was, again, it got positive coverage on national TV and radio. So it got positive vibes within there. So again, it was a way of promoting poultry and helping on to certainly the social side of providing food into food banks. Come on. In terms of quality education, well, what we're doing today is a perfect example. We've had speakers this morning, speakers this afternoon. We're trying to explain and give information. So, in terms of this particular one, the Poultry Knowledge Day here in India, it's been running for 15 years. We've got the numerous speakers, we've got people from over 25 countries and over 15,000 delegates. So again, it's a way that as poultry, we're providing education, which hopefully makes things better going forward, helps with production, helps with knowledge. Because one of the key things out there is that management skills are key to how we work with birds and welfare outcomes. This particular one here, the slide I'm showing, is from work which was done in the Netherlands, back in Europe, where they have different farming systems for poultry. You've got what's described as the Dutch retail, which is a bird that grows about 50 grams a day and has a lower stocking density than the conventional. Then we've got the conventional, which is what you would have in terms of Europe and most of the world would be the normal fast-growing bird, the fast-growing broiler. And then we've got Better Laven, which is an even slower-growing bird. So that's 45 grams a day and has additional requirements in terms of what is supplied to it. And what in this study they did, they looked at trying to give a welfare score on the farms within the Netherlands that were visited. And in terms of, they had measurements which were resource-based and ones which were animal-based. So the point with the resource-based is you get them without doing anything. They're there at the start, but does it necessarily make an improvement to the welfare outcomes at the end of the day, what you measure in the bird? So what we've got in this particular graph, it's just showing those animal-based measures. And what we have is we've got 3 overlapping populations. And the point being made in this one is that the type of system being used does not necessarily have a dramatic impact on the welfare of the animal. So whether you're growing the conventional bird or the slowest growing bird, management is the most important aspect, because you can grow a bird, whichever system you're using, you can grow a bird badly. Equally, whatever system you're using, you can grow a bird really well. So management is, so it's one of the points I spend a lot of time saying is management is key. How you manage bird is more important than the type of system, the type of genetics. And again, this is where the education comes in. So if we educate and we inform, more people will be to the right of that graph because they're doing a good job. Come on. One of the bits which was mentioned earlier was by Jonathan. He said towards the end is that if you don't measure it, how do you know the job that you're doing? So it's the same thing in terms of this area of welfare. So I'm involved with an organisation which is the International Poultry Welfare Alliance, which involves throughout the poultry chain. So from live production through to researchers, feeder organisations, retail, and also a couple of NGOs, which is looking at how can we assess welfare in a practical and meaningful way. And so we published earlier in the year the reference guides, which gives key welfare indicators with standardized instructions for measurements that can be used of different poultry species in different systems. But the idea is it gives a level of consistency, and the point being is you can start measuring. You don't need to use all of them. If you only use one of them, at least you're measuring something, and then you can see how you're progressing. You then have a benchmark that you can work from. In terms of SDG 9, innovation brings new ways to feed, water and house birds. Infrastructure to ensure a high level of health, status and biosecurity. So you have the fact that the new technologies involved in terms of how do we feed birds, how do we get water to birds, how do we build houses, where do we build houses? Because again, all these points, as we move and we develop, we can build places and do better than before. So again, this all becomes an improvement moving forward. And the final of the 5 priorities one was climate action and contributing to lower carbon footprint. So what we have on this particular one is pooled research which was published in 2018, which is looking at the carbon footprint, the greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of food product by a number of different food types, ranging from beef down to nuts. And what you find is that poultry meat, it sits in a very nice place. Eggs are slightly below it, and poultry meat is just above it. But basically, in terms of it's the best of the monogastrics and significantly better than the ruminants. It's not there with the rice or the milk, but you know, it's overall, it's in a good place. It's relatively low carbon. So the fact that society, we're moving towards more poultry helps with the footprint. As we have less pigs or less cows, and more chicken, then our footprint will improve. So talking about footprints is how do we measure it? And this is where we move into this whole concept with life cycle assessment. And it's a holistic approach to evaluating the environmental impact during the life cycle of a product or processes. So regardless if we're talking about animals or we're talking about, say, your iPhone, same principle applies. And the typical impacts, we're talking about global warming potential, which is the ability of gases to trap extra heat in the atmosphere relative to carbon dioxide. And that's what's known as the carbon footprint. So it's that global warming potential. So we just showed the slide before in terms of some foodstuffs. The acidification potential, which is precursors to acid rain. And eutrophication potential, which leads to an increase in aquatic plant growth, attributable to nutrients left over from over-fertilization. So these are 3 typical areas which are covered when we're talking about life cycle assessment, what we're looking for. So that's what we're looking for. What do we then need? Well, the starting point is we need a functional unit. We need to have what you're measuring it against. So for example, like we had in the previous one, 1 kilogram of chicken live weight could be your functional unit. We then need to also have your system boundaries. Where's the start and the end? What are you measuring it over? For example, are you measuring it from the cradle to the farm gate or the cradle to slaughter? Because those will have different impacts and the amount of information, the data you need will change. And then finally, you need the inventory data, which is the inputs and outputs required to generate the functional unit. So example of that, electricity, fuel, feed, etc. So what you put in to operate your farm is part of your inventory data, or your processing plant, or your trucks which need to move from point A to point B, and what are not. For example, moving the product to the consumer versus traveling to a place of work. So you would argue, if we're looking at producing a kilo of live weight chicken, you would say the first one, yeah, moving the product to the consumer, that's the customer, that should be included. But my staff going to and from their normal place of work, well, is that? And normally it's not, but it's things to bear in mind of what you include. Does your inventory data allow an accurate reflection of the impacts? So, example, in terms of if with electricity, how was your electricity generated? Was it coal? Was it hydro? Was it nuclear? And we'll touch upon the reason why that's an important question a little bit later. And the most important thing with LCAs is to remember that they tend to be unique. So it's based upon a unique situation with a unique set of data. So be wary when you compare, because the criteria may not be exactly the same. Give you a rough idea, but it might not be the same. So it is dangerous to compare one LCA with another, unless there's elements which have standardized it across. So, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, there is data out there showing the emissions across the supply. This is from the same research I showed a minute ago, and this is now breaking it down to show within these ones what of the carbon cost, what is from the various elements, whether it's land use change, the farm, the feed, the processing, the transport, the retail, packaging, etc. And when we have our poultry, which is in the same place, you see that there is a lot in there. It has all those elements to varying degrees. But again, as I said before, we start with the fact that poultry is actually in a good place. It's in terms of livestock production. And what is poultry, in real terms, what does that actually mean in terms of poultry's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions? So if we look at the total of greenhouse gas emissions from food, non-livestock is about 70%. Other livestock and fish, about 25%, and then poultry is 6%. So roughly 6% of the total greenhouse gas emissions associated with food production come from poultry. So, as I said, we're in a very good place. We're a lower impact than most other things. So, other things that can have a factor is the farming system. So, in this piece of one, this is looking at the environmental impact on broiler systems. So it's looking at a conventional, which is free range and organic. So essentially what we're doing is, as we move from left to right in the screen, we're becoming less intensive. So you have a step down in each case. What we're showing on this graph is we've got eutrophication potential, which is in blue, the acidification potential, which is in yellow, and then the line across the top is the global warming potential. And in all cases, as we go from conventional to organic, then the carbon cost increases. So we need to bear in mind how we farm has an impact. The other thing you need to bear in mind is what type of chicken you're growing has an impact. So in this particular study, this is work from Aviogen, where we looked at what was the impact of some of our various lines, our breeds that we sell to customers, starting off with the Ross 308 on the left, and then moving to the Rambler Ranger on the right. So what we have is the fact that, again, as we move from left to right, we become slower growing. So the slowest growing bird is on the left, the fastest growing birds are on the right. Sorry, the slowest growing birds are on the right, the fastest on the left. And we're using the Ross 308 as the baseline as 1. So everything is then a variation from 1. And what we can see is that the 708 is just slightly more efficient in terms of some of the measurements, but not in terms of primary energy. However, as we then look at our slower growing genetics, it progressively gets worse. So it comes down to the fact that these birds are, because they grow less, they're less efficient. So bearing in mind that we talk about this a couple of times, that efficiency is key. We've had it in a couple of presentations, and it's just bearing in mind there that, yep, if you're less efficient, then your carbon footprint increases. And the next one is feed. Typically, feed has the greatest single impact on carbon footprint in any given situation. So whether you're conventional, whether you're organic, whether you're growing a 308 or you're growing a Round Ranger, feed is your single most important one. And that's due to two sort of areas. One is the actual carbon cost of the raw materials. So what is the carbon involved in those individual raw materials? And the other one is the land use change element, which is the penalty which comes in relating to deforestation. Soya, and again, in terms of land use change, normally the one which has the most significant effect is soya. So So again, this is just showing from our world in data where we're coming from. So this is the drivers of tropical deforestation. And the point to draw your attention to is that the second high, beef is the highest, and then the second highest is oilseeds, whether that's being in terms of from palm oil or from soya. And where we have them moving on is that when we actually look at that in terms of the impact on soya, we can see that the graph on the right is showing the soya, the carbon, including land use change element for various feed ones going from the United States, including Ukraine, Argentina, Brazil. And we can see that for Latin America, it's far higher than any other. There's a dramatic input. And so the point is that in terms of the feed, carbon will be, it'll be about my screen's gone there. Be about 50 to 70% of the total carbon that you have in the analysis. Energy has a significant impact, and it's got due to the quantity and how carbon rich it is. Because the point is that the amount of carbon in the energy varies in different parts of the world. As I mentioned earlier, whether it's hydro, whether it's wind, whether it's coal, whether it's nuclear. And you can see that different countries have got differing amounts. If we take the fact that on there we have Australia and New Zealand, which are next to each other, they also happen to be the cleanest and the dirtiest energy sources. So it needs to be taken into account. And this affects all the areas of the operation, whether it's farms, hatchery, transport, or processing. How you can improve your footprint, it's all about being more efficient, okay? By and large, as we said more and more once, do more with what you've got. And this is where improving feed efficiency, food conversion ratio is very important. And from the breeding companies in terms of selection, what we've been able to do is reduce that impact. We're seeing roughly about a 1% reduction per year. So through breeding alone, we're handing over roughly a 1% improvement in feed conversion, in terms of the carbon footprint. You can also look in terms of where your energy is. How much do you need as much? Can you improve your installation? Is the equipment properly maintained? Will changing the equipment reduce consumption? And how clean is the energy, as we talked about before? You can calculate your footprint either by resources which are out there. So, for example, from this one there, from the food and from the FAO, or from other areas where they have stuff which might be tied in with trying to buy a product such as DSM. In terms of summary, sustainability is about ensuring there's a positive legacy to pass on. It's not just about the environment, but it does play a major role. FCR is the major driver for environmental sustainability. Welfare is an integral element of social sustainability, and finally, that being able to continue into the next generation is an essential element of economic sustainability. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tim, for your insights on sustainability in the poultry sector. As we delve into the immense potential of India's poultry sector, the key question arises: how the nation harness its sustainable poultry population and production capacity to become a formidable player in the global export market. To tell us more about this topic, we welcome Mr. Gordon Butland.
Gordon Butland is a distinguished figure in the poultry industry and currently holds the esteemed position of Director at GNS Agri Consultants, a reputable consulting company based in Thailand. Spanning more than 3 decades of professional involvement, Gordon Butland commenced his career in senior financial management positions in Brazil before establishing an influential association with Rabobank in 1989. It is here that he began his career in the poultry industry Since 1996, he is based in Thailand and has been actively involved in numerous speaking engagements, sharing his insights and expertise in the poultry sector with individual companies and public entities worldwide. His participation in major international poultry events such as the National Chicken Council in the USA, ABPA in Brazil, the South African Poultry Association, and events held in China and India underscores his extensive involvement and influence across various global poultry platforms. Gordon Butlin continues to be a highly influential figure within the poultry industry, utilizing his extensive expertise to contribute significantly to the sector's advancements and development. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Gordon Butlin.
A round of applause for Mr. Butlin. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the poultry industry for letting me come back to India. The bio was done before I finished my presentation, so I would like just to complement what's there, because what I'm going to talk to you this afternoon is based on 30 years experience. And I've been involved in the USA because Rabobank was a member of the National Chicken Council, so I've been through all their changes. I've worked for 30 years in Brazil, of which 20 advising the third largest exporter. And now I've been in Thailand for more than 20 years and been involved in exports. So I've been through people's growth and their mistakes. So I've got 5 key messages for you, and I'm just going to put them here, and then I'm going to go into each one. So partnership is essential. Trust and credibility, this is the principal one, are fundamental. You have to define the target markets that you want to attack, and you have to know your competition and your competitiveness. You must be profitable, otherwise you don't survive, and it won't happen overnight. And all this is within an environment where you have to have a strong domestic meat market to be really competitive internationally. So partnership, who are the partners? So usually we say a public and private. Well, we've got to be a bit more specific. So what do we need from the government? We need a policy, and that was set out for us this morning. You need the diplomacy. There's a lot of politics. So to give an example, we had a problem with Saudi Arabia from Thailand from 30 years ago. So we didn't get into the Saudi market. Only now are we getting closer again. And then all the regulatory agencies, and I will go into that a bit more when we look at the question of trust. You need the trade association. Producers and exporters, sometimes there's only one body. Again, I will go into more detail. And then the companies. I refer to this as an export infrastructure. And I thought it was very interesting. The last comment of the panelists is we have to talk to each other. And it's no use 20 companies going to ask for things from the government. Who do they listen to? And if they've got 20 people talking to them, 19 are going to be upset. So that trade association is very important. They are the people who have to get a consensus from all of you, and then they speak to the government. So you're speaking as an industry with one voice, not with 20 voices. So just to give a couple of examples, Brazil. So they've got a very strong association, ABPA, with an independent CEO, gentleman Ricardo Santin, and he has excellent transit at all levels of the government. Even though exports are dominated by BRF and JBS and 3 cooperatives, he still manages to keep more or less independent. And I call Ricardo Mr. Chicken Brazil. They've had very little growth in the last decades, although their numbers are still fantastic. And now HPAI is a potential danger, and that will be a topic by itself. So USA, so they've got a very strong association, USAPIC. And for many years, led by a gentleman called Jim Sumner, we've not always agreed, but I call him Mr. Chicken USA. So first message, I think you need a Mr. Chicken India. That's somebody who goes around the world. Yes, this is the man who represents India. Tim mentioned about IPC, IEC. You have to be present with somebody of stature. Because if they set rules and regulations and you're not there, if you're not there, you can't complain. You've got to participate, and if possible, participate with somebody of stature and who's going to actually get up into the committees. So they will participate in the conversations, okay? Now, they have in the US, they have a separate producers association, National Chicken Council. And when I was with Rabobank, we actually, because it is not only the producers, but it's also the suppliers and the financiers. So we used to go annually to the National Chicken Council meetings where we would hear all the latest about production and exports. They actually get some funding from the USDA, and they very often use the State Department for help. For many, many years, USA was dependent 60% for its exports on leg quarters to Russia. And in fact, it was known as the Bush legs. So that political influence, and they still think they have, and it's less used today, but it's still there. So you have to have that diplomatic, so your foreign agricultural attaches, you're looking to them to help you go into a country, because to open up a country, it's not a company that opens up the country. It is your government, and preferably together with that trade association person. And you might have run into Ricardo Santin, because both these guys have been trying to get their product into India without very much success. So this is, for me, the key for exports: trust and credibility. Once I had to explain credibility to 1,000 contract farmers in Brazil who were there together with their wives. And so I liken credibility to a married couple, been married 20 years, very nice, happy, everybody's confident, and then somebody does something stupid. Credibility and confidence goes to zero. Maybe they will forgive, but they won't forget. And that is what has happened in the industry. I will show you there. So we've got 3 examples. Trust and credibility were eroded. So first in Thailand, and I was there at the time, it was sad. So with the bird flu in 2004, we didn't deal with it very well. In fact, my wife, who is a vet, and consequence was, before these things happened, the approval of new export plants for I'm talking mainly about Europe. It used to be Europe would delegate that to the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil, Department of Livestock in Thailand, and then they said, okay, no, we can't trust you anymore. We will send our own auditors. So now, both Brazil and in Thailand, the local authorities are much more stricter in their control of exporting companies. And they use very often third-party independent auditing. And if anybody wants to know a bit more about that, then they should ask John Ratcliffe, who is his company is the leading certifier in Thailand. So it's a good example. Thailand is a good example. And it has the benefits. In many things, Thailand has the best numbers in Asia. Certainly has the best breeding numbers and it now has a good reputation for quality. I'm not sure if that would have happened if they didn't have so much audit. I won't say much on this because Tim has covered it quite well. So in the past decade, exports, people have, especially to Europe and Japan, we've had to show the animal welfare levels. And now more and more, the animal welfare side will not decrease. But what will increase is the environmental, the social, and the governance. And Tim explained that quite well. Even though chicken is the least of the emitters, but it doesn't matter. We will come under more and more pressure in the next decade on this issue. Because it's interesting, 50% of the people in the UK, they made a survey, they don't care about it. Climate is on our newspapers, it's in the media, there's a flood or there's a wildfire or something. You see your neighbor, Pakistan, half the country has a drought and the other half is underwater. So it's there every day. So the consumer is more worried about ESG than he is about animal welfare. Know your markets in competition. Very interesting this morning. That came up with Dr. Bass and Dr. Mirsch. So I am a big sports fan. I was hoping to start this conversation today saying you are now the world champions, and now you have to be the world champions in exports, but I can't say that anymore. But I am a sports fan. Why do I say that? The major teams in any sport, they really know their competition. A bowler, a fast bowler, he will study videos and videos of the batsman. The batsman will study videos and videos of the bowler. Football teams, they will see who gets upset if you say something. So they are really research-minded. We don't do the same thing in our business. So there's 4 big global exporters. So you've got Brazil with, it'll be about 4.6 million metric tons this year to 150 countries, although there's only about 30 who are really important. Now, they are a low-cost producer, and I will show you why later. They've got access to low grain costs, and they have excellent technical performance. Then you've got the USA, 3.8 million metric tons, over 100 countries, but only 15 are important. Mainly export parts that are not popular with US consumers, leg quarters and feet. Thailand, over 500,000 metric tons of further processed products, mainly to Japan and the EU, and 2 of the 3 largest multinationals in Thailand, exporters are multinational, that's Tyson and Cargill. And there are very many Japanese joint ventures because the the Japanese market is very specific. And there's over 400,000 metric tons of raw products to Japan, EU, China, and in the last couple of years, Malaysia has become very, very, very important. Europe, just over 1 million metric tons, and again, mainly exporting parts not popular in Europe. Now, the question that I'm going to ask now, unfortunately, we didn't have the ability today to make a question in somebody and you could put in on your iPhone an answer, because this is very important. How big is how major is major? How big is your ambition? So why this question? So again, going back to football, if you are in the second tier in the championship, and a sheikh buys, if they want to be a Manchester City, then they have to deal with it. They have to think investment and think about 10 years, which is what happened at Manchester City. If they're somebody down in the middle, then they have to act differently. So again, I would like to feel that in a couple of weeks, maybe, you've thought about this and we could have an idea of what sort of quantities do you want to export? Because major, do you want to be in this championship? You are going to be, I think you already are number 5 producer in the world. So do you want to be number 5 exporter, and do you want to export these sort of quantities? Okay, so when people talk about exporting, I look first at who imports. So here are the top 15 importers, and all this information, all these graphs on that, it's all available free of charge on the internet if you know where to look. So there's one global source, which is from the United Nations, intracen.org, but it's usually only giving annual data. And now individual countries have their own custom websites. So Brazil, you know, within 5 working days, China will be out today, Thailand and Japan, Korea will be just about the last week of the month. And then UK and Europe, they're always a month behind. But then you get a lot of data, not only quantities, but what part of the chicken was exported. Because most of the time, there's no such thing as a chicken. There's a wing of a chicken, there's a leg of the chicken, there's a breast of the chicken, and each one has a different, completely different dynamics. So, as I say here, there's a lot of data, interesting, but it doesn't help me. To give you an idea, China imports 49% of what it imports, the mid-wing. 24% are the feet. Those two together are only about 5% of the chicken. So you can't build up your business to export to China because you've got another 95% of the bird. And they import 40% from Brazil, 26% from the USA. Japan, they've mostly boneless legs and very complex products for further processed. In the raw, 75%, and I will indicate why. And then Thailand, is the further, so the further for Japan is Thailand and China. Mexico, that's all USA, and it's nearly all chilled. And then the UAE and Saudi, which would be a target for us, it's about 75% are whole birds and 25% breast meat. And Brazil has by far the biggest market share. So recently, I read quite a lot of reports over the excellent reports over the last couple of weeks. And one of the reports was the Vision 2047 for the Indian poultry sector. But for an exporter, the world is going to look a very different place by 2050. I consider this table to be the most important part of the future of poultry trade. So we keep on talking about these 2 billion people extra and that we need so much more food. But 1 billion of these people are going to be in Africa. Nearly 400 million are going to be here with you. So 70% of these 2 billion are in Africa, and none of us have any idea how to improve the African production. And Brazil keep on saying, oh, we can provide cheap food for everybody. But that's not the answer. It's the same here as in India. You need work for the poor people. And raising chickens, once you have the raw material, raising chicken is a good way for the population to have something to work and then to eat. Because there's no way that you can say, we'll give you cheap imports if the population has no work and can't even afford to buy cheap meat. And then you see China, minus 77 million people. Japan's losing like 500,000 a year from now. And Europe, oh, it's a bit of a problem for Thailand because Thailand's 3 big markets are China, Europe, and Japan. So this is a big opportunity when you look at and or people correctly. Now in Thailand, as you know, we've got a lot of immigrant labor, but now all the supermarkets in the UK and all the food service companies, we have to pay for the passport, we have to pay for the visit. They don't accept anymore that you have the agencies, and you have to pay the immigrant labor exactly the same as if they were Thai. So this social side is very important for them. So what's happened and what's happening today? What's happened over the last 5 years? So I say it's a tale of 3 viruses. And this has changed our industry. So ASF in China, this gave a big boost to us in poultry. So the imports of China shot up like this, and we were able to especially get rid of our feet, which before we just put into rendering. Now feet are getting on for $5,000 a ton. And this concentrates people's minds on the problem of the problems on the feet. Then COVID, and then back to bird flu. So there were 3 types of disruption that COVID created. So on the demand, and you were very badly hit on your domestic market with that false information, but it affected Thailand a lot. Why? Because if your plant had, I think, more than 10 people tested positive, they closed the plant. And the bird was still on the ground growing. And this meant that a lot of the companies could not fulfill orders to Europe. So the Europeans, for their ongoing markets, they had to find alternatives from within Europe. And we've seen that not all of that's come back. I think that a lot of that has been lost permanently. So you can see how demand, and even today, the situation in Europe with inflation, etc., the demand, especially in the UK, is significantly lower. You have the logistics, and people are getting away from just in time. Also, a lot of countries now are worried about their food security. And this a little bit should help India, because a lot of them are so heavily dependent on Brazil that maybe they're thinking maybe we should not be dependent so much on one supplier. And then staff, the actual layouts of slaughterhouses and the distance between the people, are very important. So these disruptions, and a lot of them are permanent. Now on to our unfavorite topic. And we have to say HPAI today because otherwise people get confused between artificial intelligence and avian influenza. So last year at an event in Brazil, in order to justify the plane fare that they paid for me, I had to help them, being the Brazilian Association, and putting Brazil's competitiveness with other countries. And they are getting a little bit less economically competitive, but this was the big advantage that I saw. You see there, all Latin America completely free of bird flu. So we saw that Japan bought 75% from Brazil and 25% from Thailand. Before the bird flu, they bought 50% from Thailand, 50% from Brazil. But why? Because they're always worried that bird flu will reappear in Thailand. So this was May to September, this was up to September 22. Now what's happened? So this is today. And this has started since the beginning of the year. So you see all through Central America, all through the West Coast. And today, there's a lot more different birds and mammals which are being infected. We have the Galapagos Island, you just see it there, a dot in the ocean, which is completely isolated from everything, and they are finding bird flu. And then in March, it started to go into Argentina, and now we have over 150 plus wild birds which have been found positive. They've done the surveillance very well. And we've had 4 backyard flocks. So immediately, Japan stopped the imports from the states where those backyard flocks were. They sent back to Brazil the meat. But it's had a good thing is that before, Brazil's sanitary agreements, because you have to have a sanitary agreement between countries. And Brazil was for Brazil completely. So earlier in the year, we had 1 mad cow. Unfortunately, I don't think the printer, but right up in the north of Brazil. That is 3,000 kilometers from where beef production is. But because of the agreement, and you have to tell the WHO, we stopped exporting beef to China, and Brazil is 60% of China's imports of beef. So fortunately, Brazil have now reached an agreement with Japan that will take it on a state-by-state basis. But there's one state which has 33% of Brazil's exports, and even within Brazil, they don't say if, they are saying when. So this could open up opportunities for us in India, as importers will no longer depend 100% that bird flu will never come to Brazil. So India currently, so you really export very little. You export whole birds to Bhutan. You have 100% market share. In Bahrain, you are the number 4 supplier. Maldives, and you sell parts to Bhutan, Bahrain, and Malaysia. But you are a major exporter of dairy and buffalo meat. So why is that important? Because then you have the infrastructure. And if I was suddenly appointed export, I would first go and see how they do it. So all this infrastructure, their relationship, the foreign attaché, who are their markets, how did they start those markets? There I would be learning from them. But you're going to have to make large investments in processing plant capacities to become a major player. And that's why I'm saying, how major is major? I think slowly wet markets will disappear. They've disappeared a lot in China, mainly because local authorities, especially in big cities, will say, no, we don't accept anymore having wet markets. So then you're going to have those investments anyway. And Brazil is successful because it has this balance between domestic and export. So future, again, I said decide what product. Is it going to be whole birds, parts, and to where? You have to decide, each company have to decide how big they want to be and over what period. The main competition in the Gulf countries, which is your natural net, that's where you export already a lot of eggs. There your competition is mainly Brazil, but a little bit from Thailand. It needs to be halal, but that, as we saw this morning, that's not really a problem for you. And also you have the largest Islamic population in the world, 300 million. And companies will need to have more detailed plans to support. I've put there justifiable optimism. What I've said, because I read all these reports, and if I'm a potential investor, those reports will have made me very interested. But from being interested to taking money out of my pocket, there's a big gap. So to attract investors, and there's going to be a lot of long-term financing needed. Payback in our industry is not too high. Also, from an investor's point of view, meat companies all over the world, we don't have the same stock market multiples that food company has. So the Nestle's and the Unilevers, they are way up into the double digits. I think there's only one chicken company in the world that is in the double digits in terms of its share price. So challenges, first costs. So these numbers are in Indian currency. So corn, Brazil, and I've said Paraná because Brazil is very big, and you can buy corn at nearly half the price of this, but it's in the middle of nowhere, and you've got maybe 1,500 kilometers of transport. Soybean meal, 40,000, and then the live bird going into the plant to be processed is 67 per kilo. Thailand, because we produce our own corn and nowhere near so efficiently as in Brazil, you can see our corn is similar sort of range to what you have in India. And even if you import, don't forget, there's very high transport costs to bring it to this part of the world. The soybean meal, Thailand is very high, and you are actually a little bit cheaper, but both are significantly more expensive to Brazil. And there's a very wide range of live birds, and I think this is because different locations and different sizes of bird. And usually when you sell, you're selling CNF when you're exporting. So you need all these logistic costs to the ports, and that depends on your location. And in Thailand, the roads are much better than in Brazil. And in Thailand, it's like 200 kilometers to the port. In Brazil, the company that I help, we are 650 kilometers. And the other day I was a bit, well, I'm going to have a look. I come from Plymouth, England. So I thought, well, how far is 650 kilometers? It's up in the north of Scotland, and there's 40 to 50 containers every day. So those logistical costs and then the sea freight cost on top of that. So when you are looking how can you compete with Brazil, you have to look, and Thailand, you have to look what is the cost to actually deliver the product to the importing country. And then the exchange rates, and this is an index, and I took a little bit arbitrary, 1st of January 2018, but that's where the variation has come. So as you see, the blue line, the top blue line, that's Brazil exchange rates. The green line is India. So Brazil has got a significant bigger advantage because of the exchange rates, although it's narrowing now. And Thailand, we've really, if I take the Brazil to Thailand exchange rate over the last 10 years, then Brazil has got a huge advantage. So challenges besides the, so biosecurity, food safety. And I've got a question, because I know you've got all the regulatory agencies and all the infrastructure for testing, etc. But the question is, especially bearing in mind what happened to Brazil and Thailand, will all the importing countries accept audits and testing carried out by your own official agencies? You have a big advantage, in my opinion. You have over 700 KFCs. You have 350 McDonald's besides other fast food chains. And their standards of quality are usually very high. So your companies who supply them, they're already used to having high standards to meet. But I'm not sure if, and they wouldn't be singling, if they didn't accept your certifications, your audit, it's not because of India, but it's the overall environment. And also, I must say, you have been very successful in keeping exporters out of your country. So a lot of countries don't want to import, at least the companies there. And John has mentioned this, and Tim, you've got to keep abreast of all new technologies. The week before last, I was speaking at the Watts Poultry Tech Summit in Atlanta, and I was amazed how much new things, technologies there are. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, and the new innovations in disease control, in early disease detection. One thing that's happened, for example, for COVID, if you speak to the companies like Siva, for example, they learned a lot from COVID. Before, from the time of developing to the time of satisfying all the regulators and being able to sell, 3-year period. COVID got that down to 6 months, and the target for Siva is also to bring animal health products down to this period of 6 months. And it's interesting, we also learned during COVID what the R number was. So we were told that if it goes over 1, you were not reducing. So the R number, i.e., if I'm infected, how many people I will infect, it has to be less than 1 for diseases to go down. And now when I go to a lot of the seminars of the Sivas, etc., and some diseases have 4, 5, 6, 10, terrible. So you have, once they appear in your farms, very difficult to control. So you have to keep abreast. But I'm very interested to see at the exhibition in the next 2 or 3 days how many people are involved. I have read that there are a couple in the farm processing side. So all the precision farming, I'm sure, because you have some of the best tech IT people in the world, I'm sure you're getting very developed in this precision farming, etc. Financial challenges, and I say that from an ex-banker. Unfortunately, I've spent a lot of time with companies going bankrupt. It's interesting, when companies make profit, they don't ring my telephone. As soon as they start to get into a few difficulties financial, or the banks are after them, I get more telephone calls. So you need a strong balance sheet. You will not have 10 good years besides the black swans, which we've had a lot because of COVID, etc., you're certain to have at least one bad year. A lot of things that were said in the panel. This is every country in the world. At the moment, most of the Brazilian companies have been losing money. And it's very interesting because I've done a lot of work with Brazil over the years where they keep on asking me, what is our competitive position against Thailand, etc. And I keep saying the competition of Brazil is Brazil. And you've got to be careful in India, if you get a lot of companies exporting, that the competition of India is India. And you need access to long-term financing because a lot of this investment has quite a long payback term. So just to finish, that's my DNA. So I'm 50% a chicken and I'm 50% money. And 100% of my heart is chicken. And 100% of my head is money. So a lot of what I've said today is being said to my heart. It's with my heart. And especially when I get into this, I am now helping a precision farming company. I want it all. But then the reality kicks in and everything goes up to my head to approve it. And then it's not quite so good. So thank you very much. There's my email, and I will be available here at the exhibition tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Butland. Requesting you to kindly stay back. A round of applause for Mr. Butland for this insightful session. With such an insightful discussion on all these topics, I am sure members of the audience will have a lot of questions. So we are now opening up for delegate Q&A. This session will be moderated by Dr. Vijay Makhija. So requesting you to kindly join us on stage. May I also request Mr. John, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Debaraj, Mr. Gaurav, and Mr. Mishra to kindly come and join us on stage.
You're the moderator, so you're here, sir. Okay.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are open for Q&A. Over to Mr. Makhija.
Ms. Mishra. Yeah, please. Good evening. On? Or you can give that one. So thank you so much, the participant, for writing down your questions. So we have received a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, we will be taking the ones which are most relevant to the presenters. And I request all the presenters to give a very precise and sharp answers because of the paucity of time. So first, Jordan, going with you, the first question is about the markets which are strong in exports. Are they able to control the volatility of the prices in broilers?
They still have the same problems. Exports do not resolve overproduction. In fact, sometimes it makes it worse because people will produce what they think is going to be the market. So they still have lots of volatility. We are dependent on the raw materials, which are volatile in every place, and the market. So you still have to deal with volatility.
Thank you. So Tim, this is for you. State question: the sustainable food concepts are relevant for developed markets and perhaps not for developing markets. Your comment.
Hello. Yep. Depends. Sustainable food is for all markets because, again, you build it in a sustainable way. What you have is that some of these ones which are coming in from the Western side, which were being mentioned earlier, they're not being driven from a sustainable point of view. They're being driven from welfare. So again, sustainable food systems are there. You just need to work on it.
Yeah. So, Samrendra, this is for you. Do you get premium for value-added eggs? If yes, then how much premium consumer is willing to pay additionally?
Of course, if you cannot get a premium, then what is the point of doing all this? But we have to keep testing the market with whatever value addition we can do. And it has to be, there has to be an equilibrium where the premium that is fetching and the kind of volumes you are getting. So it has to be an intersection of that.
So the next one again coming to you, how consumers perceive your branded egg quality versus the generic eggs?
So basically, the moment, like I said in my presentation, the moment we are branding a product, there has to be some consistency and reliability that is coming with the product. So the most the consumers would seek in any branded product is consistency.
Thank you, Samrendra. So, Jonathan, this is for a couple of you. How frequently one should do the feed mill audit and why? Yeah. Maybe you can change the mic a bit loud as well.
Hello? Is that better? Okay, I was saying that is a loaded question because I am an auditor. But truly speaking, I would say once a year is typical audit frequency. It depends on the purpose and why you're doing the audit, but either internally or as an external audit, I would say annually is plenty.
The next one is for you. How relevant is moisture optimization of feed by adding water/organic acids?
Okay, and you wanted short answers, right? So water optimization is very critical. As I said during my presentation, it's costing the industry a lot of money not to have the right level of water in the feed. If your average broiler feed cost is 2,400 rupees, for example, then that's 240 rupees per 1% you're losing. So optimizing the water is very critical, but it's how you do it and how that water is added and then further processed in the conditioning to ensure that you retain it. And the organic acids, yes, if you're concerned about spoilage or water activity, then the acidifiers may help in that respect. But generally, you should take advice on what is the most efficient way of adding that water and using technology to measure in real time the actual moisture and then dose the correct level of moisture plus or minus consistently batch to batch really is what you should be looking to do.
So, Mr. Das, this is for you. What benefits you are perceiving in going towards branding route Chicken Wicken? What kind of benefits your company is perceiving? Or see?
You're talking about benefits?
Yeah.
What benefits?
Yeah. What benefit you are getting in going toward branding route for Chicken Wicken?
Okay, I got it. So more than me, I think the consumers are more benefited because what we are delivering to them is very hygienic and tender and the product that they want to see or they want to get. Our main focus is to make sure that the chicken that is supplied to the consumers, they really see value in it. And at the same time, we as a company, we want to create that means value addition into the process. So for me, even the one question that you were asking earlier also that how much you can ask as a premium, I think it's not a question of premium, but 10 to 15% even if I add value to this product and the customer gets satisfied, that's something that we carry as a pride in us.
Okay, so this is again for you, Mr. Das. How do you convince customers who think that packaged chicken is not fresh chicken?
Can we repeat?
I repeat. How you convince customers or consumers who think that packaged chicken is not a fresh chicken?
Is not as fresh.
It's not a fresh one.
Yeah, I spoke about that. Actually, this is a myth, and still customers carry saying that if the chicken is cut before my eyes, then it is fresh, And that's something that the educating the customer is also one of the things that we are also trying to do. It's not always what the consumer, when they go to the live store and buy the chicken, they think it is fresh. I think couple of years back, we had the similar concept saying people were thinking frozen product is also not good. So then we started saying that frozen is as good as fresh. Now what I'm trying to say, the chilled chicken is even better than that you get from the live store. So that what it need, it's like say industry like us, we have to educate the people, and this education comes through various processes, starting from the franchisee partner educating the customers, telling the customers, even through small social media like advertisement and other things that will create the awareness among the people. And that's what we are doing actually. Even I showed one or two clippings where I have spoken about why consumers should come and buy the chilled chicken from stores like chicken vegan outlets.
Samrinder, coming back to you. So this is a question from the audience that I am a layer farmer and a egg trader as well. Because of high price of branded products, either egg or meat, compared to loose bag products, consumer prefer to have loose bag products. How to convince them customer toward branded product?
So when we are looking at different products, we have to be looking at different target segments. And I don't think it is a good idea to push a product which is not meant for a specific customer or consumer. So targeting here would be the key, identifying the target segment, some might be interested in more expensive products, some might be looking for a value. So our push has to be based on who we are selling the product to.
And the next one is for you. What percentage of your total egg production are sold through branded route?
That is still very minuscule. We have a long way to go because this is essentially a start that we have made. And there's a long way to go to convert the market into branded eggs. Branded eggs are mostly going into the supermarkets. We are trying to push the product in the GT segment. I mean, the conventional mom and pop stores. But when we are pushing, when we are selling it through the GT market, it is not the most premium of the products. It is a mid-range product that is sold most. So it is still a start. It is quite small as of now.
So Mr. Das, someone has written for you. I came to know that you are getting 1.8 FCR in some farms. How are you maintaining the feed quality?
1.8?
So somebody's written, they came to know that you are getting FCR of 1.8 and they wanted to know how you are maintaining the feed quality.
I think this information, whosoever might be given, it's not the right information. So this is not the forum to discuss with the FCR that I am getting, okay, which is very confidential, I would say. Rather, I think it's something, whosoever has asked, please meet me. I'll tell you what FCR I am getting and you'll be surprised to see that. And if you are connected in the LinkedIn, you can see that of the top 10 performers in India, published by Aviation, how many of those are from Baramati Agro? That will give you the answer. I need not tell you the FCR numbers.
Yeah. So Mr. Das, one more for you. I saying, considering the diverse and all India and diverse presence of poultry, what strategy can be implemented to create brand in chicken processing? So it's talking about the diversity in the country and how to have the strategy for branding of the chicken.
Diversity of?
Diversity of the country. Like India is such a diverse country, how we have a strategy for addressing the branding requirement?
Probably I'm not getting the right question, but is it, are you talking about the diversity of people in the country or is the diversity of what we're talking about? It's not framed rightly.
Yeah, different geographical conditions within the country.
See, again, as I said, for me, like we started the branding at Maharashtra only, western part of Maharashtra only. So we have been very careful in deciding where to go first and where to do and where not to do. So that has been, as I said, this is a journey that we have started. The journey has not ended. Okay, so it's a long journey and it will take time for us to establish and finalize where we want to go. So geography, location, and every demographic, I will say, it plays a big role in deciding chicken, the type of product where you are doing branding. You have to take into consideration several factors. If you have seen one of the things that I have put like a brand success, and I have given an equation there, I have said it's a function which is dependent of many independent variables and interaction of those variables. So it is not an easy linear regression that you can find out y equal to fx plus c. No, it's not going to work that way. So it's a very complex model. So we have to do the experiment and find out what best suit in which region.
So Jonathan, this is for you. How you assess the mixer efficiency and how, your experience on that?
Okay. Again, a brief answer. You undertake what is called a coefficient of variation test. That involves taking 10 samples from one batch of feed that has been mixed at the appropriate time. As it discharges, I don't recommend taking the samples from inside the mixer, stopping it and starting it. Wait for the discharge, and if the discharge is 4 minutes and you're going to take 10 samples, then every so many seconds you're going to have to take a sample and test all of those samples and use a substance either like a microtracer or a micronutrient like manganese or zinc, and then look at the standard deviation and calculate your coefficient of variation. The target is an average of 5, but anything up to 10 is acceptable. Once you're trending 9 and above, 10, 11, then you need to relook at your mixer, either internally for any issue, or possibly your mixing times, your dry mix and your wet mix and total mix time.
So I think in the interest of time, because the question keeps on coming, last question to you, Tim. How one can measure the sustainability aspect or the tools which are available for measuring sustainability?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of that?
What are the different tools to measure the sustainable impact or sustainability?
How to measure the impact of sustainability?
Yeah, the tools, yeah.
Sorry?
The tools and techniques to measure sustainability.
Sustainability. So in terms of how to measure the impact, it's looking at all through the chain. It's looking at what's the various, as we said in terms of the presentation, setting where your remit is, what the area you're looking at, and all the inputs and outputs into that process. And you just follow that down the chain. And what we're seeing now is the fact that it's being pushed back up the way. So you're having that the supermarkets or the end user is putting on requirements and it pushing that back up the chain. So if you're not involved in it now, you will be.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all our presenters. Thank you so much, all the speakers. And in case your questions are not addressed, please connect with the respective speakers. They are available throughout the networking dinner, and some of them are available in the expo as well. So please, yeah.
Please come together for a group picture. I request Mr. John, Mr. Burnside, and Mr. Butland to kindly stay back for felicitation. And gentlemen, you can kindly take your seats. I now request Mr. Akshay Dhumal to kindly felicitate Mr. John. Mr. Akshay, can we please have you on stage? Mr. John, kindly stay back. Yeah, sir, kindly stay back for felicitation. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Akshay, who's going to felicitate Mr. John. Yes, can we all put our hands together, everyone? I now request Mr. Devendra Garware to kindly come on stage and felicitate Mr. Burnside. A round of applause for Mr. Devendra as he felicitates Mr. Burnside. I now request Mr. Jairaj Thakkar to kindly come on stage and felicitate Mr. Butland. A huge round of applause for Mr. Jairaj as he comes on stage to felicitate Mr. Butland. Thank you so much. I would again like to thank our panelists and moderator for an engaging Q&A session. Moving forward, recently we all cheered for the successful touchdown of Chandrayaan 3 on the moon's south pole. We were in awe of ISRO's remarkable achievement, and safe to say, our interest in space science has peaked. Our motivational speaker today is a man that has successfully led some of ISRO's most crucial missions.
satellite pictures helping in a big way. Water management, development of projects, communication. I think the communication is now, you know that the way in which India was communicating 60 years back, the way in which we are individuals, our organization systems communicating, therefore satellite playing a role. Navigation is a very, very good thing because today India is increasing more and more the airports. I think the navigational systems of India's navigational systems playing a major role for that. Beyond even how it helps for the Indian Air Force, Navy, and the Army is concerned. Meteorology and disaster management very much required because India is the country where it is surrounded by the three sides ocean, and this Mediterranean region is unpredictable weather. And we are today, I think we look at here today our weather forecast, and we are talking about in a fairly were called for. Online education, satellites have played a role. Beyond all these things, yes, the space science and exploration missions, these are all called signature missions. Today, look at here, once in a year, you are coming here, but your work is totally different. But still, this sort of a conclave helps you to understand what's going on, networking yourself, and to upgrade your knowledge and upgrade back going back for the remaining 364 days, how we can improvise your system. Similarly, even for the satellite missions with respect to space science point of view, to sharpen our tools to make the people to enthusiasm, motivate them. I think that is back into that. Even within ISRO, even the space organization, we need some systems to motivate the people. I think the space science and exploration mission, which I claim as a signature missions within ISRO, helped there. And today, this story is basically how such missions helped India's growth, Indian space program's growth within the organization and coming out in a big way. I think I'm going to touch upon that. While doing all these things, yes, this design is for the people, by the people, and taking the people along. I think that's how we are wherever possible, I think we are trying to touch upon what Indian space program is, what it is capable of, and how we are able to very, very there. And while doing these things, I think as I told that, you need something to motivate the people. That is called signature missions. So within the Indian Space Research Organization also, such a mission is called for. This we thought about because now started from the modest beginning, gradually improved upon, and after the initial testing period and the initial pilot missions, everything over, and we are able to improvise our systems and go forward. While doing that, I think there is a big competition from IT industry came for the people within the organization. So organization was finding it difficult to attract the good talents from outside. Organization was finding difficult even to retain the talents within the organization. So it called for something a motivating force. That motivating force, that time we identified, is the destination of moon is ISRO's next big thing. Why can't we identify a signature mission which will, so that India can do a mission to go to the moon? I think it was talked about, one target is to attract the people, to motivate the people, and towards that we are talking about a mission. It is not we are talking about the salary, we are not talking about the perks, we are talking about the mission, so that we attract the people within the talent. So, but bottom line is it should be innovation. That means you too, the people who are ready to, looking for innovation, whether we can have, and it should have an impact within the organization, outside organization, and it should not be just out totally away from that. It should be incremental. You have done something, you gained something, in incremental effort we should do that. While doing all these things, we cannot be extravagant, so it should be cost effective. That the bottom line is innovation, impact, incremental, and cost effective. I think with this, is it possible to have a mission? I think that has been put out. Putting India's own modest launch vehicle of PSLV. If everything goes well, this Government of India Organization, Department of Space Secretary is telling, you leaving alone all the things, you look at here, this is the first ever time Indian mission to the moon was talked about, 1999, a technology oration. And that last view graph, like whatever I'm talking today, Everything we talked, last one view graph will be there. A similar view graph was put there. That view graph talked about possibility of India going to the moon. If all goes well, it could be reality in 2008. I think this was told there. And I think that's this thing came next day in the media, and that has taken the imagination of the people, policymakers, various forums it has taken, and accordingly the project has practiced, it came in the project form, and finally I think we could realize this vision around that time frame. But leaving alone that, you look at here, the many people have gone to the moon. Now we are talking about a mission, 2008 you can go, 9 years we are talking about, but before that itself, good number of missions have got to the moon. That means 50, 60, 70s, we look at here. These are the number of missions, 30, 63, 23, the number of missions have gone to the moon. And when the time frame when we're talking about here, 80s, we are talking about 99 end. That means around 2000 we're talking about. Around that time frame, people are stopped going to the moon. That means there is moon has been explored in a big way. The early 19 missions have gone to the moon. Now people stopped going to the moon. That means moon has been declared as a barren. That is the reasons I think stopped going. But now India started talking about this thing to motivate the people. So there was looking like something gap. But I think that it is not a gap. How to build the gap is the story of India's mission to the moon. And again, you look at here, what capacity India has. I told, yes, we can. It can be innovative mission we can do. Even though people have gone, 99 missions have gone, these 100 missions will be innovation. Probably we can take it, yes, but it should be an incremental. That means you cannot have a totally different launch vehicle which you don't have for this to make it. US made it because Saturn was made it specifically go to the moon. But that compared to that launch vehicle, compared to what we had as of that time, PSLV is a totally different thing. You look at its height, its size, its mass, its capacity. That means what is the satellite it can put somewhere on 400 kilometer orbit around the Earth versus what PSLV can put. You will look at here, a big difference. Our PSLV cannot put more than 4 tons, whereas other only can put nearly 140 tons. A big difference is there. So with this difference, even though you are planning to go, but you don't have the muscle power to go over there. And what really, that means it calls for a totally innovative approach to do that. Is it possible to do that? Then you look at here, how they have gone to the moon is a one shot. You need one shot from Earth to go to the moon and come back. You need a big muscle power. The big launch vehicle is called for. But is it really required to go to the moon, to exploration of the moon, to one shot? That question came. Because moon is perpetually going around the Earth. So even if it is not 5 days, even if it is 50 days, also we can go and reach the moon. Why can't we attempt that way? I think that is the effort we made it there. And while doing it, this is a totally ingenious way of doing. The satellite, what we can carry, PSLV cannot take more than 22,000 kilometers from Earth. From there, incrementally keep improving the orbit using the propellant, whatever the system which can carry. With that, we are manageable to go to the moon. Again, going to the moon, if you get the same way others have gone to the moon, probably you'll get the same result. And that whatever 19 missions have gone, probably we may get the same result. So it calls for another innovative approach. Then only probably you can think, probably we can able to really see some difference between them and innovative outcomes possible. So what is that thing? You really look at here. This is the good number of missions have gone, even landed on the moon, samples are brought back. And versus, you look at what is the gap? What is the gap really looking at here? Every mission, really closely watch out there. Missions were trying to land and search for water. You land that place, search for water. You land that place, search for water. You land that place, search for water. But this around is not this hall. It is much more the place. Similarly, moon, wherever you land, that place alone is not the place. Wherever you land, around that some few hundred meters you can search for. But like that, even though so many missions have gone, the whole moon was not explored. You look at here, only very small segment I have seen, except one mission which has gone after Chandrayaan 1. All other missions were basically driven to the, you assume it's the equator, either few degrees above or few degrees down. No one is trying to look at the near the poles, and no one from the other side of the moon. So that means you land and search for water, versus we want to do a slightly different way. That means search for water and land. Okay, that means search for water means you don't land to start with. You search for the whole moon. How to search for the whole moon? The same way whatever has gone previous occasions, if you do, whole moon searching is not possible. But you look at here, moon has its own rotation on its own axis, 28 days, one revolution. Now, if you go pole to the moon, you carry the good number of remote sensing instruments, and you go around the moon pole to pole, and moon itself is revolving on its own axis. With this, all the 11 instruments can look at each and every point of the moon minutely. When we repeatedly keep doing it here, it's possible to see whether the whole moon is not containing water or only the places where they landed, they are not having a water. So when we're looking back, when it is a totally different outcome came. I think that's how it's happened there. You look at here, the places where originally landed, water is not there even today. That means the discovery, whatever they have done, was correct. But the places where not landed, especially near the poles, you are able to see the water molecules. And again, looking into the poles, in a totally different instruments of together, which the places where never ever the sunlight has not gone for the billions of years because the big craters are there. When the sunlight goes in there, it cannot go down. And that places in the form of ice, water has been seen there. So the discovery of water has come because we have gone around the moon, allowing its own natural rotation, putting the yes of now, the 20, 30 years gap, many instrumentations have come as on when we are talking about 2008. These instruments, from 100-kilometer orbit during remote sensing, we are able to see the signatures of water positions there. So this has made the whole all change. Though if the 100th mission has gone to the moon, this was the first ever mission to discover water on the moon is concerned. Yes, but now today's talk is not about exploration of the moon or Mars. Today's talk about are the signature missions, which was improving upon India's space position. So that way, look at here, we are taught periodically, like annually we have to meet like this. We have periodically whether it should have signature mission. I think I'm trying to touch upon that way. That means 2008 we have gone to the moon. Now, another 5 years later, 2013 and 14, is it possible for us to go to the moon? That means keeping everything same. I kept a proposal like this, keeping everything same. In place of moon, why don't you put it on Mars? Okay, that means destination of moon, Mars is ISRO's next big thing. If all goes well, it should be a reality in 2013 and 14. No ambiguity on 13 and 14. You launch in 13, such that you take 9 months to go to the Mars, so that 14 will become reality. But still, it should be an innovative mission. It should have an impact. It should be an incremental improvement. Cost effective is underlining. Okay, is it possible to do that? I think again we have taken it here. The innovation, why I'm telling innovation is, before that, 51 missions have gone to the moon, but by the developed nations. Not more than 21 succeeded. That means 30 missions of failure. Not even a single organization succeeded in a first attempt. But now we are making only one mission. That mission has to succeed. It should be innovation only, no other way. But it should have an impact. Definitely when you do it, we are making a history. It will have an impact definitely within the space industry. And it should be incremental. You have gone to the moon one way. Is it same path, just incrementally, instead of target, instead of moon to Mars, is it possible? Cost effectiveness, exactly the same as what we have done Chandrayaan 1. Is it possible to go to Mars is concerned? I think we have done this mission. So that mission is nothing but, if you look at here, initially it is same. PSLV remains same. Launch is from Sriharikota, and it is again same, and nearer to 22,000 kilometers leaves it there. From there, incrementally keep improving the orbit. The final kick you give slightly more, such correct time, correct direction, correct velocity, such that 9 months later when it comes over here, naturally when Mars is coming over there, with that we must be able to capture the mission around the moon. I think this is what we made an attempt here. And let me run a video which really how it happened. Can you? Yeah. Initially it was kept like this. Now incrementally keep improving the orbit. Can you click? Yeah. That is a simulation. As per the simulations, we are trying to keep on improving the orbit whenever it comes over here. Use the Earth's gravity also, as well as the impulse from the satellite, pushing the incrementally. Same thing what we have done Chandrayaan is being done for the Mars also. The last kick is slightly different, slightly more than that if you do it. Yeah. Now you look at here, around the sun. Around the sun, Earth is going. Nobody is giving energy for it. Perpetually is going. Similarly, Mars is going. Now, man-made satellite, our Mongolian also going with that initial kick only. Okay. This path is nearly 9 months path. After 9 months path, when you look at here, every 9 months you closely keep watching, such that every point what we expect versus what it is seeing there, is it okay? If it is not there, trying to minutely correct it. I think the close watch is happening. This is how 2013 launch November, and 2014 of September when it came, when Prime Minister of India watching behind us, and we could acquire the mission around the Mars like this. When it happened, India was the first ever country at first attempt to acquire the Mars in such a way. I think that's what happened there. Yeah. But now, the story will not stop because incrementally keep moving now. So in between, now you look at here, I told before Chandrayaan, what was 50s, 60s and 70s. And 80s, 90s, 2000, no mission to the moon. 2008, we have gone to the moon. 2009, we have discovered water on the moon. Now you look at here, something is keep happening. Okay. Now back to the moon, a rush is happening. Back to the moon, rush is happening. US, Russia, China, Japan, Israel. I think things were keep happening. Why this happening? This happening because of the trigger initiated by Chandrayaan. Original level thing is to motivate the Indian scientists, Indian students to come to the space. Now it looks like it has motivated others also. Okay, to go to the moon in a big way. It's happened that also. We cannot lag behind. Now 2013, now we are talking about 2018, 19. Definitely we also cannot lag behind. We have gone for Chandrayaan 2 mission. Again, do innovation, impact, incremental, unique, cost effective. That remains same. I think Chandrayaan 1, what we have done, Mongolian, what we have done, I think almost similar. But afterwards, now we have to land on the moon. I think this is what we have done. But last leg, I think there is a small issues happen. Mission has failed. You could not really land softly on the moon. That's really happened. But in spite of that, the orbiter was keep doing its function, and it's able to take very, very finer pictures around the moon is concerned. So whatever the lessons learned from the last leg of lander has been understood, and that has been corrected. So keeping the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter, Chandrayaan 3 has come out. So this time again Chandrayaan 3 learning from Chandrayaan 2 is taken, optimize the mission configuration to save the cost. Even lesser than the Chandrayaan 2 cost, Chandrayaan 3 has been realized because keeping the same Chandrayaan 2 orbiter, Chandrayaan 3 lander, even rover also same as whatever we have done. With that correction, this mission has gone and we could land on the moon safely. And now you look at here, India is the first ever country safely and securely land on the polar region where other people are looking for the place is concerned. Yeah. Now that is, we are talking about 18, 19. Now 13, sorry, not 20, this is 23, 24. 23, 24 is nothing but destination of sun. See, ISRO's next big thing. I think you know that Aditya has been already launched. It is cruising towards the Lagrangian point alone. And January 23rd of next year, 24, it's going to be acquired there. And that's way that this mission also keep going up. And here also, the incremental effort. You look at here how Chandrayaan only have done, how Chandrayaan 2 have done, how Mongolian we have done, remains same. But only thing is this time target is different. Target is basically, it's not sun, basically it is between sun and earth. You have the, where the gravities of both the systems are getting balanced there, around that point. It's not around the Mars or moon or any planetary body. It is around this, wherever the gravities are getting equalized, around that point has to be acquired there. That has its own requirements back to science point of view as well as technology point of view to safeguard, because now you have so many missions around the earth we ourselves have. So we need like our weather forecasting helps us for our very many of my movements, very many of our operations. Similarly, for the satellites positioning point of view also, whatever happening in the sun, if you know a priori few days ahead, that will help the safeguard the satellite operations. Also is going to be a part and parcel of this mission. So this mission also is keep moving that way. Now, when all these things happening there, now slowly, now we're talking about export, globalization, branding, like that we're talking. I think the same thing has happened back in ISRO also. Now by this time, I think UN Space Assembly, we have the forum called Committee for Peaceful Use of Outer Space. I had the opportunity to chair this position for the 3 years, and we are able to showcase what India has incrementally improved, and with the minimum cost, we are able to show very many things. Okay, it is only going to the moon or Mars and sun is one thing, but another thing is how societal needs point of view, the satellites can help in a big way. I think that has been time and again has been advocated, and that way we given another proposal, an innovative proposal, which can make impact with the people and bring in a space diplomacy and space commerce for India. Okay, something, a new domain called space diplomacy. That means how the space can help India to have diplomatically take into a newer positions. I think still keeping a space commerce also in loop. I think that's how we have pioneered, and that translated into a mission called UNATI. That means Unispace Nano Satellite Assembly and Training by ISRO. That means United Nations people who are not spacefaring as on that time, they will be brought to India. 2 to 3 months, they will be given training how to assemble a satellite, what is the uses of the satellite, how you can integrate with the launch vehicle, how you can launch it, how you can get the data. I think this 2019, 22, like that. In between COVID point of view, small gap has come. Again, it's picked up there. So the good number of nations have been trained and who are not spacefaring as on now. The idea here is India is ready to handhold them. India is creating an ecosystem. One space commerce, another side is space diplomacy. I think putting the things together very in a delegate situation, we are able to very diligently we are doing this. Now, having done all these things, all the things putting together, now you look at here, beyond all these things, nowadays, another signature mission being talked about is keeping the same bottom line, innovation, impact, incremental, and cost effective. Now you look at here, around the Earth, we have launched a good number of satellites. We also enabled others to get launch satellites around the Earth orbit. And similarly, we landed on the moon. And we have shown to the people, moon is not so much barren. And so moon also has some fertile lands for various reasons. And Mars also can be gone with a very, very cost-effective way. This has been shown there. But India is not part and parcel of the space station, International Space Station, for various reasons. But now, lot of discussion happening. So when future International Space Station is called for, the current one, the third or fourth generation one, is getting it's getting aged. It needs to be replaced. But when it's coming there, now definitely a very, very active request coming from the countries why India cannot be part and parcel of this. We are having developed this much, having taking along very many countries along to the space. India now cannot be away from the International Space Station. That means India has to come there. So then the same forum wherever it is there, I have put forward the proposition like this. Yes, probably India can be part and parcel of the International Space Station tomorrow. Not exactly the way in which it is sitting here. Okay, what we propose is, why can't we make the International Space Station on the moon? Today, moon is not barren. Moon has a water. At least in the International Space Station around 400 kilometers, you have to take everything from Earth and you have to build everything around Earth. That also after 10 to 15 years, it loses its life and it keep falling. You have to make it one more. But in the moon, it's not like that. You can make a permanent settlement possible, permanent space station possible. I think this argument is being taken in better way, especially after Chandrayaan 3 safely landing on the moon. This has taken a weightage. This has taken a weightage in a big way. And now you look at here, recently, China has officially, whether approved it or not, whether agreed it or not, China has officially told, we want to make a permanent space station. Let people come join with us, they told. And we are telling the last 3 years, we are telling about that. I think India has to take a lead on this and do this to happen in the moon is concerned. I think that's taking its own weightage is happening there. So this has multiple implications. This has a multiple implication. What I told initially, India has no fantasy to go to the moon. India has no fantasy to go to the manned mission. But we should be second to none if the technology is to enable for the common man. It's very real problems of the man. What are the real problems of man? today's space station you want to replace. Let us replace it on the moon, one point. Another thing is we are talking about global warming. Global warming, I feel there is a solution, there is a possible answer coming from the moon, a material which brought back to the earth probably will able to solve today's the fossil fuel related global warming is concerned. So connecting these two things, now in near future settling in the name of International Space Station and the moon, and trying to get the harvest that helium-3 back to earth, and that helping for the future fuel point of view, we're able to do, definitely it will able to solve the problem. Beyond all these things, beyond global warming, you know, today when you go to sleep and get back tomorrow, next day we don't know which two countries are going to get into quarrel. We don't know which two countries are going to get into fight. And this is coming in a big way. Is it possible to showcase around in the space that we can work together? We can live together so that peaceful coexistence in the moon we are able to show. I think that should be the pave the way for a peaceful world for the tomorrow is concerned. I think that is another thing you're doing. Is it possible? The question will come, is it possible? You look at here, at the thick of the Ukrainian war, Russia-Ukraine war is there. At the thick of that, American astronauts have to come back to Earth. America didn't have the solutions, answers that day. I think Russian scientists helped there. That means irrespective of all these things, there are the wisdom prevailing across the people that helps. Why can't we take the wisdom all the way to the moon and show to the world, yes, we can live together. We can live together peacefully. I think this is the thing is keep gaining there. So that way, I feel India is poised to take that position in a very big way. India is positioned in a way such that we have shown very, very economically we can have the mission. Our brand has come, but we have hardly 1/10 the cost of the everybody. I think we could so. We have done very cheaper also. We have done very successfully also. I think this nominally, you look at here, very less money, very less schedule, very ambitious schedule. Success in aerospace is a question mark. But we repeatedly told our missions, in spite of being our economical, in spite of we are being a very fast, we could be successful. I think this is, we have rewritten the whole story of the Indian space, the whole space program. Now we want to show, is it possible for India to take a lead and go to the position of doing that way? But while doing it, you look at here, it may look innovation. Definitely it will make the impact for the next generation is concerned, but it's incremental only. Okay? The space station, instead of making it 400 kilometers, you build it in the moon. That's it. Because when you are flying, you either go and stop in 400 or go and stop in 384,000 kilometers and go and stop in some few crore kilometers away. As far as I'm concerned, only the same. Distance doesn't matter in the space. As long as you have to speed it take, you have to speed, keep going. But where you stop, it stops. They're as good as that. So that way, on the moon, permanent settlement, India making is very much feasible. So that way, I told many places, Columbus came, actually Columbus, he started his journey to discover a new path to India. But by fault, erroneously, he discovered a land called America. That is the one which is leading the world today. Today, the place where water on the moon, India discovered water on the moon. And that is a place for the future of America is concerned. And putting the things together, this is what I told when the US consulate itself, when 50 years of moon landing celebration was there, I think I was asked to give a lecture. And while doing this, end of the, not the, whatever I shown is not the first place I told. I think last 4 or 5 years, I'm repeatedly putting that picture same. Okay, because definitely there is something we should do. Because it's a time for us to find extended habitats beyond the Earth. Probably your poultry also can happen there in the moon also. Possibility exists to be there. So towards that, we are not building in the air. We are not building in the air. You look at here, one of the finest infrastructure India has today. Okay, and in terms of making satellites, so many satellites, other satellites, very many things, it's really happened there. And we launched a good number of satellites also. And accordingly, the organization also called for its own change. Actually, it's not only manpower, organization called for. Accordingly, under Prime Minister itself, Department of Space is coming. Various wings, commercial sector is going to come. I am advocating even that infrastructure has to be remodeled in a way. Whatever the lessons learned with our Sriharikota definitely has to be fed into this thing. Also, we are talking about that. That means now you look at here. This is a place called Kulasegarapattinam, and nearer to that place is Magendragiri, where our rocket systems, whatever you make, getting tested there. That and Kulasegarapattinam put together. Now across India, various places systems are being made and brought to Sriharikota, assembled and launched. Instead of that, around the 200-kilometer stretch, if you make a space park, if you do, everything is logistically it's easier. And you talk about even the port movement point of view, previous lecture was telling about that. Even the satellites, once upon a time, when we launched every year on satellite, bringing all the systems across India and assembling it here, it's okay. But now, every month, why? Future, every week launch may be called for. When that comes, this setup will not help. So things has to be made around that place. A newly made launch system, Kulasegarapattinam, is one of the best in the world. Theoretically speaking, with the same PSLV, still bigger launch satellites you can launch there. And around that place now we make all other infrastructures. If you make, definitely we can improve upon our system is concerned. So this is also keep going. That means we started very, very modest way. And you look at here, the incremental efforts, periodically, their signature missions, whatever have come, has improvised India's capability. And today we have learned a lot. We have shown to the world what can be done also. And we have good number of countries ready to take. I expect one side ISRO doing an R&D cutting edge technology, another side Indian private industry coming in a big way for a new infrastructure, what is coming in and around Kulasegarapattinam. I think we'll be able to do a lot more things there. So what are the opportunities? When that happens, it creates multi more opportunities. Okay, more satellites will be done, big launch vehicles will be done. Many, many things are happening there. While doing all these things, we don't want to be, as I told here, we want to show space can be used very, very advantageously for the peaceful coexistence. And towards that, we are trying to see international cooperation also to be done in terms of manned mission, space tourism, lunar and Martian colonies, space debris management. Because debris are happening there, we have to manage it in bigger way. And the threats from outer space, beyond all these things, threat from outer space also can come. When it comes, definitely we cannot keep our hands folded configuration. Space is the only technology will help us any threat coming from outside. So that to do, definitely international cooperation is called for. All putting together, I feel a very, very a good a motivating force globally. Indian space program is today we started. Very, very modestly started in 60s. In between, we realized there is a requirement to motivate the people within India. Today, Indian space program is poised, motivating very many people even outside India. So that way, I feel the India.
That was a very knowledgeable talk, Dr. Anand. Sky for the Indian space program, quite literally. Can we all put our hands together? And we science. I would now like to invite Mr. Chakradhar Rao and Mr. Uday Singh, Mr. Chakradhar Rao, ex-president IPEMA, and Mr. Uday Singh, president, to kindly come on stage and felicitate Dr. Annadurai. Well, ladies and gentlemen, post this, we also have the lucky draw, so kindly stay back.
Gentlemen, please wait, because after a vote of thanks, we have the most important program of selecting our winners. I feel it's not only my pleasure, but prime duty to thank you all
on behalf of Poultry India and Knowledge Day Committee for making Knowledge Day such a great event. I remember our technical seminar had less than 100 delegates when we started, and eventually, due to your continued support and encouragement, today we are more than 1,400 here. And yes, an applause is required. Yes. And what more we can expect? The entire team of prime decision makers from central government, animal husbandry and dairy were also here. The August gathering would not have been possible without our eminent speakers. We thank Mr. Govind Raj, Ithiraj, Mr. Tim Burnside, Mr. Jonathan Radcliffe, Mr. Gordon Butland for their insightful presentation. And how can we forget? And trendsetters, the marketing initiative is commendable, and we all need to emulate this sooner or later to make our business sustainable. Let us applaud and thank Samandar Mishra, Devraj Das, and Mr. Gaurav Bhosle. We all are feeling so proud of India and ISRO for our successful moon mission. Today we were privileged to listen to this success story from none other than our moon man of India, Mr. Mail Swami Annadurai. Let us applaud and thank him for his excellent motivational speech. We also thank our Knowledge Day Committee for their relentless efforts, Poultry India and EAC and IPEMA for their continued support. I have to thank many more agencies for making this grand success. I know all are eager to leave and get prepared for our next happening event. Hence, bye for now and see you all here again at 7:30 p.m. for felicitation of our legends, followed by high-powered performance, entertaining performance, sorry. So now I invite Vijay Makija for the draw. And I think Anil Dhumal, PK Shukla, Dr. PK Shukla, yes, lucky hands are needed for the lucky winners. These lucky winners are for the feedback forms which we have received from all the delegates. We have, I can count here, 10. Mr. Jayant, serial number 1806. Country Chicken Company. Dr. Sadanand Karade. Norel. NBPL, India. We follow the DRS system, so if nobody comes in 5 minutes, we allot this to someone else.
Next one.
इतना क्या लिख रहे ये क्या नाम लिखा है Dr. Akshay Wankhede. Dr. Akshay Wankhede. Fine Organic. Mr. T. Vigneshwar Reddy from Mayuri Group. T. Vigneshwar Reddy, please come forward. Uh, Big round of applause for Mr. Reddy. Dr. Akshay is here. The next Dr. Akshay is. So Mr. Jayant is also here. So, yes. So 4 are done. Another 6. So Dr. Mahantesh Shetkar from GOK. Mahantesh Shetkar, you will wait for some time if you can come. Meanwhile, we go to the next one. Dr. G.S. Gupta, Poultry Technical India. Dr. G.S. Gupta. Dr. G.S. Gupta, if you are in the hall, please come forward. Next one, Dr. Prithvi Gulhane. He's a student, MVSC Poultry Science. Dr. Gulhane, please come forward. Yeah. Sir, or we need some. Next is from Venki's, Dr. Shivarkar SS, AGM Technical. Dr. Shivarkar SS, if you are in the hall, please come forward. We'll wait for some time. Yeah. Dr. Shivarkar? Okay, good. So, round of applause for Dr. Shivarkar. So, next is Mr. Kanti Kumar Adape, THPL. THPL company, Dr. Kanti Kumar, Mr. Kanti Kumar Adape.
Please come forward. Next one is from Yojana Poultry, Dr. Dhananjay. Dr. Dhananjay from Yojana Poultry, if you're around. Yeah, he's here. So please come forward and a round of applause for Dr. Dhananjay. So 6 participants have already got the prize. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Dhananjay, please come forward. In the interest of time, we also announce the next one. From Annapurna Company, Mr. Pawan. Mr. Pawan Nadipeli. Mr. Pawan Nadipeli, if you are in the hall, please come forward. Pawan? Okay, please come. Thank you. So a round of applause for Mr. Pawan. So next one is Mr. Jaydeep Dave from Kapila Hatcheries. Yeah, please come forward. So Mr. Jaydeep is in the hall. Mr. Jaydeep Dave from Kapila Hatcheries. So we have just one more to go. One more. So Dr. A.K. Rajput, I think everybody knows him. Dr. A.K. Rajput. Okay, yes, sir, you are here. All India Poultry Breeder Association. So with this, we complete our 10 lucky draw, and we really appreciate your feedback for continuous improvement and also planning for next year. So this is a recognition for your feedback form. Thank you so much. Now, we'd like to invite all the scholars who have come from different veterinary colleges, from poultry science department, to come on the stage for a group picture. So this is our one initiative to attract talent in our poultry sector. So big round of applause for all the scholars who have come from the different parts of the country. Please give a round of applause and encouragement to all the scholars.
Check. Thank you, everyone. That officially brings us to the end of Knowledge Day 2023 technical sessions. We will be meeting again in 45 minutes for the Legend Awards and networking dinner.
बैठेंगे फिर बीच में खड़े रहेंगे ऐसे करना पड़ेगा